Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was the Fox's Chosen Warrior? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A day had passed since the team selection at the Ninja Academy. It was morning, and our young, hyperactive blonde was awake, staring blankly into space, lost in his thoughts. A sinister voice, audible only to him, broke the silence. It was Kurama, the fox spirit within him, who commented on his early wakefulness. Naruto greeted Kurama, who sensed his unease about the upcoming team assignment. Kurama reassured him that things would be different this time compared to their experiences in the academy. Naruto turned to meet Kurama's gaze, seeing the red eyes filled with a mix of emotions, while his own blue eyes reflected desperation and loneliness. He hoped for a better outcome. In a flashback, Naruto recalled his time at the Ninja Academy, sitting by the window and reflecting on past events, such as when Mizuki had stolen the scroll containing high-level ninja techniques. Naruto had easily defeated Mizuki, having trained secretly to avoid the disdain of the villagers and some shinobi. Kurama had started training him when he was 6, after a near-fatal incident involving a knife. Kurama urged him not to dwell on those memories, but Naruto, realizing Kurama could sense his thoughts, expressed his gratitude for everything Kurama had done for him. He smiled, acknowledging the fox's support, although he quietly wished for a different fate. Back in the present, students entered the classroom, taking their seats. Naruto remained lost in thought, unaware that Iruka was about to announce the team names. A voice echoed in his mind, urging him to focus. He finally turned his attention to Iruka as he began calling out names. Iruka announced Team 7, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha, but was interrupted by Sakura's complaint about being on the same team as Naruto. Iruka reprimanded her, and she sat down, apologizing as her classmates laughed. Iruka noticed Naruto staring blankly at the table, which worried him. As Iruka continued announcing the other teams, he couldn't shake his concern for Naruto. He concluded the session, reminding everyone to return the next day for their senseis. After the students left, Naruto was the last to exit when Iruka called him over. Iruka asked if something was bothering Naruto, who feigned a smile and claimed he hadn't slept well the previous night. Iruka accepted this explanation, advising him to rest well for the next day. Naruto nodded and headed home. On his way, villagers glared at him with disdain, and one threw a bottle that struck him on the head, causing a small cut. Kurama, angered by the attack, questioned why Naruto didn't defend himself. Naruto replied that fighting back would only make things worse. Kurama simmered with rage, and Naruto closed his eyes, silently cursing the fourth Hokage. As the flashback ended, Naruto got out of bed, dressed, had breakfast, and left for the academy early to avoid encounters with others. He arrived 2 hours before class, sitting by the window until his teammates arrived. Time passed quickly, and soon only Team 7 remained as their sensei was late. Sakura complained about Kakashi's tardiness, and when he finally arrived, he casually apologized, claiming he got lost on the path of life. He instructed them to meet him on the terrace and vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto was the first to step out, ignoring Sakura's attempts to speak to him, followed by Sasuke. Once on the terrace, they took their seats. Kakashi began by introducing himself and suggested they share their names, likes, dislikes, and future dreams. Sakura never imagined she would find herself in such a ridiculous situation. Everyone around her seemed to agree, and she felt a vain throb on her forehead as she looked at Sasuke. She introduced herself, stating her name was Haruno Sakura. Her likes and dreams were clearly directed at Sasuke, while her dislikes included people who arrived late and Naruto, whom she referred to in a teasing manner. Naruto, on the other hand, stared at the ground, trying his best to ignore her. Kakashi then pointed at Sasuke, prompting him to share about himself. Sasuke introduced himself as Uchiha Sasuke, stating he had no particular likes or dislikes. He revealed that he had only one ambition: to eliminate a certain individual and restore his clan. Next, Kakashi turned to Naruto, encouraging him to speak. Naruto introduced himself as Uzumaki Naruto, sharing that he loved ramen and disliked people who looked down on others without reason. He expressed his dream of becoming Hokage, though his smile was somewhat forced. Kakashi nodded in response, acknowledging Naruto's words. Kakashi reassured Naruto, promising to help him as much as possible, knowing he was not the Nine Tails. He informed the group that they would meet the next day at training field number 7 and advised them not to have breakfast if they wanted to avoid feeling ill. The three nodded, a hint of apprehension in their expressions, though Naruto's nod was more out of habit than fear, unlike Sasuke and Sakura, who seemed genuinely concerned. And so, the chapter came to a close, leaving the promise of more adventures ahead. The next day, Team 7 Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke arrived at the training field early, just as Kakashi had instructed. While they waited for him to arrive, Naruto settled under a tree, gazing up at the sky. Sasuke stood silently, while Sakura attempted to engage him in conversation. An hour passed as they waited for their sensei, and finally, Sasuke spoke up. He told Sakura to be quiet, expressing his annoyance. Sakura protested, trying to explain herself, but Sasuke insisted she remain silent until Kakashi arrived. Naruto, from his spot in the tree, interjected, reminding Sasuke not to treat Sakura that way, as she was merely trying to chat while they waited for Kakashi. Sasuke retorted, questioning why Naruto cared about how he treated her. Naruto emphasized that they were teammates now and urged Sasuke to show Sakura some respect, his frustration evident. Sakura then shouted at Naruto, telling him to be quiet and not to speak about Sasuke. Naruto sighed, feeling exasperated by the situation, and looked up to see a bird in a tree with its baby. Suddenly, the baby bird fell from a great height, and Naruto reacted quickly, catching it midair, impressing both Sasuke and Sakura with his speed. He joked with the baby bird, telling it to be careful next time, and placed it back in its nest beside its mother. Sasuke, curious, asked Naruto how he had done that and insisted on an explanation. Naruto ignored him, focused on the mother bird and her chick, prompting Sasuke to raise his voice in frustration. Naruto told Sasuke to be quiet until Kakashi arrived, and Sasuke demanded more respect, reminding Naruto he was an Uchiha. Naruto playfully pointed out that Sasuke was experiencing what he had put Sakura through, which made Sasuke visibly annoyed. Sakura watched, a small smile forming at Naruto's antics. In Naruto's mind, Kurama laughed at Sasuke's reaction, finding it amusing. Naruto chuckled to himself, enjoying the moment until Kakashi finally arrived. He descended from the tree to greet him, teasing that Kakashi was late. Kakashi apologized, claiming he had helped an elderly lady with her things, which caused the three of them to sweat drop, knowing it was likely a lie. He then pulled out 2 bells from his pocket, explaining that the task was simple. Whoever could take the bells from him would pass the test, while those who failed would return to the academy. Sakura interrupted, pointing out that there were only 2 bells for 3 of them. Kakashi urged her to let him finish explaining, reinforcing that only those who succeeded in taking the bells would move on. As Naruto spoke, everyone looked on in awe and a hint of fear. He expressed disbelief at Kakashi's words, pretending to be an actor, while secretly smiling to himself. Kakashi stated that his team followed his rules and instructed them to prepare. Suddenly, Naruto lunged at him with a kunai, but in a swift motion, Kakashi appeared behind him, kunai poised at Naruto's neck, leaving everyone else astonished. Naruto feigned innocence as Kakashi released him, declaring that the challenge could now begin. The others quickly hid, leaving Naruto exposed. The scene shifted, and all the ninjas of Team 7 were seated, one of them bound to a tree and throwing a small tantrum. Kakashi expressed his disappointment, prompting the others to lower their heads, while one of them mimicked him. He decided to give them a second chance, pulling out the bells from his waist and showing them to the team. Just as he began to explain the challenge, the bells puffed away, revealing they were actually 2 rocks he had been holding. Naruto chuckled, drawing the attention of his teammates. Kakashi questioned him, sensing something unusual. Naruto, eager to be freed from the tree, demanded to be untied, and Kakashi nodded as the others helped him. Once free, Naruto revealed the 2 bells he had hidden in his pockets, impressing his teammates, though Sasuke glared at him, frustrated that a mere boy had outsmarted an Uchiha. Naruto explained that he had swapped the bells while Kakashi had thrown him into the water, using his clones to distract him. He had transformed 2 stones to look like the bells and made the switch in a quick motion. In his subconscious, Kurama urged Naruto to tell the truth about the swap. Naruto hesitated, fearing that revealing his strategy would lead Kakashi to demand another test of his skills. He reasoned that if he showcased his abilities, he would be promoted to Chunin or even Jounin, and they would want him under the watchful eye of an Umbu to control their weapon. After some time, Kakashi pondered when Naruto had made the switch, ultimately nodding in acknowledgement. He turned to Naruto, asking what he planned to do with the bells. Naruto contemplated, considering giving one to Sakura, despite her disdain for being associated with him. He felt a pang of disappointment at her reaction, reminiscent of how the villagers looked at him. He then considered keeping both bells to train with Kakashi. As he prepared to toss the bells to Sakura and Sasuke, they looked on with confusion. Naruto explained that he wouldn't mind returning to the academy, as he understood Kakashi's intentions from the start. Kakashi asked for clarification, and Naruto explained that teamwork was essential. The 2 genin listened intently, looking at Kakashi, who nodded in agreement. Kakashi then asked why Naruto hadn't revealed he had already taken the bells. Naruto explained that if he had done so, the test would have ended prematurely, and his teammates wouldn't have had a chance to contribute. He had pretended to continue the test to allow them to participate while Kakashi was distracted. Sakura looked at Naruto with newfound respect, realizing he was more capable than she had thought. Sasuke, on the other hand, felt a surge of determination, vowing to become stronger and surpass Naruto, despite his frustration. Kakashi acknowledged Naruto's cleverness and congratulated them, announcing that they would embark on their first mission as Team 7 the following day. With a thumbs up, he encouraged them to celebrate, while Sasuke managed a small smile. Kakashi then reminded them that those who break the rules are considered scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Naruto hoped everyone understood. Everyone else nodded, and he mentioned they would meet tomorrow at the Hokage Tower for their first mission before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Sasuke was leaving, accompanied by Sakura, who was trying to speak with him, while Naruto watched them with a look of sadness. Naruto murmured to himself that he was alone once again and headed home. In his subconscious, Kurama reminded him that he was not alone, as he had him. Naruto acknowledged Kurama's words but felt it was different. He explained that Kurama was the only one he could talk to in his mind, while outside, he felt completely alone. He longed for companionship, just once. Kurama remained silent, understanding Naruto's feelings. He knew he couldn't be outside, locked away, and felt anger at the way the villagers looked at Naruto. Naruto arrived home early and sat in his chair, eating some fruit. He couldn't buy anything else since the shops would chase him away or throw objects at him, some even sharp. All the money given to him by the 3rd Hokage was saved, as he couldn't spend it. As darkness fell, Naruto lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, tears filling his eyes as he wondered how long it would be before people stopped seeing him that way. 2 months later, Team 7 completed their mission of finding a lost cat. Sakura returned the cat to its owner, who expressed her gratitude repeatedly while leaving with tears in her eyes. The others felt a bead of sweat on the back of their necks. Naruto expressed his frustration, wishing for a real mission, tired of these trivial tasks. Sakura agreed with him, while Sasuke simply nodded. Sarutobi explained that they were still genin, so they had to settle for D-rank missions. Naruto began to throw a tantrum, prompting Kakashi to tell him to calm down, which made Sarutobi sigh. Finally, he relented and offered them a C-rank mission. They would need to escort a builder to the land of waves safely. The others nodded in agreement, while Naruto jumped for joy, causing more sweat drops to form on the others' necks. Sarutobi called for the builder to enter. A man staggered through the door, reeking of alcohol. Tazuna looked at the young ninjas and scoffed, calling them weaklings. The 3 glared at him, ready to retaliate. Kakashi intervened, reminding them to protect him, not to annihilate him, in a comedic tone. The others nodded, still glaring at Tazuna, who ignored them. Sarutobi announced that they would begin their mission the next day and advised them to rest. The others responded with a loud, "Hi," and left with the inebriated builder. Chapter 3. A day had passed since Team 7 set out on their mission to safely escort a builder to the Land of Waves. Everything seemed to be going well. Sakura tried to engage Sasuke in conversation, Tazuna discussed the bridge with Kakashi, who merely nodded while reading his book, and Naruto walked quietly on his own. After 40 minutes of walking toward the Land of Waves, Kakashi turned to observe a suspicious puddle of water. He noticed that Naruto was also staring at it and began to pull out a kunai, though only Kakashi noticed this, as he was aware of everything happening around them. Suddenly, the puddle transformed into a man who lunged at Kakashi. With a swift motion, Kakashi used his chains to incapacitate the attacker, leaving the genin and Tazuna in shock. Another mist ninja appeared, aiming to eliminate the bridge builder, but Naruto reacted quickly, striking the ninja on the head with considerable force, sending him crashing into a tree and rendering him unconscious. The mist ninja shouted angrily, threatening Naruto, but Kakashi intervened, capturing the ninja with his arm and delivering a blow that knocked him out. Kakashi praised Naruto for maintaining his composure amid the chaos, while also commending Sasuke and Sakura for protecting Tazuna. Sasuke and Sakura nodded in acknowledgement. Kakashi then turned to Tazuna, questioning why he had lied to them. Tazuna began to show signs of nervousness. Tazuna asked why Kakashi would say such a thing, his voice trembling. Kakashi explained that the ninjas they had defeated were known as the Demon Brothers, and it was unlikely they would target a simple builder without reason. Realizing he had no choice, Tazuna finally revealed the truth about why his life was in danger, explaining the involvement of a trafficker known as Gato. After hearing the story, Kakashi concluded that the mission should be classified as a B rank, not C, indicating that it was more suited for Chunin than Genin. Tazuna pleaded desperately, explaining that he could not afford to pay for a B-rank mission and begged them not to abandon him. Naruto reassured Tazuna that they would complete the mission, prompting Kakashi to smile at Naruto's determination and nod in agreement. Tazuna expressed his immense gratitude. Sakura, still in shock, remarked that she thought Kakashi was dead. Kakashi responded with a smile, explaining that it was an easy maneuver, as he had replaced himself with a log before being struck. After some time had passed since the encounter, Naruto sensed someone approaching with a significant amount of chakra, deducing that it was a Jonin. Kakashi warned everyone to be cautious as a large sword came hurtling toward them. They ducked just in time, the sword embedding itself in a tree, and from above, a mist ninja appeared, his torso bare and his mouth wrapped in bandages. The ninja greeted Kakashi, acknowledging him as the one who had copied over 1,000 jutsu. Kakashi recognized him as Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Sasuke, listening intently from behind, was taken aback, realizing that Kakashi possessed the Sharingan, a power belonging to his elite clan. Kakashi instructed everyone to protect Tazuna while he handled the fight. The team nodded and formed a protective circle around Tazuna. The battle was reminiscent of an anime, with Zabuza preparing to attack Kakashi. A water clone appeared, delivering a powerful kick to Kakashi's stomach, sending him crashing toward the genin and knocking him unconscious. Naruto felt a surge of determination, realizing he had no choice but to confront Zabuza. Kurama urged him to show what he was capable of, as Naruto glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, who were trembling in fear. Sakura expressed her concern about Kakashi being unconscious and feared that Zabuza would surely kill them. Sasuke suggested they should flee. Naruto, however, formed hand signs and summoned 4 clones, charging toward Zabuza alongside his original self. Sakura called out to Naruto, while Sasuke insisted they should forget about him and escape. Tazuna tried to remind them that Naruto was their friend, but Sasuke interrupted, telling Sakura to carry Kakashi and move quickly. Sakura reluctantly complied, hoisting the unconscious Kakashi over her shoulder as they began to run, casting one last glance back at Naruto battling Zabuza. In the midst of the fight, Zabuza taunted Naruto, noting that his companions had abandoned him. Naruto turned to see his teammates fleeing, and just then he heard a voice in his mind urging him to duck. He obeyed instinctively, narrowly avoiding Zabuza's sword strike. Zabuza acknowledged the young ninja's impressive reflexes, but he warned that they wouldn't save him. He unleashed a water-style technique, summoning 3 water clones that charged toward the blonde boy. The young ninja quickly drew a kunai and managed to stop one clone's attack, but another clone appeared and aimed to strike him. The boy leaped just in time, avoiding the blow, but the third clone was waiting in the air, ready to slice him in half. In a flash, Naruto created a clone that grabbed the original and pushed him aside, while the clone was cut in 2. Naruto formed a hand sign, summoning 3 clones to engage Zabuza's clones. The battle was evenly matched, but the original Naruto took advantage of the distraction and swiftly defeated Zabuza's clones, causing them to vanish. Zabuza admitted that Naruto was skilled, but he had a plan. He unleashed a massive water dragon that surged toward Naruto. In response, Naruto called forth a fire technique, creating a large fireball that collided with the dragon, generating a thick cloud of steam. In the midst of the chaos, Zabuza appeared behind Naruto, declaring his intent to finish him off. However, Naruto had anticipated this and detonated an explosive clone, sending Zabuza flying several meters back. Zabuza stood up, slightly impressed, realizing he had been tricked. Naruto explained his strategy, revealing that the steam had concealed his movements, allowing him to create the explosive clone while hiding. Zabuza chuckled, acknowledging Naruto's strength but insisting it wasn't enough. A water clone appeared behind Naruto, forcing him to dodge to avoid serious injury. He positioned himself several meters away from Zabuza, preparing for the next round as the water clone dissolved. Zabuza then asked for Naruto's name. Naruto introduced himself with a smile, prompting a hidden smile from Zabuza beneath his bandages. Zabuza proposed an alliance, recognizing Naruto's talent and suggesting that together they could become unstoppable. Naruto contemplated the offer for a moment before declining, stating that he could not betray his village. Zabuza questioned Naruto's loyalty to those who might betray him, and the young ninja felt a pang of sadness as he recalled the pain of being abandoned. However, he quickly regained his composure and resumed his fighting stance, ready to continue the battle. Meanwhile, at Tazuna's house, the 2 genin arrived and laid Kakashi down on a bed to rest. Sakura felt uneasy about not helping Naruto or stopping Sasuke from making a rash decision. Tazuna questioned Sasuke about his actions, asking why he had abandoned his teammate. Sasuke dismissed the concern, claiming he didn't care about Naruto. Sakura interjected, reminding Sasuke that Naruto had helped them during their training, and without him, they wouldn't have made it as genin. Sasuke, frustrated, shouted that he was done with the conversation and left the room, slamming the door behind him. Back in the battle, 3 hours had passed, and both Naruto and Zabuza were exhausted. Zabuza was astonished that a mere genin was giving him such a hard time, realizing he might be defeated if the fight continued. Zabuza asked Naruto why he was still a genin when he clearly possessed Jounin-level skills. Naruto replied that one should never reveal their true strength too early. Zabuza, hearing this, charged at Naruto, who attempted to block with his kunai. However, Zabuza executed a swift kick to Naruto's shoulder, causing him pain. Despite his injuries, Naruto summoned a clone while channeling chakra into his hand, preparing to attack. Just then, a Senbon struck Zabuza in the neck, incapacitating him. A masked young man appeared beside Zabuza's fallen form. Naruto inquired about the stranger's identity. The masked figure revealed himself as an Umbu from the mist, thanking Naruto for his assistance in taking down the fugitive. Naruto watched as the Umbu prepared to collect Zabuza's body, asking what would happen next. The Umbu explained that despite Zabuza's criminal status, he was still a ninja and deserved a proper burial. Naruto nodded in understanding as the Umbu vanished with the body. Kurama, the spirit within Naruto, noted the situation. Naruto acknowledged that the Umbu had been hiding for some time and decided to focus on finding his teammates. Kurama assured him he could sense their chakra even while sealed. Naruto nodded and set off to reunite with his companions. 3 hours had passed since the young genin arrived at the house with Tazuna and their unconscious sensei. An uncomfortable silence filled the room. Sakura was internally berating herself for what she had done to the energetic young blonde. Sasuke sat on the couch, seemingly indifferent, while Tazuna looked at them with frustration, having informed his family about what had happened to their companion. His daughter, Tsunami, was unwilling to speak to them, considering their actions unforgivable. The silence continued until Kakashi began to stir awake. Kakashi, still a bit groggy, wondered where he was. Sakura expressed her relief at his awakening, her voice tinged with happiness. As Kakashi recalled the events that had transpired, alarm washed over him. He asked about Zabuza, his voice filled with concern. Sasuke reassured him that they had managed to escape, though Sakura lowered her head in shame. Kakashi then inquired about their location, and Sasuke informed him they were at Tazuna's house, waiting for him to regain consciousness. Kakashi nodded and attempted to rise, feeling the lingering pain from the battle. He made his way to the dining area, accompanied by the genin, where Tazuna and Tsunami were present. Kakashi thanked Tazuna for their hospitality, but Tazuna responded curtly. Sensing something was amiss, Kakashi asked if something had happened. Tsunami, annoyed, suggested he ask his students instead. Kakashi turned to his students, noticing Sakura with her head down and Sasuke looking away, as if avoiding the topic. His unease grew, and he scanned the room until he realized Naruto was missing. Sakura hesitated, and Tazuna interjected, suggesting they inform Kakashi that they had abandoned Naruto during the encounter with the swordsman, fleeing without regard for his safety. Kakashi was taken aback by this revelation, and as he looked at the genin, their lowered heads confirmed the truth. He shouted in frustration, demanding to know why they had acted that way. Sasuke arrogantly remarked that Naruto should feel honored to have sacrificed himself for an Uchiha. Enraged, Kakashi approached Sasuke and delivered a firm blow to his stomach, causing him to double over. Sakura wanted to intervene but received a sharp slap from Kakashi, leaving her stunned. Kakashi expressed his disgust, declaring that they did not deserve to be shinobi. Sakura attempted to protest, but Kakashi cut her off, reminding them of the importance of camaraderie and the consequences of abandoning their comrades. The genin hung their heads in shame as Kakashi stormed toward the door, announcing he would go look for Naruto. As he stepped outside, he spotted Naruto struggling to approach the house. Kakashi rushed to assist him, while the genin watched in surprise. Naruto greeted Kakashi, panting and relieved to see him awake. Kakashi urged him to enter the house quickly and asked Tazuna for help. Tazuna nodded and helped Naruto to the couch, where Kakashi examined his injuries, noting they were not too severe. Naruto, trying to lighten the mood, joked about having been in worse situations. Sakura approached him to apologize for her earlier actions, but when she touched his shoulder, he winced in pain, alarming everyone. Kakashi examined him closely and confirmed that his shoulder was dislocated, needing to be put back in place. Naruto requested something to bite down on, and Tsunami hurriedly brought a cloth to clean his wounds. As Naruto took the cloth and prepared for the painful adjustment, Kakashi positioned himself to help. Naruto let out a muffled cry as the bone was reset, leaving everyone in shock at the sight. Kakashi advised Naruto to rest, and he assisted him to the room where he had been unconscious. Tsunami returned with a bucket of water and a damp cloth to clean his wounds. Once they finished, Kakashi and Tsunami left him to recuperate. A day later, Naruto awoke, fully recovered but still feeling some discomfort in his shoulder. He descended the stairs to find the two genin silent while Kakashi chatted amicably with Tazuna and Tsunami. Sakura watched as he ignored her presence, lowering her gaze, believing she deserved it, while Sasuke simply observed. Naruto greeted Kakashi, Tazuna, and the woman beside them, introducing himself. Tsunami smiled and introduced herself as well, prompting Naruto to bow in response. Kakashi noted Naruto's recovery, and Tazuna expressed amazement at how quickly he had healed. Naruto explained that he had a special condition that allowed him to heal rapidly, though his shoulders still bothered him a bit. Sasuke approached Naruto, curious about how he was still alive. When Naruto ignored him, Sasuke raised his voice, only to be interrupted by a slap from Tsunami, who scolded him for speaking to Naruto after what he had done. Kakashi then asked Sasuke and Sakura to step outside, and after they left, he apologized to Naruto, wanting to hear about the recent battle. Naruto began recounting the events, omitting certain details about his abilities. He described how Zabuza had attacked him with his sword, and in a moment of exhaustion he had managed to hold him off with a kunai. However, Zabuza had swiftly kicked his shoulder, causing a dislocation. Naruto explained that he had summoned several shadow clones, but an umbu from the mist had appeared and struck Zabuza, seemingly killing him. Kakashi listened intently, along with the others, and when Naruto expressed doubt about Zabuza's death, Kakashi considered the possibility that he might still be alive and suggested they train outside. In the forest, the three genin stood before their sensei. Sasuke and Sakura felt uncomfortable with Naruto's presence, but he ignored them, and Kakashi chose not to address the tension. He instructed them to climb a tree using only their feet. Naruto surprised Kakashi by stating he already knew how to do that, and when asked about climbing in water, he confirmed he could do that too. Kakashi expressed his surprise, and Naruto laughed. He then mentioned he would explore the area while Kakashi trained his companions, leaving with a hint of disdain. As night fell, the two genin and their sensei returned to the house, where it began to rain. Kakashi went to speak with Tazuna and Tsunami, who were preparing dinner. He inquired about Naruto's whereabouts, learning that he was outside and had requested not to be disturbed. Concerned about Naruto catching a cold, Kakashi noted that Tsunami had already tried to convince him to come inside, but he preferred being in the rain. Sakura, having overheard the conversation, entered and asked if they had a towel for Naruto, explaining it was to keep the house dry and that she wanted to apologize to him. Outside, Sakura peeked through the window and saw Naruto standing in the rain, looking up with a smile. She noticed tears in his blue eyes and found herself captivated by the sight. Kurama, speaking to Naruto in his mind, warned him about catching a cold, but Naruto expressed his enjoyment of the rain, feeling a part of his pain wash away. Noticing Sakura watching him, Naruto approached the house, where she opened the door and handed him a towel. An awkward moment ensued as she watched him dry off. She then stammered an apology for her previous actions, acknowledging they were wrong. Naruto, with a distant look in his eyes, suggested they leave the past behind. He admitted he was angry but more so disappointed in what had happened. He then asked her why she had become a ninja. Surprised by the question, Sakura replied that she wanted to become stronger. Naruto, not wanting to offend her, pointed out that she appeared weak, causing her to lower her head in acknowledgement of the truth. He observed her closely, making her feel nervous under his gaze, and asked if she was on a diet. Sakura explained that she was trying to look prettier, which made Naruto chuckle. He offered her advice, suggesting she abandon the diet, as being too thin made her weak. He encouraged her to train hard to develop a strong physique that would attract admiration from others. With that, Naruto left Sakura deep in thought about his words. A day had passed since Naruto spoke with Sakura. The young blonde walked irritably toward a forest to rest, where he found a beautiful spot and lay down to sleep for a while. Kurama advised him not to let it bother him. Naruto acknowledged that he knew but felt unable to avoid it. Everyone around him seemed to think they were the center of attention, ignoring those nearby. In a flashback, everyone was in the dining hall. The genin were eating, along with Tazuna, Tsunami, and their teacher. It was a peaceful scene, and Naruto enjoyed his meal, as he rarely had the chance to eat something decent. Sasuke was also calm, while Sakura ate, still pondering what Naruto had said. After a while, Inari, Tsunami's son and Tazuna's grandson, arrived. He expressed his frustration at the ninja's presence, stating that their efforts were futile against Gato and his thugs, and that they were wasting their time. Kakashi reassured Inari, saying that they would handle it and that they were stronger than they appeared, while observing the genin eat. Inari scoffed at the idea, claiming that the ninjas had no idea what true pain felt like. This struck a nerve with Naruto, who broke his chopsticks in anger, alarming everyone around him. Naruto shouted at Inari to be quiet, but Kakashi tried to calm him down. Naruto, feeling overwhelmed, revealed his painful past of being born without parents and living in a world filled with hatred and scorn. His eyes turned red, reminiscent of the Nine Tails, but he took a deep breath as Kurama urged him to calm down. Returned to blue, though they seemed devoid of life. He apologized to Tsunami for ruining the meal and left, leaving everyone to reflect on his words. Tazuna questioned Kakashi about Naruto's past, and Kakashi confirmed that Naruto had always been alone, shunned by the villagers. He recounted how Naruto had been thrown out of the orphanage at 4 years old and how the third Hokage had found him an apartment. Inari listened, pondering how someone could endure such suffering. Sakura reflected on her past behavior toward Naruto, realizing that despite her insults, he had never retaliated against her. Sasuke, having heard everything, resumed eating while recalling his own painful memories of his clan. The flashback ended, and a young man with black hair in a pink kimono approached Naruto, who was lying on the ground. He recognized Naruto as the ninja who had faced Zabuza. As he reached out to wake him, Naruto suddenly screamed, startling the young man, who noticed the tears of pain and sadness streaming down Naruto's face. The young man, Haku, asked if Naruto was okay, showing concern. Naruto, still shaken from his nightmare, introduced himself and tried to smile. Haku inquired about the nightmare, but Naruto hesitated, feeling uncomfortable sharing the details. Instead, he mentioned that it was related to his past and sometimes his present. Haku was taken aback, wondering how someone so young could have such a terrifying past. Naruto suggested they change the subject, asking what Haku was doing there. Haku explained he was searching for medicinal herbs for a friend who had been injured recently. Naruto guessed it was Zabuza, which put Haku on guard. However, Naruto reassured him that he didn't intend to fight. Haku questioned why Naruto wasn't angry, given that he had helped Zabuza escape. Naruto replied that he sensed no malice in Haku, noting that he could have attacked while Naruto was asleep but chose not to. He then asked why Haku and Zabuza were after Tazuna. Haku explained they had been hired by Gato to eliminate Tazuna for a large sum of money, which would allow them to stop hiding. Naruto warned Haku that Gato would betray them, prompting Haku to ponder this possibility. Despite his instincts, Haku admitted they had accepted the job. Naruto suggested they join forces instead, offering to speak with the Hokage on their behalf. Haku considered this proposal thoughtfully. Naruto handed Haku a medicine for Zabuza, recalling that he had enjoyed their previous encounter. With a genuine smile, he wished Haku luck and departed, leaving Haku deep in thought yet feeling hopeful. Several days later, Naruto woke up, got out of bed, and went to the dining area, finding it empty. Assuming everyone was already at the bridge construction site, he decided to head there. When he opened the door, he saw 2 men threatening Tsunami and Inari. He defeated them effortlessly and asked if they were okay. Tsunami simply nodded, while Inari apologized for what had happened the other day. Naruto nodded in response and headed toward the bridge. Upon arrival, he noticed a thick fog and assumed that his team was in a fight, so he began to run faster. What he saw was Sasuke collapsing, several Senbon embedded in his body, trapped within a series of ice mirrors. Slowly, Haku was walking toward him, intent on finishing him off, while Sakura was defending Tazuna outside the ice dome. Naruto rushed forward and touched Haku's shoulder. He stopped Haku and removed his mask. Haku expressed regret, stating that he didn't believe 2 mercenaries would be accepted in the village. Naruto reassured him that he would speak to the Hokage and ensure they were accepted, no matter the cost. Haku, feeling grateful, nodded with tears of joy in his eyes. Suddenly, both Naruto and Haku sensed a powerful energy and heard the sounds of electricity ahead. They sprinted forward, with Haku positioning himself in front of Zabuza to absorb the impact, as Zabuza was being attacked by several ninja dogs. Just before the collision, Naruto grabbed Kakashi's hand. Kakashi, slightly annoyed, questioned Naruto's actions. Naruto explained that they were no longer enemies, and Haku confirmed this happily. Kakashi deactivated his technique and ordered the dogs to release Zabuza. Curious about Naruto's statement, Kakashi listened as Naruto shared the same information with Haku, who was attentively listening. Zabuza decided to accept the offer until a voice interrupted them. A short figure appeared, taunting Zabuza for not being able to kill the Leaf Ninjas. Zabuza, filled with anger, recognized the figure and Haku glared at him. The figure laughed, claiming he wouldn't have paid Zabuza even if he had succeeded, further infuriating both Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza threatened the figure but was interrupted as he noticed his wounds healing under Naruto's gaze. He questioned what Naruto had done, amazed that he felt no pain. Naruto explained that he had healed him using his chakra, knowing Zabuza wanted to fight without any hindrance. Grateful, Zabuza thanked Naruto and asked Haku if he was ready. Haku nodded, and they both launched an attack on the figure and his henchmen, ultimately leaving only him. Zabuza defeated the figure with his large sword. Sasuke, having regained consciousness, prepared to attack Haku but was stopped by Kakashi, who explained everything that had transpired. Sasuke reluctantly accepted the situation, realizing that someone close to his age could be stronger than Uchiha. Tazuna expressed his gratitude to everyone and completed the bridge. The ninjas, along with Zabuza and Haku, bid farewell, and Tazuna contemplated naming the bridge the Great Naruto Bridge. A day had passed since Team 7, along with Zabuza and Haku, left the Land of Waves. They walked calmly, and in the distance, the entrance to Konoha came into view. Naruto hurried ahead to speak with Kakashi, while Sakura attempted to engage Sasuke as usual. Naruto approached Kakashi and asked about the mission report they would need to give upon their return. Kakashi acknowledged him, and Naruto suggested that Kakashi could leave out the details about Sasuke and Sakura's involvement, as well as the fact that Kakashi was the one who defeated Zabuza. Kakashi contemplated this for a moment while Haku and Zabuza, who were walking behind them, listened to the conversation. Kakashi agreed but wanted to know why. Naruto explained that if the truth came out, people would look at Sasuke and Sakura negatively, and he didn't want them to be seen that way. Kakashi simply nodded in understanding, and Naruto rejoined Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza remarked that he had heard everything Naruto said, to which Naruto expressed his gratitude with a nod. They finally arrived at the village gates, where the guards greeted Kakashi. However, they became alert upon seeing the mist swordsman and his companion. Kakashi explained the situation, and the guards allowed them to pass. Everyone was heading to the Hokage Tower when Zabuza noticed something unusual. He looked around and saw that all the villagers were staring at him with expressions of hatred, disgust, anger, and contempt. He wondered why they were looking at him that way. Haku, his companion, pointed out that they were not staring at them but rather at the young blonde boy with his head down. Zabuza and Haku walked alongside Naruto, and Haku asked why the villagers were looking at him like that. Naruto felt he needed to explain. He revealed that he was the jinjuriky of the kyubi. Haku was surprised, while Zabuza simply stared at him, questioning if that was the only reason for the villagers' disdain. Naruto nodded, and Zabuza found it foolish. Naruto chuckled, wishing everyone thought like Zabuza. Haku reminded Naruto that he could count on them, but Naruto declined, explaining that if he involved them, they would be bothered too. He preferred to be alone. Haku inquired about what he meant, but Naruto remained silent for the rest of the journey to the Hokage Tower, leaving the two ninjas from the mist with their questions. At the Hokage Tower, Kakashi was explaining everything that had happened during the mission, omitting the part where Sakura and Sasuke had abandoned him during the fight with Zabuza. The third Hokage listened attentively and then pointed to Zabuza and Haku, signaling Kakashi to continue. However, Naruto interjected, stating that they wanted to be part of the village. Zabuza and Haku nodded in agreement. Zabuza expressed their weariness of being mercenaries, while Haku added that Naruto had offered them a chance to join Konoha so they could stop fleeing. Sarutobi pondered this for a moment before agreeing, mentioning that they would need to be monitored by ANBU for 2 months. He tossed Zabuza a key, explaining it was for their apartment, and Kakashi would guide them. The ninjas from the mist nodded in understanding, and Sarutobi concluded that they could leave. As they exited the tower, Naruto slipped away unnoticed, and after a while, Sakura spoke up, asking Kakashi why he hadn't mentioned what she and Sasuke had done. Kakashi, noticing Naruto's absence, wondered where he had gone. The others began searching for him but couldn't find him. Kakashi explained that Naruto had asked him not to mention anything that had happened, as he didn't want the villagers to look at him with disdain. Sakura silently thanked Naruto, while Sasuke remained quiet. Kakashi instructed everyone to rest, mentioning they would meet in 2 days at training field number 7, assuring them he would make sure Naruto received the message. The group nodded and left, except for the ninjas from the mist. Kakashi led Zabuza and Haku to their new apartment. After a while, They arrived, and Kakashi chatted amicably with Zabuza until Haku interrupted, asking if Kakashi knew about Naruto's living conditions in the village. Kakashi explained that he knew a little. Naruto's parents had died when he was born during the Kyubi attack, and he had been expelled from the orphanage at 4 years old because the villagers feared him. The third Hokage had given him an apartment, and he had grown up alone since then. Zabuza mentioned that Naruto had told them he was the jinjuriky of the kyubi, which surprised Kakashi, who hadn't realized they were aware of that. Kakashi admitted they had never told Naruto about the kyubi for his safety. Zabuza noted that Naruto was aware, and he and Haku had noticed how the villagers looked at him with disdain. Haku nodded in agreement, and Zabuza speculated that Naruto had left without saying anything because of it. Kakashi contemplated this for a moment before excusing himself and leaving Zabuza and Haku alone. Meanwhile, Naruto arrived at his apartment only to find it locked. Confused, he tried his key, but it wouldn't work. He approached the receptionist for help. The receptionist looked at him with disdain and informed him that they didn't want him living there anymore and had taken care of his belongings. Naruto saw his things piled in a corner, feeling a crack of despair inside. The receptionist continued, saying they didn't want a monster, a demon living among them, so he should leave. Naruto nodded sadly, created a couple of clones, and took his few belongings before departing. Afterward, Naruto wandered into a forest, unaware that it was called the Forest of Death. Ignoring the surrounding fences, he walked for a while, noticing large animals and insects but paying them no mind as he continued on his way. After walking for 30 minutes, he arrived at a lagoon with a waterfall and noticed a cave behind it. He entered, finding it a suitable place to rest. He left his belongings behind, and his clones vanished. In his subconscious, Kurama spoke to him, reassuring him that he was not the demon others claimed he was. They were simply blinded by their perceptions. Naruto felt a wave of emotion wash over him, tears streaming down his face as he clutched his chest where his heart was. Despite Kurama's comforting presence, the pain lingered. For over 15 minutes, Naruto expressed his feelings until he finally calmed down and fell asleep at the feet of the fox, who watched over him. Kurama reflected on Minato's hopes for his son's future, wishing that Kushina would teach him a lesson in the afterlife. With that thought, he settled down to sleep alongside the young boy. Several hours passed and night fell. Naruto awoke and made his way to the lake for a bath. The water was a bit chilly, so he submerged himself and used a bit of fire-style chakra to warm it up. Once he emerged from the water, he began to enjoy the experience. He thought to himself how good it felt. Kurama chuckled, noting that perhaps things had turned out well after all. Naruto wondered what he meant. Kurama explained that since he had been removed from that place, he could enjoy this moment as if it were his own hot spring. He mentioned that there were animals and insects in the forest that he could hunt and eat, and best of all, there were no villagers around. Naruto realized he hadn't considered it that way, and chuckled to himself. They fell into a comfortable silence as Naruto continued to enjoy his bath. The next day, Naruto woke up early, which caught the attention of the Nine Tails, as the young blonde rarely did so, especially when he was up to something. Naruto took a bath in the lake, warming the water slightly with his fire chakra. After changing, he created a clone and headed in another direction, specifically towards training field in his subconscious. Kurama asked what Naruto was planning. Naruto feigned ignorance, but Kurama pressed him about his early rising and the clone he had sent away. Naruto explained that he had woken up early to train, as it had been a while since he had last done so. Kurama nodded, and Naruto revealed that he had sent the clone to Training Field 7 to stay there. If he encountered his team, the clone would relay all the information and then disappear, allowing Naruto to retain the knowledge. Kurama expressed concern about what would happen if someone searched for him at his old apartment. Naruto reassured him that nothing would happen. If they noticed he hadn't left, they would assume he had gone somewhere else and would likely look for him where the clone was. Kurama chuckled, admitting he never thought his jinjuriky would be so clever. Naruto teased Kurama about being envious of his intelligence, which caused the Nine Tails to bristle in annoyance, joking that if he weren't sealed, he would give Naruto a hard time. Once out of his subconscious, Naruto walked through the forest for about 30 minutes, noticing some predators following him, likely planning to attack. He increased his chakra and used a bit of his killer instinct to scare them off. In his mind, he could hear someone laughing heartily, but he ignored it and continued until he found a suitable training spot. It resembled a larger version of the genin training field, with ample space, short green grass, a few surrounding trees, and some rocks in the center. The young ninja created around 50 shadow clones and prepared to place gravity seals on his arms and legs to make his training more challenging. One of the clones approached him and tied his hands with some ropes, the source of which was a mystery. Once tied, the clone moved away to join the others as they prepared to attack. 10 kunai were thrown, multiplying in the air. The original leaped a great distance, and 2 clones appeared behind to deliver kicks, one to the back and the other to the head. The young ninja turned and blocked one attack with his knee and the other with the headband on his forehead. He propelled himself backward and jumped high into the air, realizing a large fireball was headed his way. While airborne, 20 clones jumped and used wind-style jutsu, forming nearly invisible wind arrows that struck the original, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud, causing him to bleed slightly. Naruto struggled to rise, feeling winded as the gravity seals weighed heavily on him. 5 clones launched shuriken, multiplying them into a vast number, seemingly hundreds. The blonde ninja prepared to dodge as best he could. In a swift motion, he used one shuriken to cut the ropes binding his hands and dashed toward a clone, delivering a powerful punch to its stomach, causing it to vanish. 3 clones approached with kunai, but he grabbed 2 by the arms, causing them to collide with each other. The 3rd clone received a strong kick to the jaw, disappearing just like the others. Naruto leaped high and surveyed all the clones, unleashing a massive fireball that impacted, leaving only 9 remaining. Once on the ground, he noticed someone watching him, prompting him to stop posing, and the 9 clones vanished. Meanwhile, Kakashi walked through the village, having just returned from the blonde's apartment, where he had hoped to speak with Naruto, but no one was home. After a long wait, he decided to head to the training field where the genin had once taken the bell test. As he walked, he reflected on his conversation with Zabuza. In a brief flashback, Zabuza had mentioned that the young ninja revealed he was the jinjuriky of the 9 tails, which surprised Kakashi. Zabuza had pointed out that he and Haku noticed how the villagers looked at Naruto with disdain, suggesting that this might be why he left without notice. Returning to the present, Kakashi realized he had arrived at the training field. He looked around and spotted the young blonde who was actually a clone sitting under a tree, resting. Kakashi approached and gently woke him. Naruto rubbed his eyes and asked what was going on. Kakashi wanted him to answer something important. He inquired if Naruto was aware of what happened with the 9 tails 12 years ago. At this, Naruto fell silent, touching his stomach, prompting Kakashi to realize he knew he was the jinjuriky. When asked why he hadn't told them or the 3rd Hokage, Naruto questioned what difference it would make if he did. He felt that even if he shared it, nothing would change except for the fact that he would know. A long silence followed, as Kakashi struggled to respond to Naruto's logic. The young ninja then asked if that was all Kakashi had come for. Kakashi clarified that it was also about why Naruto hadn't mentioned how the villagers looked at him. Naruto repeated that nothing would change, and in fact, it might make things worse. This revelation surprised Kakashi, who pressed for an explanation. Naruto admitted he didn't want to remember those experiences, a tear slipping from his eye unnoticed by Kakashi. He walked over to 3 logs and sat in the middle, leaving Kakashi unsure of how to respond to what he had just heard. Kakashi apologized if he had made Naruto uncomfortable. The young ninja nodded, and Kakashi informed him that they would meet again the next day with Sasuke and Sakura to discuss something important. Naruto guessed it was about the upcoming Chunin exams in 2 weeks, which caught Kakashi off guard. When asked how he knew, Naruto explained that he overheard villagers talking about the exams, smiling slightly as he mentioned that he and Sasuke would have no issues with it, anticipating their reactions along with Sakura's. In training field number 7, Sasuke and Sakura had arrived, waiting together for the silver-haired ninja to share what he wanted to discuss 2 days prior. After a long wait, as Kakashi was late as usual, Sasuke stood in the shade of a tree. Sakura, tired of conversing with the dark-haired boy, began to reflect on her journey as a shinobi, the D-rank. Missions, the trip to the land of waves, and everything that had happened. Her thoughts drifted to something the energetic blonde had once said. In her memory, Naruto had asked why she became a ninja. Sakura had been taken aback, responding that she did it to become stronger. Naruto, without malice, pointed out that she seemed weak, causing her to lower her head in acknowledgement of his truth. He then scrutinized her appearance, making her feel slightly nervous. He suggested that she should abandon her diet, as being too thin made her weak. Instead, he encouraged her to train hard for a well-formed body that would earn her admiration from the village's women. After he left, Sakura pondered his words, determined to take her shinobi career seriously and not be a burden to her team. The two genin waited for a long time until Kakashi appeared in a puff of smoke. He apologized for his tardiness, claiming he got lost on the path of life, which made his right eye form a U-shape, indicating he was amused. Sakura shouted that he was late, causing a drop of sweat to form on Kakashi's head. He then asked them if they were interested in participating in the upcoming Chunin exams in 2 weeks. Both Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement. Kakashi noted that he needed to speak with Sasuke later about training, as he was the only one with the Sharingan. Sakura then inquired about Naruto, who had yet to arrive and needed to know about the exams. Kakashi explained that Naruto had already deduced the situation and accepted the idea of participating. Sasuke expressed his disdain for Naruto, suggesting that he acted important and was often alone. Kakashi, appearing in front of Sasuke in an instant, warned him not to speak that way about Naruto, surprising Sasuke with his intensity. Sasuke claimed he was only joking, while Sakura observed the exchange. Kakashi explained that for Naruto, it wasn't just a joke, he carried a heavy burden since childhood. With that, he vanished in another puff of smoke, leaving Sasuke and Sakura to contemplate his words. Sakura wished she knew more about Naruto, gazing up at the sky. Sasuke wondered what burden Kakashi referred to as he and Sakura parted ways. Several days passed since the Genin's meeting with their sensei. Naruto, feeling fatigued from relentless training, decided to take a break. Lost in thought, he wandered until he stumbled upon a perfect resting spot, but sensing several presences nearby, he headed toward them. Upon arriving, he saw 5 girls standing there, or rather, 5 kunoichis. Among them was a sensei with jet black hair and red eyes, dressed in bandages. In front of her stood a blonde woman in violet attire with her legs wrapped in bandages. Beside her was a girl with 2 buns in her hair, wearing a pink dress and blue pants. To her left was a young woman with blue hair, a cream-colored hooded shirt, and pearly eyes, and at the end was Sakura. The young, energetic ninja decided to spy on what they were doing, thinking it was some sort of training for the upcoming exams, until someone pulled him from his thoughts. Kurenai, the red-eyed sensei, called out to him, knowing he was hiding. She explained that the girls had asked her to train them for the exams, which is why they were there. He looked at the girls and then at Sakura, realizing she had taken his advice after all. He thought it wouldn't hurt to watch for a while. Kurenai mentioned that she wouldn't mind if he wanted to join in, but he declined, saying he just wanted to observe and take a break from his training for the day. He settled down under a tree, listening to the training session. Ino expressed her frustration about having to train in front of him, wishing it were Sasuke instead of Naruto. The blonde felt a crack in his heart at her words but decided to ignore it until he heard something else. Hinata timidly said she wouldn't mind training in front of him, catching his attention. She blushed and fidgeted with her fingers, making him chuckle softly. As Kurenai began the training, she explained the basics while the girls nodded and followed her instructions. They practiced for a long time before starting a taijutsu spar. Ino was closely matched with Sakura, while Hinata outperformed Tenten, who specialized in ninja weapons. Kurenai then announced that she wanted them to fight against her using only taijutsu, as she specialized more in genjutsu. Naruto observed the sparring, noting that Kurenai seemed to struggle with taijutsu, which made him wonder why, being a jounin. He watched as the genin attempted to land hits on her, and she dodged with some difficulty. The 4 genin took a stance in front of their sensei, and Naruto stood up, drawing her attention. He asked Kurenai if she would like to have a taijutsu match with him, wanting to test something. She simply nodded, and the genin stepped back to watch the match unfold. Tenten remarked that it was obvious Kurenai would win since she was a jounin, while Ino thought it would be amusing to see her defeat Naruto. Hinata hoped Naruto would be okay, but Sakura countered that while Naruto might be a bit foolish, she believed he would surprise them all. Both fighters took their stances, and Kurenai noticed how balanced Naruto was in both defense and attack. They exchanged glances before he decided to make the first move. He threw a punch aimed at her stomach, which she blocked, attempting to counter with a kick aimed at his feet. However, he jumped over her, landing in front of her and preparing to strike her face, stopping just inches away. The genin watched in awe as Naruto cornered her to the ground in less than a minute, demonstrating his skill. He then offered his hand to help her up, and she accepted, surprised that a mere genin had managed to best her so quickly. Naruto asked Kurenai if the taijutsu style she used was her own or if someone had taught it to her. She explained that she learned it from her sensei. He pointed out that it didn't seem to suit her, which was why she struggled with it, apologizing if he had offended her. She nodded, acknowledging his insight, and he offered to help her improve. Kurenai, intrigued, asked him to show her. He instructed her to take her stance again, and as he observed her closely, he asked her not to be alarmed as he adjusted her posture. The other genin watched curiously, some feeling a bit uncomfortable with the situation, but Naruto focused on helping her refine her technique. The young man stepped back from his teacher, maintaining a certain distance before asking Kurenai how she felt. He spoke with a hint of seriousness. Kurenai responded that she felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, managing to relax while still posing for the fight. She then inquired about what he had done. Naruto, with a swift movement, appeared in front of Kurenai to block a punch aimed at his forehead. In response, she delivered a powerful kick to his shoulder, sending him flying several meters away. Kurenai was taken aback by her own strength. She expressed her surprise, questioning how she had accomplished that. Naruto explained that he had helped her muscles relax, allowing her to adapt to her new fighting stance. He noticed that her previous pose had been somewhat uncomfortable without her realizing it, so he created a pose that suited her style of taijutsu. Kurenai was at a loss for words, asking how he knew all of this. She then wondered if he had trained alone. Naruto admitted that someone had taught him, but it was a secret, smiling as he said so. Kurenai then offered to teach him something she specialized in, genjutsu. Naruto, chuckling and scratching his head, admitted that he was not very good at genjutsu. Kurenai proposed a challenge, asking if he could escape from them. Naruto thought for a moment and nodded. She confirmed that he knew how to break free from genjutsu and decided to test his limits. Once they began, Kurenai ensnared him in a genjutsu, but he quickly shouted Kai, returning everything to normal. They spent a considerable amount of time practicing, while the other genin watched. Hinata admired Naruto for his skills, Sakura began to see him in a new light, and Ino and Tenten were simply impressed. Kurenai praised Naruto for his abilities, noting that he had even escaped from high-level genjutsu. He laughed, and the genin were astonished by what they had heard. Kurenai then decided to put him in a much stronger genjutsu, and Naruto nodded in agreement as she cast it. In the genjutsu, everything turned dark. Naruto wondered what kind of genjutsu this was, as it felt unusual. Suddenly, Kurenai appeared before him. She explained that this genjutsu would show him his worst memories and challenged him to endure it. However, she was interrupted when she saw a 6-year-old blonde boy running joyfully. Naruto, now 13, decided to follow the child, and Kurenai trailed behind him. The blue-eyed child was ecstatic, heading to a specific place, Ichiraku. The boy entered, and the older Naruto followed suit, finding the scene peculiar but continuing to observe. The child was celebrating his 6th birthday, and Ayame and her father, Tuchi, presented him with a large bowl of ramen, causing the boy to drool in delight. The older Naruto smiled at the sight, reminiscing about the moment, while Kurenai watched everything unfold. Kurenai thought to herself that this genjutsu was supposed to reveal his worst memories, yet the boy appeared so happy. She continued to watch as the young Naruto finished his meal and thanked the owners of Ichiraku before leaving. The young boy's face fell, a look of sadness washing over him, which caught the attention of the girl with ebony hair. He continued walking happily until he felt the stares of the villagers around him, filled with hatred, disdain, anger, and resentment. One of them threw a rock at his head, causing him to bleed. The girl with red eyes gasped at the sight. The boy began to run for his life until a ninja appeared in front of him. The sensei felt a brief sense of relief, but it didn't last long. The boy pleaded for release, insisting he hadn't done anything wrong, his voice trembling with tears. This caught the attention of the sensei. The ninja blamed the boy for the death of his wife, declaring he would take his revenge on him. With that, the leaf ninja struck the boy hard in the ribs, sending him crashing against a wall. Suddenly, the villagers closed in, hitting him with sticks, stones, and their fists. The boy coughed up blood, crying out that he wasn't a demon, but the others continued to assault him, calling him a cursed demon. Nearby, a young blonde boy, around 13 years old, watched in horror, a tear escaping his eye. Then he heard a voice call out for them to stop. He turned to see it was Kurama, realizing he had been trapped in a genjutsu. He shouted a powerful release, snapping back to reality. In the real world, the genin stood frozen, none of them moving. Hinata noticed a tear in Naruto's eye, but he quickly wiped it away. She wanted to understand what had happened, but Naruto turned to leave. Kurama embraced him from behind, surprising the genin with the kunoichi's protective gesture. Kurama apologized profusely, tears streaming from her red eyes, claiming she hadn't known about the boy's suffering. Naruto reassured her that it wasn't her fault, and as she looked into his dim eyes, he confessed he had forgotten it was a genjutsu, mistaking it for a nightmare. He wished he hadn't dispelled the genjutsu before witnessing such pain. He asked her to promise not to tell anyone about it, including the Hokage and the girls. She simply nodded in agreement. Kurama, astonished and concerned, asked why he wanted to keep it a secret, realizing that the mention of a nightmare indicated he had been having troubling dreams. Naruto insisted it was for the best, and he gently ended the embrace, stating he would take his leave. The blonde released the embrace and walked back to the village, while the sensei watched from a distance. The genin approached the red-eyed teacher, who was lost in thought about everything she had witnessed until the genin called out to her, breaking her reverie. Ino shouted, asking what was happening, and Kurama feigned a smile in response. Tenten inquired about the earlier moment when Kurama had hugged Naruto, prompting Kurama to hesitate, unsure of how to explain since she had made a promise. Hinata, feeling the tension, urged the others not to press further, drawing their attention. Kurama then asked Hinata if she knew something, to which Hinata simply nodded, sparking curiosity among the others. She decided to excuse herself, running in the same direction as the energetic blonde. Kurama announced the end of their training session, but Sakura protested, wanting to know what had caused Naruto's unusual behavior. Kurama apologized, explaining her promise to Naruto, which only led to more frustration from the others before she vanished in a puff of smoke. Meanwhile, Naruto walked, deep in thought and mentally scolding himself for not realizing Kurama had been watching. He was lost in his musings until a shout pulled him back to reality. Hinata called out to him as she ran, and he paused to see what she wanted. She urged him not to let the situation disturb him, surprising him and causing him to lower his gaze. He asked if Kurama had said something to her, but she quickly reassured him that she hadn't. Hinata explained that she had noticed how the villagers looked at him, and he understood. She continued, expressing that she knew he wasn't the demon they claimed him to be. Hinata had observed him for a long time and admired his resilience despite the harsh treatment he received from others. Her words touched him deeply, and he felt a pang in his heart at her concern for his well-being. She confessed that it hurt her to see him in pain, and as tears welled in her eyes, he instinctively embraced her, catching her off guard. He asked her to stay like that a little longer, and she felt his shoulder dampen, realizing he was crying. She returned the embrace, and the Nine Tails watched the scene unfold, feeling a sense of hope that perhaps she could help him heal. After a moment, they separated, and Hinata blushed, feeling a mix of emotions. Naruto thanked her, and she looked into his vibrant blue eyes, now filled with life. He expressed how her words had made him genuinely happy, causing her to blush even more. As they shared a light moment, He found her shyness endearing and playfully noted how he enjoyed seeing her blush. They exchanged more words of gratitude, and as they prepared to part ways, he smiled at her once more before heading to his home, a cave. Hinata waved goodbye, and they went their separate ways. Hours later, Kurenai walked through the village, lost in thought about Naruto's struggles. She hoped Hinata could bring him some comfort. After a while, she encountered Enko, who greeted her and noticed something was off. Kurenai smiled back but sensed Enko's concern. Enko asked if she was okay, and Kurenai lied, saying she was thinking about the training progress with the genin. Enko, ever the jokester, mentioned her usual antics of torturing some ninjas, which made Kurenai's sweat drop at her casual tone. They walked for a long time, the brown-eyed girl recounting everything she had done over the past few days while the black-haired girl remained lost in thought about the blue-eyed boy. Enko interrupted her thoughts, expressing concern for her friend's unusual demeanor. Kurenai felt a twinge of guilt as she explained that she was worried about something she had seen. Enko pressed her for details, but Kurenai hesitated, only revealing that it was about Naruto. The revelation caught Enko's attention, prompting her to tease Kurenai about her feelings. Kurenai, confused, asked for clarification. Enko suggested they find a bar where she could share more. At the bar, the two kunoichis settled at a table, unaware of the two shinobi seated nearby. A waiter approached, and Enko ordered a bottle of sake and 2 glasses. The waiter nodded and went off to fulfill her request. Once back, she placed her drink and the glasses down before stepping away. The purple-haired woman served herself, and Kurenai began to speak. Kurenai wanted to know what Enko had meant earlier. The brown-eyed woman took a sip before responding, unsure if she should share. She mentioned Naruto, and as soon as she said his name, both shinobi fell silent, listening intently. Enko revealed that he had promised her not to tell anyone. Kurenai pointed out that he had made the same promise to her, which caught Enko's attention. Enko acknowledged this, realizing that it was fine for them to share since they both knew something about his past. Kurenai finished her thought, prompting Enko to pour herself another glass of sake. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them, asking what they knew about Naruto. Both women turned to see who had spoken. Enko, annoyed, remarked that it was rude to eavesdrop, while a jounin approached, expressing his desire to know what they were discussing. Kurenai recognized him as Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, and he introduced Haku, his apprentice, who bowed as a greeting. Zabuza asked if they could share what they knew about Naruto. Enko, feeling a bit arrogant and irritated, questioned why they should tell him. Haku replied that they also had information about him, which surprised both kunoichis. They all sat down, and an awkward silence fell until Kurenai decided to speak first. She captured the attention of the 3 ninjas from Konoha as she recounted her morning training with 4 kunoichis, Ino, Tenten, Sakura, and Hinata. They listened closely as she described how Naruto had helped her with her taijutsu issues, impressing Enko with his strength despite being a genin. Afterward, she offered to help him with his genjutsu, which he struggled to create but was adept at dispelling. Kurenai then shared a troubling experience. She explained that the genjutsu she had cast on him forced him to relive the worst moments of his life. As she described a scene of a happy blonde boy walking to Ichiraku, the atmosphere grew tense. She recounted the joy of eating ramen, only to be met with the harsh reality of how villagers and some shinobi treated him. She shuddered at the thought of what he had endured as a child, only 6 years old. Enko comforted her, and Kurenai continued, revealing that when Naruto dispelled the jutsu, he mentioned it was just a small part of his experiences. The others looked on, shocked, as she expressed her disbelief at the suffering he had faced, noting that he had confused the jutsu for one of his nightmares. Haku then spoke up, sharing his own encounter with Naruto. He explained that he had found him sleeping in a forest while searching for medicinal herbs. He had intended to wake him but was startled by a loud scream. When he looked into Naruto's eyes, he saw a lack of life that intrigued him. Naruto had shared that he was experiencing a nightmare about his past, which resonated with Kurenai's earlier observations. Haku also mentioned that Naruto had spoken about his present, leading to another uncomfortable silence at the table. Enko decided it was her turn to share. She scratched her head nervously, causing Kurenai to notice something alarming. Kurenai pointed out that Anko's cursed mark was missing, and Anko touched the spot where it had once been. Zabuza inquired about the mark, and Anko explained how Naruto had helped her remove it, which astonished Kurenai. She elaborated on the chakra required for such a process, leaving them all impressed. Zabuza remarked that it wasn't surprising, sharing his own experience of battling Naruto in the Land of Waves, omitting the part where his companions abandoned him. He hesitated to describe the technique he had seen at the last moment, unsure of what he had witnessed. Kurenai expressed her amazement at how Naruto had held his own against a Jounin. Zabuza countered that he believed Naruto was even stronger than that, which widened the eyes of the three shinobi. Kurenai questioned why, with such abilities, he remained a genin. Zabuza explained that Naruto preferred to conceal his skills for a real fight, and the three shinobi nodded in agreement. Anko recalled seeing him train, drawing everyone's attention. She decided it was her turn to share her story. To begin, the narrator found him in the Forest of Death, observing as he trained with several clones. The original had placed gravity seals on himself and tied his hands with a rope to make his training more challenging. Despite these obstacles, he managed to defeat the clones, leaving only a few behind, which vanished when he sensed the narrator's presence. The three listeners were captivated, especially the dark-haired girl, who looked surprised. Afterward, they spoke, and he promised not to tell anyone about their conversation. Haku asked what they had discussed while the purple-haired girl poured herself another drink. The narrator explained that he shared a bit about his childhood, revealing that at the age of 4, he had been in an orphanage where everyone looked at him with disdain and eventually expelled him because they did not want a demon among them. The others were shocked by what they heard. He then recounted how he had to eat spoiled food to survive and run for his life, as the villagers wanted him dead. The narrator noticed tears streaming down his face as he touched his chest. The others were at a loss for words. The narrator related that he had experienced something similar, though it was only the stairs. For him, it was entirely different. He even mentioned that he was lucky to have only felt that kind of pain. The others nodded, agreeing with the truth in his words. However, the narrator had a question for Haku about what he meant by, in the present. Haku explained that when Zabuza and he came to be part of Konoha, all the villagers, including some shinobi, looked at him with hatred. Initially, Haku thought it was directed at them, but they stopped to observe and realized that it was only directed at him. Kurenai asked if Kakashi, their sensei, knew about it. Zabuza replied that he had no idea what was happening and was surprised when Zabuza mentioned that he knew he was a jinjuriky. Kurenai was the only one surprised by this revelation and admitted she had not known, as the Hokage had instructed them to keep it a secret. She then turned to Anko and asked if she knew. Anko confirmed that Naruto had told her. After their conversation, the 4 shinobi paid their bill and went their separate ways, leaving everyone deep in thought about the young, hyperactive blonde. Several days passed after that meeting at the bar. The purple-haired woman had finished her shift in the interrogation room and stepped outside to find it was raining. She was about to head home when she glanced in a different direction, specifically towards the Forest of Death. A nagging suspicion arose that the blue-eyed boy might be training, prompting her to go confirm her hunch. She ran through the rain for over 20 minutes until she reached the spot where she had last seen him. What she found left her in shock. The young blonde stood alone in the rain, visibly distressed. She was about to approach him when she noticed he was crying, clutching his shoulders tightly. Minutes passed, and he suddenly fell to his knees, placing a hand over his heart as more tears streamed from his blue eyes. Anko, witnessing this, felt helpless and could only move closer to offer her support. She gently placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. The moment he felt her touch, he spun around, trembling in fear and backing away several steps. This alarmed Anko greatly. She saw the terror in his eyes, noticed his labored breathing, and the way he shook uncontrollably. He pleaded for her to stay away, his voice filled with panic as he retreated further. Anko had never seen anyone behave like this before, and she was at a loss for how to respond. She tried to reassure him, introducing herself again, reminding him of their previous encounter when he had been training with his clones. As he recalled their meeting, he sank back to his knees, staring at the ground. He apologized, wiping his tears with his arm and expressing regret for scaring her. Enko knelt down to be at his level, asking what had happened. He revealed that he had experienced a nightmare, a particularly horrific one from when he was 7. Tears began to well up in his eyes again as he struggled to recount the memory, wishing to forget it entirely. Enko placed a comforting hand on his back, urging him to calm down and assuring him that the past was behind him and he didn't have to relive it. Though she was curious about what had happened, she respected his pain. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, and she noticed the silent plea for help in his blue eyes. He explained that the nightmare felt all too real, as if he were reliving the same pain he had felt back then. This revelation deeply concerned Enko. She asked him to clarify what he meant, but he didn't respond. Instead, she suggested they leave the area and head back to his home. As she helped him to his feet under the rain, he insisted he could manage on his own, trying to evade her assistance. Enko, however, was firm in her decision to accompany him, leaving no room for argument. He reluctantly agreed but asked her to promise not to tell anyone about their conversation. Enko, though hesitant, assured him she would keep his secret. They walked for a while, and Enko noticed they were not heading back to the village but rather in another direction. After 10 minutes, Naruto suddenly stopped, questioning her resolve to accompany him. She reaffirmed her commitment, and he relented, asking her to promise not to share their destination with anyone. After a few more minutes of walking, they arrived at a waterfall beside a serene lake. It was Enko's first time seeing this place, and she followed Naruto as he entered a cave behind the waterfall. Suspicion crept into her mind as she noticed the boys' belongings scattered throughout the cave. She began to ask if this was where he trained, but her words fell silent when he nodded in affirmation. She was taken aback, questioning how long he had been coming here. He explained that he had been using this spot for several weeks, ever since returning from the Land of Waves, where he had been rejected by the villagers who did not want the demon living among them. Enko felt a surge of anger at this revelation, but Naruto's hand stopped her from leaving. He inquired where she thought she was going. Naruto shouted, urging Enko to tell the Hokage everything. The blonde shook his head, insisting that it was better this way. He took a deep breath and calmed down, explaining that being in this place kept him away from people, and to be honest, he felt comfortable with it. He didn't have to deal with their stares. Enko argued that it wasn't right for him to live like this. He was a person, not a rat. Her passionate outburst made Naruto look at her, and he simply smiled in response. He thanked her for her concern and glanced at his belongings, suggesting she could leave but reminded her not to tell anyone about this, especially not his teacher, with a hint of disdain that Enko noticed. She insisted on helping him find an apartment, stating that it wasn't fair for him to be in such conditions. Naruto hesitated, saying he wouldn't recommend it but wished her luck with that. Enko, confused by his choice of words, decided to leave the cave to rest, bidding him farewell. In his subconscious, Kurama caught Naruto's attention. He asked how Naruto was feeling, to which Naruto feigned ignorance. This response caused Kurama to show irritation, revealing the tension in his demeanor. He reminded Naruto that he knew him well and had heard everything he said, including the nightmare. Naruto admitted he was uncomfortable with what had been discovered and the way he was living, but he felt he had no choice. Even if he rejected the situation, he believed it would only lead to more problems. Meanwhile, Shikamaru sneezed somewhere in the village. Kurama urged Naruto to rest, reminding him that the Chunin exams were in 3 days and he needed to be prepared. He also had a feeling something significant would happen during those exams. Naruto acknowledged this shared intuition, feeling a sense of unease, and decided to rest. Meanwhile, Enko walked through the village in the rain, reflecting on everything she had witnessed, the nightmares, Naruto's living conditions, and especially his cryptic remark about luck, which intrigued her. Lost in thought, she unconsciously arrived at her best friend Kurenai's house. Realizing where she was, she knocked on the door. Kurenai quickly let her in, noticing her drenched state, and handed her a towel before leading her to the sofa. Kurenai went to prepare a hot cup of coffee. When she returned to the living room, she found Enko on the sofa, tears streaming down her brown eyes. This sight caught Kurenai's attention. It was rare for Anko to cry. Kurenai sat beside her and offered the coffee, which Anko accepted but merely stared at her reflection in the cup. Kurenai expressed concern, noting how unusual it was to see Anko like this and encouraging her to share what was troubling her. Anko revealed that it was about Naruto, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Kurenai asked what had happened to him. Anko recounted everything she had seen, Naruto crying in the rain, terrified, and the fear she felt when she touched him, as well as the nightmare he had at the age of 7. Kurenai gasped, horrified by the story. Anko continued, revealing that Naruto lived in a cave. Kurenai was taken aback, and before she could ask more, Anko explained that he had been kicked out of his apartment because the residents didn't want a monster living among them, which had happened after he returned from the land of waves with Zabuza and Haku. Kurenai struggled to find words, nodding in agreement with Anko's concerns. They both realized they needed to take action. Anko expressed her frustration at Naruto's insistence that he preferred being alone, as he felt it kept him away from the judgmental gazes of the village. Kurenai felt a sense of urgency as she spoke about the situation. They couldn't leave things as they were. It was necessary to inform Kakashi. Anko interrupted her, reminding her that Kakashi had specifically asked not to be told anything, including the Hokage. Kurenai listened intently, but Anko's observation caught her attention. When Kakashi had said not to tell him, he had sounded unusually upset. This thought left Kurenai deep in contemplation, realizing that this secret was now theirs alone. Kurenai then wondered about Zabuza and Haku, contemplating whether to inform them. Anko suggested that if Kurenai wanted to tell them, it was fine since they were aware of some of Naruto's past. Kurenai nodded in agreement, grateful for Anko's unexpected hospitality before heading home. As Kurenai walked, she couldn't shake the thought of Naruto's suffering and his desire to keep his struggles hidden from everyone. 2 days later, Naruto was wandering through the village when he heard a commotion. He followed the sounds of shouting and found a young boy dressed in black, causing trouble for Konohamaru. The boy demanded an apology. Nearby, a blonde girl with a fan on her back and a pink-haired girl were trying to defuse the situation. Naruto approached the troublemaker and placed a hand on his shoulder, asking him to stop bothering Konohamaru. The boy in black scoffed, insisting that Konohamaru needed to apologize for bumping into him. Naruto pointed out that the red-haired boy, Sasuke, was not likely to agree with him, indicating Sasuke, who was perched in a tree with a stone in hand. Behind Sasuke stood a red-haired boy with dark circles under his eyes, a word written on his forehead, and a peculiar object on his back. Sasuke was surprised he hadn't noticed the boy's presence. The boy in black, Kankuro, appeared startled when he saw Gaara. Gaara commanded Kankuro to let the child go, and Kankuro hesitated, trying to defend himself. Gaara silenced him with a fierce warning, causing Kankuro to nod nervously. Gaara then jumped down from the tree, ignoring Sasuke, and introduced himself to Naruto. He explained that Kankuro and Temari were his siblings. Naruto noticed that Gaara's eyes resembled his own and introduced himself, pleased to meet them. Sakura, drawing everyone's attention, questioned why they were there, pointing out that they were from Sunagakure and shouldn't be in the village. Temari responded bluntly, explaining they were there for the Chunin exams, which made Sakura's frustration evident. Gaara turned his gaze toward Naruto, exuding a menacing aura that made everyone else shiver, except for Naruto. Gaara challenged Naruto, stating that he would make him prove his existence. Naruto, puzzled by Gaara's words, shrugged it off, replying casually that he would do as Gaara said. The siblings were taken aback by Naruto's nonchalant attitude. Naruto wished them well, advising Kankuro to stop painting his face like a clown unless he wanted to follow in his sister's footsteps. Kankuro's face flushed with anger while Temari laughed at the scene. The 3 genin from Sunagakure left, accompanied by Kankuro, who was seething with rage. In Naruto's mind, Kurama spoke up, alerting him to the fact that the boy had a bijou within him, specifically Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. This revelation explained the strange feeling Naruto had sensed. After their mental conversation, Naruto noticed his teammates were uncomfortable around the Sunagakure ninjas. Sasuke glared at Naruto, annoyed that he had stolen the attention of others, while Sakura seemed lost in her thoughts. Naruto greeted them and headed home. It had been a day since the encounter with the genin from the Sand Village. All the genin from Konoha, along with those from other villages, gathered at the Ninja Academy to begin the first phase of the Chunin exams. Team 7 was inside when one of Guy's genin, Rock Lee, challenged Sasuke to a fight. Rock Lee had notably large eyebrows, black eyes, and wore a bright green outfit, which Naruto found quite ridiculous. However, he was eager to watch the fight, knowing that Lee would likely win easily. He noticed Lee's hands were bandaged, indicating he had undergone rigorous training. The fight was brief, as it was interrupted by a giant turtle. Afterward, Sasuke felt humiliated by the defeat he had suffered. Sakura tried to cheer him up, while Naruto simply smiled, having enjoyed the spectacle. They continued walking until they reached a hallway, where Naruto sensed a genjutsu. Sasuke told him to dispel it, but Naruto remained silent, not wanting to start a discussion. Two ninjas approached them, Niji and Tenten, asking for their names, but Naruto ignored them and kept walking. Sakura noticed Naruto's unusual behavior but chose not to comment. Once everyone entered the designated classroom, Naruto sat down, unaware that Hinata was sitting next to him. Hinata greeted him shyly, which caught Naruto's attention. He hadn't realized she was there and encouraged her not to feel down, explaining he had been lost in thought about recent events. Hinata asked if she could know what he was thinking about, and Naruto shared that he was reflecting on the fight between Sasuke and Lee, as well as the other ninjas they had encountered. Hinata understood his concerns, imagining that being in this place might attract unwanted attention from the villagers. She reassured him, stating he was not the demon everyone thought he was, which made Naruto smile and thank her. Once all the genin were present, a jounin named Ibiki Marino appeared to start the exams. He distributed the tests and explained that failing would result in disqualification, with supervisors monitoring to prevent cheating. This announcement made everyone uneasy. When Ibiki signaled for them to begin, they all focused on their papers. Naruto sensed something unusual about the exams. He thought they seemed too advanced for mere genin, realizing it was not just a simple test but rather a challenge to gather information from others. Kurama confirmed his suspicion, reminding Naruto that his mother had faced similar trials, though she had managed to navigate them more easily. As Naruto observed, he noticed Hinata using her Byakugan to copy the answers from the test in front of her. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and channeled chakra to envelop Hinata, mirroring her movements. After a while, he began writing the same answers as her. Hinata noticed the chakra surrounding her and turned to see Naruto, smiling at him. She complimented him, unaware that he had hurt her. Naruto returned the compliment, causing her to blush as they both fidgeted with their fingers, mirroring each other's actions. They continued with the exam, sharing a moment of connection. After some time, Ibiki explained the final question. Those who failed to answer would be expelled and barred from becoming a Chunin for life. Many protested, but he gave them time to think. Eventually, some ninjas raised their hands to forfeit. Then, Naruto, feeling frustrated, shouted for Ibiki to reveal the question. His outburst instilled confidence in the others, and Ibiki smiled at the display of determination. Naruto, understanding the true nature of the exam, began to explain to his peers what was really at stake, but his explanation was interrupted when someone crashed through the window. She was a kunoichi who had pinned several kunai to the ceiling with a phrase that read, "The sexiest woman in Konoha." Anko introduced herself with enthusiasm, declaring that she was the most alluring in all of Konoha. Her loud proclamation caused the others to sweat drop in disbelief. The blonde felt a sense of déjà vu at her introduction, and in his mind, he heard a loud thud, realizing that the Ninetales had likely bumped its head against its cage. He chuckled to himself and then focused on what the purple-haired kunoichi would say next. Anko observed the genin who had passed the first test and paused when she spotted Naruto. She took a moment until Ibiki prompted her to continue with her announcement. She directed them toward the Forest of Death, where she would be waiting to explain their next task. Once she finished speaking, everyone nodded, and she vanished in a puff of smoke. The genin rose from their seats and made their way toward the forest. As they exited the academy, Naruto began to walk in a different direction, catching the attention of several genin, including Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, Tenten, Ino, Shikamaru, Niji, and Rock Lee. Sasuke approached Naruto, asking where he thought he was going. Naruto replied dismissively, indicating that it was none of Sasuke's concern. Sasuke grabbed him by the shoulder, halting his progress, and Naruto insisted that he be released. Sasuke urged him to join the others in heading to the Forest of Death, loosening his grip. Naruto reassured them that they would find him there, but as he attempted to walk away again, Sasuke tightened his hold. Naruto warned him to let go, his tone carrying an edge that surprised the others. Sakura wondered what was happening with Naruto, while Sasuke questioned what he would do if he refused to release him. When Naruto turned to face Sasuke, his eyes had transformed from blue to red, reminiscent of the Nine Tails. Taken aback, Sasuke stepped back, and the others were astonished by the change. Naruto then disappeared in a powerful leap, leaving the others in disbelief. Sakura pondered what had just happened, while Sasuke wondered about Naruto's behavior. Hinata observed the scene and made her way toward the Forest of Death, speaking softly to reassure the others that Naruto would surely head there as well. Sakura asked Hinata if she knew why he had taken that route, to which Hinata simply nodded before departing, leaving some with lingering questions. Naruto continued on his path to the Forest of Death, choosing this route to avoid any judgmental looks from the villagers. He knew Hinata would understand his reasoning, and he found it amusing how shocked Sasuke had been when he met his gaze. Some genin had arrived at the Forest of Death. Team 7, consisting of Sasuke and Sakura, continued to wait for their energetic teammate. As time passed, all the genin from other villages arrived, except for the blonde. The pink-haired girl and the dark-haired boy were feeling uneasy. Once all the genin had gathered, Anko appeared in a puff of smoke. Anko informed the young ninjas that this place was called the Forest of Death. Before starting, she needed them to sign some papers, as they did not want to be held responsible for any mishaps. Tenten, with her brown eyes, asked what they needed to be responsible for, and Anko's sinister smile revealed the answer: they would be responsible if they died. The genin tensed at the thought. Anko warned them that there would be many challenges in the forest, including giant animals and insects. She advised them to run, but if they chose to confront these dangers, that was their decision. After they signed the papers, she handed out scrolls to some of the genin, one being the Heaven Scroll and the other the Earth Scroll. Once everyone had signed, Anko asked one particular genin when he planned to sign. All the genin turned to see Naruto, who was perched on the fence surrounding the forest. Some were surprised they hadn't noticed him before, while others simply stared. Anko insisted he had to sign, and with a pout, he jumped down to sign the paper. Afterward, he received the Earth Scroll and headed back to his teammates. Anko explained the objective of the exam: they needed to steal their opponent's scrolls. The one with the Heaven Scroll would need the Earth Scroll, and vice versa. Once they obtained the scrolls, they had to make their way to the tower in the center of the forest. If they failed to do so, they would have to return on their own. She reminded them that they could die and warned them not to open the scrolls early, as it would not be her problem. With a sinister smile, she added that the time limit was 5 days and urged them to get moving. The genin nodded and went to their respective starting points. Once they were in position, the gates opened, and they entered the forest, leaving Anko outside. She cheerfully announced her intention to go get some dango but was stopped by Kurenai. Kurenai asked where she thought she was going. Anko replied that she was going for dango, but Kurenai reminded her they had other tasks to attend to. Anko acknowledged this but insisted she needed to get dango first before they could help Naruto find an apartment. In the forest, Team 7 was on the lookout for a team with the Heaven Scroll, having encountered several with the same scroll. They continued running until they heard a commotion. It was a fight between IWA and Suna ninjas. The genin were about to intervene when Naruto stopped them, suggesting they wait until the fight was over. Sasuke questioned the logic of waiting, while Sakura worried that by the time they finished, their opponents would have the Heaven Scroll. Naruto explained that if they waited, the opponents would be tired, and they could assess their skills for a counterattack. Sasuke remained skeptical, not liking the idea of just watching, while Sakura focused intently on the movements of the enemy. After more than an hour of fighting, Sakura was surprised by the strength of the opponents. She realized Naruto's suggestion to wait was wise. Had they intervened, they might have been overwhelmed. Sasuke observed with his Sharingan activated. Eventually, one of the opponents fell unconscious, and Sasuke noticed that the scroll was the Heaven Scroll. The three of them moved in on the exhausted genin. Sasuke called out to the genin, demanding the scroll. The IWA ninja, looking defeated, insisted they should find their own scroll. Naruto pointed out that the ninja was alone and tired, prompting the opponent to look around at his exhausted teammates. Naruto assured him they had no problem fighting if that was what he wanted. The IWA ninja, frustrated, tossed the Heaven Scroll to Sasuke, who caught it. Naruto thanked him with a sly grin, and they disappeared with a great leap. As night fell, the genin decided to rest, but Naruto announced he would stay awake. Sakura asked if he intended to stay up all night, to which he nodded. She suggested they take turns, but Naruto insisted it wasn't necessary. He created several shadow clones that dispersed in different directions. Sakura and Sasuke watched with uncertainty as he explained that if a clone disappeared, he would know someone was approaching. He also planned to create more clones to lead any threats away from their location. The others agreed and settled down to rest. 4 hours had passed since the genin went to sleep. The pink-haired girl woke up, looking around and recalling where she was. Once she gathered her thoughts, she set out to find the blue-eyed boy. It didn't take long, as he was sitting atop a tree with his eyes closed. She jumped up to sit beside him and noticed he was still asleep. She called out to him, drawing his attention. He assured her that he was fine and had been resting. Even though he appeared to be asleep, he explained that once his shadow clones disappeared, he would awaken with all the information they had gathered. The jade-eyed girl was surprised by this revelation. He continued, sharing that if he created a large number of clones and they all vanished at once, he would be overwhelmed by the influx of information. He scratched his head, recalling his training with Kurama, which made the pink-haired girl chuckle. However, the boy suddenly stood up, alerting her. He sensed someone approaching, which alarmed her. He jumped down from the tree, picked up 2 rocks, and transformed them to resemble the 2 scrolls, one for heaven and one for earth. He created 7 clones and instructed one of them to take the scrolls in the direction where the original clone had disappeared. He grinned, imagining the expressions on their faces when they discovered the scrolls were just rocks. He encouraged her to continue resting while he returned to his perch in the tree and closed his eyes once more. At Kurenai's house, a day had passed since the genin began their test in the Forest of Death. The brown-eyed and red-eyed kunoichis were visibly upset, staring at the wall in frustration over the events of the previous day. In a flashback, the purple-haired girl and her black-haired friend were walking through the village, enjoying dango and chatting about various topics. After a while, they arrived at a certain place, nodding in agreement that it would be a suitable location for the blonde boy to start living in an apartment. Upon entering, they approached the receptionist to inquire about renting a unit, but they were in for a surprise. The red-eyed girl greeted the receptionist, who welcomed them and asked how he could assist. She expressed their intention to rent an apartment, smiling as the receptionist nodded. He mentioned that he had several available units and asked for the name of the new tenant. When she mentioned Naruto's name, the receptionist abruptly stopped writing, catching the attention of both kunoichis. He stammered an apology, claiming that all the apartments were occupied. A moment of silence fell until the purple-haired girl erupted in anger, demanding to know why he had just said there were available units. The receptionist continued to insist that they should leave, but the purple-haired girl snatched the paper and noticed the vacant rooms listed. Confused, she confronted the receptionist again, who tried to brush them off. The purple-haired girl, frustrated, declared that Naruto was a person, not a demon as he had implied. Kurenai attempted to calm her friend, suggesting they look elsewhere since it seemed pointless to continue there. They left, leaving the receptionist trembling in fear. The 2 girls searched for another apartment for Naruto, but they faced the same issue everywhere they went. Some places outright refused to rent to them upon hearing his name. After a long day of fruitless searching, They returned home, even more frustrated and determined to continue their search the next day. Back in the present, they sat in silence, reflecting on their disappointing results. After a long pause, the purple-haired girl sighed, recalling Naruto's earlier words and realizing what he had meant. Kurenai asked for clarification, and her friend explained that he had wished her luck before she left the cave, which now made sense. Kurenai agreed that he might have anticipated the difficulties they would face, leaving them both with a sense of unease. In the Forest of Death, 2 days had passed since Team 7 obtained the scroll. They were running toward the tower to complete the test when the hyperactive boy sensed someone nearby. He chose to remain quiet, wanting to understand the person's intentions. After 10 minutes of running, he suddenly stopped, prompting the jade-eyed girl and the Uchiha to look at him curiously. The Uchiha questioned why he had halted, but the blonde remained silent, looking away. He then called out, revealing that he knew someone was hiding behind the trees. A figure emerged, chuckling and acknowledging that Naruto had detected him. The boy recognized the presence and confronted the stranger, demanding to know who he was. Orochimaru observed Naruto with a sly smile, revealing that he was aware of the young ninja's knowledge. Naruto, recalling Anko's stories, felt a mix of apprehension and determination. Orochimaru expressed interest in someone, his gaze shifting to Sasuke, which made Naruto uneasy. He thought about how Orochimaru was only after Sasuke's Sharingan and warned Sakura and Sasuke to be cautious, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Sasuke dismissed Naruto's warning, but Naruto insisted he was not joking, drawing the attention of both his friends. He explained that Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin, a powerful figure who could rival the Hokage. The 3 genin took defensive stances, waiting for Orochimaru's next move as he simply watched them, the tension palpable in the air. Orochimaru broke the silence, asking Naruto how the village had been treating him lately, his tone laced with malice. Naruto's eyes widened in response, and Sakura and Sasuke exchanged worried glances. When Naruto told Orochimaru to be quiet, the tension escalated. Orochimaru taunted Naruto about enduring the village's disdain, making the young ninja's fists clench tightly, causing them to bleed slightly. Ignoring Sakura's plea to stay back, Naruto approached Orochimaru, who continued his taunts, suggesting Naruto longed for the embrace of his parents. This remark struck a nerve, and Naruto's anger surged. He retaliated with a powerful punch, sending Orochimaru crashing into a tree. As Orochimaru regained his footing, he was taken aback by Naruto's sudden ferocity. Naruto declared that no one truly knew him or the suffering he had endured. His hair began to stand on end, his whisker marks darkened, and his nails sharpened. He refused to let someone like Orochimaru belittle him as a helpless child. His eyes glowed red with pure rage, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, signaling a transformation fueled by his emotions. The chapter concluded, leaving the tension unresolved and the stakes higher than ever. Orochimaru observed the young blonde, who appeared somewhat annoyed by the blow he had received to the face. The blonde merely stared back, while the other genin watched in astonishment. Suddenly, the blonde began to form hand signs. Naruto unleashed a powerful fire technique, creating a massive fireball that hurtled toward Orochimaru. Sasuke, surprised, noted that Naruto could use fire techniques, but he felt a twinge of jealousy, realizing Naruto was much stronger than he had anticipated. Orochimaru leaped to evade the attack and aimed a strong kick at Naruto. The blonde raised his arms to defend himself, but the impact sent him crashing to the ground, embedding him several inches into the earth. The serpent merely regarded him without showing any sign of pain. Orochimaru thought to himself that Naruto was not only quick but also quite strong, reminding him a bit of Tsunade. As he rose from the ground, he acknowledged Naruto's strength. He then performed a technique, summoning a large mud dragon from the earth that charged at the blonde. Naruto dodged to the side, but the dragon pursued him with increasing speed. As the dragon closed in, it suddenly transformed into flames, aiming to scorch him. Realizing the dragon was infused with fire chakra, Naruto quickly created a clone to grab him and launch him to safety. The dragon struck the clone instead, allowing the original Naruto to land safely. Once on the ground, he summoned a massive earthen wall, which the dragon collided with, causing it to crack and surprising Orochimaru. Orochimaru was taken aback by Naruto's ability to use earth techniques. He pondered how Naruto could wield such power, as he believed the fire techniques stemmed from the Nine Tails. Suddenly, Naruto emerged from beneath the earth, delivering a kick to Orochimaru's jaw. The serpent managed to roll away, but a clone appeared behind him, moving a kunai into Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru opened his mouth, allowing himself to escape the attack, while the clone faded away. Naruto mused that Orochimaru was like a snake, shedding his skin. He glanced at the other genin, who were watching the battle in awe, deciding it was best for them to stay back so they wouldn't interfere. Sakura and Sasuke were both astonished by what they were witnessing. Sakura expressed her surprise at Naruto's newfound strength, while Sasuke felt a surge of anger, wondering why that fool had become so powerful when he believed he should possess that strength instead. Orochimaru decided it was time to get serious. From his sleeves, an impressive wave of snakes emerged, surging toward Naruto. The blonde countered with a massive fireball, incinerating the snakes in a single attack. However, Orochimaru reappeared beside him, launching a powerful punch. Naruto noticed just in time and caught Orochimaru's fist, while the serpent used his other hand to grip Naruto's. They struggled, each holding on tightly until Orochimaru smiled, drawing Naruto's attention. He opened his mouth, and a sword emerged, striking Naruto's arm and extending further, causing him pain as he was pushed back several meters. The other genin watched in shock at the display of power. The sword retracted back into Orochimaru's throat, leaving Naruto seriously injured. Orochimaru taunted Naruto, who placed his hand on his wounded arm, feeling a rush of red chakra that healed him almost instantly. Orochimaru noted that Naruto seemed to have some control over the Nine Tails chakra, surprised by this revelation. Naruto thought to himself that Orochimaru was disgusting to witness. Kurama warned him to be careful, indicating that Orochimaru was merely toying with him. The fox was taken aback by the hand signs Naruto was forming, recognizing them as a technique belonging to Madara. Naruto unleashed a powerful fire technique, creating a massive wall of flames that surged toward Orochimaru. The serpent was taken aback and attempted to evade, but Naruto followed up with a wind technique, expanding the flames and increasing their speed. The fire struck Orochimaru directly, engulfing him and leaving the other genin in shock, forcing them to retreat several meters to avoid being caught in the blast. Sasuke was astonished by Naruto's display of power, while Sakura could only watch in disbelief. Once the flames subsided, they noticed movement among the ashes. It was Orochimaru, weakened but still alive. Naruto quickly summoned a water dragon, similar to the one used by Zabuza, aiming to strike Orochimaru again. However, the serpent opened his mouth to escape, having been significantly weakened by the previous attack and the shedding of his skin. As he dodged, Orochimaru glared at Naruto, furious over the damage he had sustained. Orochimaru cursed Naruto, questioning how he had managed to inflict such harm. He contemplated Naruto's multiple chakra affinities, realizing that the wind likely came from his father, the water from his mother, and the fire from the Nine Tails. However, he was perplexed by Naruto's earth affinity. He thought to himself that if he could contain the Nine Tails within Naruto, he could seize control, but he was determined to end this quickly. A figure struck a pose and touched the ground, summoning a large brown serpent that slithered toward the blonde. The serpent lunged, and its tail struck, sending him tumbling before it, swallowing him and dragging him away from the other genin. The figure turned to the remaining genin, particularly focusing on one. It was time to leave a little gift for Sasuke. Meanwhile, in the village, two kunoichi were in the Hokage's tower alongside two other ninjas, Zabuza and Haku. They were presenting a report on their recently completed mission. Zabuza finished his report, prompting the third Hokage to nod in satisfaction. The Hokage acknowledged Zabuza, tossing him the payment in a bag, which Haku caught. This was the reward for their mission. Both ninjas nodded in agreement, and the Hokage informed them they could take a few days off since there were no more missions available for them at the moment. The Hokage then turned to the two kunoichi, Anko and Kurenai, asking what they needed. Kurenai explained that she was there to accompany Anko. Anko expressed her desire to attend the Chunin exams once they concluded in the Forest of Death. Zabuza interjected, capturing everyone's attention. Since they had no missions for the time being, he suggested they could also observe how the others fared in the exams. Haku nodded in agreement, and after a moment of thought, the Hokage consented, seeing no harm in it. Haku thanked the Hokage with a respectful bow, and the Hokage dismissed them, allowing everyone to leave the tower. Once outside, the kunoichi shared everything that had transpired during their mission, including what the purple-haired one had witnessed regarding the nightmare of the blue-eyed boy and how he reacted upon seeing Anko. Haku listened intently, processing the information. Anko continued, revealing that the nightmare had occurred when he was 7 years old and felt so real that it was as if he had died again. This revelation alarmed both former Mist Ninjas, but Anko had more to share. Zabuza, intrigued, remarked on the boy's surprising nature. Kurenai added that he was now living in a cave, which caused both former Mist Ninjas to pause. Haku, slightly worried, questioned how that was possible. Anko explained that they had tried to find him an apartment, but no one in the village wanted him as a tenant. They were still attempting to help him, but it was proving difficult. Zabuza suggested they stop trying to find him a place to live. He pointed out that everyone in the village looked at him with disdain, and if he had been evicted once, it was only a matter of time before it happened again. Moreover, living in a cave spared him from facing those judgmental gazes constantly. The two kunoichi pondered Zabuza's words, nodding in agreement. Anko instinctively touched her neck but soon became distracted, discussing the mission that Haku and Zabuza had undertaken. Several hours passed, 3 to be exact, and the young blonde found himself inside the belly of a serpent. The creature moved so quickly that he couldn't concentrate his chakra, and his blue eyes were growing increasingly impatient. He thought about how if he remained inside, he would be digested at any moment. He attempted to pull out a kunai from his ninja pouch, but the position he was in made it nearly impossible. Kurama urged him to think of something quickly. Naruto acknowledged that he needed chakra and asked Kurama for some. Kurama responded with a hint of annoyance, reminding Naruto that he hadn't asked for help when facing Orochimaru. Naruto had wanted to defeat Orochimaru with his own hands, but he didn't fully understand the enemy's abilities. Relenting, Kurama agreed to provide chakra. As he did, a red cloak of chakra enveloped Naruto, covering him completely. Focusing intently, Naruto expanded the cloak, causing the serpent to swell until it burst. As he emerged, he shuddered in disgust, realizing what it felt like to be food. After that, he headed to the lagoon near his home to wash off the unpleasant smell, creating a clone before leaping away. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl was keeping watch over the unconscious Uchiha, who had fallen victim to a strange mark placed on him by Orochimaru before his escape. She was on guard and felt somewhat fatigued from everything that had happened. She thought about Sasuke, hoping that Naruto was alright. As she pondered this, she sensed 3 ninjas from the Sound Village approaching her. In the village, the red-eyed girl and the purple-haired girl walked alongside the swordsman and the ice user, discussing various topics to pass the time. Occasionally, they would mention someone but quickly change the subject, not wanting to dwell on it. The former Mist Ninja noticed someone running in their direction. He called out to the 3 shinobi, pointing to the figure of Naruto, who was sprinting towards the Hokage Tower. Without hesitation, the 4 ninjas pursued him until they caught up. Kurenai called out to Naruto, who turned his attention to her while still running. She asked what he was doing there, noting that he should be in the forest. Naruto reassured them that he was just a clone and continued to focus on his path to the Hokage Tower. Haku inquired about his presence, and Naruto replied that he didn't have time to explain. He urged them to follow him, stating that he was heading to the Hokage Tower. The ninjas complied and followed him. Once they arrived at the tower, the blonde ninja entered without permission as usual, causing a slight alarm for the Hokage since he was supposed to be at the Chunin exams in the Forest of Death. The Hokage, pipe in hand, questioned Naruto's presence, wondering why he wasn't still at the exams. Naruto explained that he was just a clone and that the real him was resting. Anko, surprised, asked for clarification, and Naruto nodded in response. The Hokage then inquired about the other's presence. Haku explained that they had followed Naruto after seeing him in the village, worried about his absence from the exams. He mentioned that Naruto had invited them to accompany him to discuss something important. The Hokage, curious, urged Naruto to share what he wanted to say. With a serious tone, Naruto revealed that it was about Orochimaru. The atmosphere grew tense at the mention of that name, and Anko instinctively touched her neck. The Hokage pressed for more details, and Naruto recounted his recent encounter with Orochimaru in the forest. He had sensed the presence for a while but pretended to be oblivious to learn Orochimaru's intentions, which turned out to be related to Sasuke and his Sharingan. Naruto described how he had fought Orochimaru, who had summoned a large serpent that nearly swallowed him. He shivered at the memory but managed to escape by creating several clones to cause an explosion from within the serpent. The Hokage listened intently and decided to send an Umbu squad to patrol the village. As Naruto was about to leave, the Hokage called him back, wanting to know why Naruto hadn't mentioned how the villagers had looked at him all this time and about the 9 tails. Naruto asked if Kakashi had told the Hokage, and when he confirmed, Naruto expressed his frustration, questioning what would change if he revealed it. The Hokage suggested it might help the villagers stop looking at him with disdain as they had before. In response, Naruto lifted his orange jacket and shirt to reveal 3 scars on his stomach, shocking everyone present. He declared that he would rather endure their gazes than go through that pain again. The Hokage was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Naruto explained that after he had confided in the Hokage about his experiences in the village, an informant had revealed that he was the one who spoke up, leading to him being attacked. He decided then not to seek help from anyone. When the Hokage asked how long this had been going on, Naruto coldly replied that he had no obligation to share that information, surprising everyone with his tone. Zabuza, noticing the change in Naruto, urged him to calm down, sensing a rare vulnerability in his usually energetic demeanor. Naruto, acknowledging the tension, excused himself and vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the others in shock. Outside the tower, the 4 ninjas walked in silence, reflecting on everything they had learned about the hyperactive blonde. They were aware of some aspects of his past, but this new revelation weighed heavily on their minds. Everything was in complete silence until the black-haired boy spoke, drawing the attention of the 3 others. Haku noted that it was unusual for Zabuza to stutter. Zabuza explained that when he looked into Haku's eyes, he felt something he couldn't quite articulate. Anko chimed in, suggesting it was as if Haku's gaze was dimmed. Zabuza nodded, acknowledging that he had noticed it too, just as Kurenai had. Anko expressed her concern about the scars, and Kurenai mentioned having seen something in a genjutsu the previous week, never imagining it would reach such an extent. Anko recalled the nightmare Haku had, where he seemed to be dying again, wondering if it was connected to the scars. After their conversation, the 4 shinobi returned to their respective homes. In the forest, Naruto was heading toward his teammates, guided by the kyubi's senses, similar to when he searched for them at Tazuna's house. However, he noticed several other presences, 9, to be exact. Upon arrival, he saw Sakura with her hair cut and several injuries, and Lee appeared fatigued, likely from a recent fight. Ino, Chuji, and Shikamaru were watching Sasuke in awe as he displayed unusual markings on his body. He had a ninja from the mist by the arms, pulling him backward while pressing his foot against the opponent's back, causing a loud crack that echoed through the forest. The sound was followed by a pained scream from the sound ninja. Sasuke then slowly approached his teammates. Naruto urged Sasuke to stop, drawing everyone's attention as he appeared. Sakura expressed her relief at seeing him safe. Sasuke, however, dismissed Naruto, irritated that he was being interrupted. When Naruto stepped in front of him, Sasuke demanded he move aside, his frustration evident. Naruto insisted that Sasuke needed to calm down, pointing out that Orochimaru's influence was causing him to lose control. He noticed the curse mark on Sasuke's neck and realized its significance. As he approached the unconscious sound ninja, he kicked him toward his teammates, warning them to leave if they didn't want to get hurt. The others quickly vanished, leaving Sasuke even angrier. Sasuke questioned Naruto's actions, but Naruto reiterated the need for calm. In response, Sasuke struck him hard in the face, sending him stumbling back. Ino pleaded with Sasuke to calm down, but he snapped at her, threatening her with the same fate as the ninja he had just attacked. In fear, she stepped back. Sasuke then expressed his desire to fight Naruto, surprising Sakura. Sakura tried to intervene, grabbing Sasuke's arm, but he retaliated with a slap to her face. Naruto, furious, called out to Sasuke, reminding him that he was hurting a teammate. Sasuke coldly stated that he had no interest in any of them, only in his quest for revenge. His words shocked some of the group, and Shikamaru, Chuji, and Lee exchanged disapproving glances. Meanwhile, Ino rushed to help Sakura. Naruto directed Shikamaru to move the others away, and Shikamaru nodded, assisting Lee, who was still recovering from the earlier fight, while Ino helped Sakura and Chuji accompanied them. The two genin faced each other, and Sasuke made the first move, launching a rapid attack aimed at Naruto's stomach. However, Naruto effortlessly blocked it with his hand and countered with a powerful knee strike to Sasuke's abdomen, knocking the wind out of him and forcing him to his knees. Naruto urged Sasuke to calm down as he looked down at him. Sasuke, filled with rage, attempted to punch Naruto in the jaw, but Naruto dodged and retaliated with a strike that sent Sasuke crashing into a tree, rendering him unconscious and causing his curse mark to fade. As Naruto approached, he examined the curse mark more closely but realized he couldn't remove it due to the chakra he had expended in the fight against the Sannin. The other genin gathered around him, and he checked on them. Naruto asked if they were okay, and they all nodded in response. He then called for Sakura and the others to come closer. As they approached, he directed Shikamaru to help Sasuke sit against a tree, which Shikamaru did, ensuring he was comfortable. The blue-eyed boy placed his hand on the cheek of the pink-haired girl. She blushed slightly but felt no pain from the slap. Then she approached Rock Lee, placing her hands on his wounds. A reddish chakra began to heal him rapidly, allowing him to stand as if nothing had happened. Rock Lee expressed his gratitude to Naruto, who smiled in response and wondered how he could perform such a feat. Naruto explained that his master had taught him during training, acknowledging Kurama in his mind, who nodded happily. Sakura thanked Naruto, who insisted she didn't need to. He noted how much stronger she had become, which made her smile in return. Naruto then asked if anyone had a rope, catching everyone's attention. Shikamaru raised his hand and pulled out a short rope from his ninja pouch. Curious, he asked what Naruto planned to do. Naruto explained that he intended to tie up Sasuke. If Sasuke woke up and became uncontrollable, he would have to deal with it repeatedly, and he didn't want to be his babysitter. He pointed out to Sejodas that he seemed strong given the weight he carried on his legs. Rock Lee thanked Naruto, proclaiming that his flames of youth were always burning bright, causing everyone to sweat nervously. Naruto remarked that Rock Lee was somewhat like him, prompting curious looks from the others. He rolled up his sleeves to reveal a couple of marks on his hands. Rock Lee recognized them as gravity seals, which surprised everyone. Rock Lee exclaimed that Naruto was impressive and expressed his hope for a battle between them in the Chunin exams, shouting with excitement while Naruto tied up Sasuke. Naruto responded affirmatively but asked him to stop shouting, as it was getting loud. Rock Lee continued to shout about the flames of youth, causing more sweat to bead on everyone's necks. Naruto decided it was best to leave, saying he would see them later as he carried Sasuke away. The chapter concluded, hinting at an upcoming new series. The pink-haired girl and the blue-eyed boy left with Sasuke tied up, leaving only Shikamaru, Chuji, Rock Lee, and Ino behind. Some were unsure of what to say, while Rock Lee continued to talk about the flames of youth that Naruto possessed and how he couldn't wait to face him, until someone else spoke up. Chuji asked what had just happened, drawing the attention of everyone with his expression of disbelief. He wanted to know what had happened to Sasuke. Ino expressed her confusion, mentioning the strange marks that had appeared on Sasuke and how his gaze had frightened her. Rock Lee noted that Sasuke seemed to have become stronger, wondering if the marks were the cause. Shikamaru suggested it was a possibility, turning to where Sasuke had collapsed against the tree. He expressed his annoyance, stating that if Naruto hadn't arrived, who knew what might have happened. Ino, slightly irritated by Shikamaru's comment, questioned whether he was implying that Naruto was stronger than Sasuke. Shikamaru confirmed this, pointing out that Naruto had those seals on his arms during the fight with Sasuke and had never removed them. Rock Lee agreed, recalling that he had seen similar seals before, which glowed and then disappeared when someone tried to remove them. Chuji wondered just how strong Naruto might be. Ino shared that she had seen Naruto training with Kurenai, who had subjected him to some of the strongest genjutsu, which he had easily dispelled. She recalled being surprised when Kurenai-sensei mentioned that Naruto had escaped from one of the strongest genjutsu. Shikamaru asked how strong those genjutsu were, to which Ino replied that she wasn't sure, but during the last one, Kurenai had unexpectedly hugged Naruto, apologizing for something, which left her puzzled. Shikamaru suggested they investigate later and that it was best to leave now, to which the others agreed. Rock Lee bid farewell and jumped away from the group, thinking about how he truly wanted to have a match with Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto and the other genin headed toward the tower with an unconscious Sasuke, aiming to complete this phase of the Chunin exams. Naruto estimated they would arrive in less than an hour, so he urged everyone to move quickly to avoid any last-minute confrontations. The girl with jade eyes nodded, and they increased their speed until they arrived. Once inside the tower, they retrieved the scrolls of heaven and earth, and Kakashi appeared in a puff of smoke. He expressed pride in their progress, stating they had passed this phase of the exam and could rest until the next challenge began. However, he noticed Sasuke was tied up and asked why. Sakura began to explain, but Naruto interjected, saying they had encountered Orochimaru, who had left a mark on Sasuke's neck. They had tied him up because he had become unstable. Their conversation was interrupted by several shinobi, Zabuza, Haku, Kurenai, and Anko. Anko checked on Naruto, who confirmed he was fine. Kakashi inquired about Zabuza and Haku's presence, to which Zabuza replied they had completed their mission and received permission from the third Hokage to observe the Chunin exams. Haku asked Naruto how he was feeling, and Naruto assured him he was well. When Haku pressed further, the atmosphere grew tense. Sakura asked what he meant, and Naruto dismissed her concern, explaining that he had sent a clone to the Hokage Tower to report what had happened when he was separated from them. The four shinobi noticed he had not mentioned his scars, so they chose not to bring it up. The brown-eyed girl approached the black-haired boy, intrigued by his tied-up state. She noticed the curse mark on his neck and instinctively reached out to touch it, but then saw the blue-eyed boy, which made her hesitate. Kakashi decided to take Sasuke to see what he could do about the mark Orochimaru had left, lifting Sasuke and leaving the others behind. Naruto mentioned he would go rest for a while, but Anko stopped him, asking if they could talk. The blue-eyed boy agreed, and they moved to a quieter spot with Zabuza and Kurenai, leaving Sakura and Haku discussing the exams. Anko questioned why Naruto hadn't removed the mark, to which he explained that he couldn't because he had used too much chakra during his fight with Orochimaru. If he used more chakra from the Nine Tails, it could cause permanent damage. Kurenai then asked about the scars on his stomach, prompting Naruto to ask why she wanted to know. He lifted his jacket slightly, revealing the scars, which surprised Sakura. She inquired about their origin, and Naruto denied they were from the recent fight, claiming they were from an accident in his childhood when he fell from a tree. Everyone could tell he was lying, but Sakura accepted his explanation. Naruto decided to rest and bid farewell to the four shinobi as the genin prepared for the next day's exams. Zabuza noted that everyone had caught on to Naruto's lie about the scars. Kurenai agreed, suggesting he didn't want Sakura to find out the truth. They all acknowledged they couldn't do anything more and planned to meet the next day to see how the others fared in the exams. As the blue-eyed boy walked, he noticed Kurenai's team, along with the ninjas from Suna and the Sound who had faced Sasuke, had also arrived, along with others from different villages. He walked happily until he found a spot to sit against the wall, waiting for the remaining genin to finish. He had been sitting for over 2 hours, resting until he noticed someone approaching. He opened his eyes and saw it was Hinata, her pearl-like eyes shining. She greeted him, a bit shyly, and he smiled back, which made her blush slightly. He congratulated her on passing the test, and she thanked him, stammering a bit. As they spoke, Naruto recounted the challenges they faced, including a tough battle against a strong ninja and the rebellion of his teammate. Hinata shared her own experiences about obtaining her scroll. Naruto felt comfortable beside her, which made him happy. Sakura observed this interaction and noticed something unusual. Naruto, usually so energetic, was genuinely happy talking to Hinata, unlike his typical behavior with their team, where he mostly listened and rested. More genin arrived, including Ino, Chuji, Shikamaru, Niji, Tenten, and Rock Lee. Lee greeted Naruto enthusiastically and suggested a match, but Tenten interrupted him, urging him to stop. Naruto, however, was open to the idea, thinking a warm-up before the next test would be beneficial. He stood up ready to face Lee. Lee was ecstatic at the prospect of a match, and Tenten cautioned them, noting Lee's skill in taijutsu. Shikamaru reassured everyone, stating that Naruto was no fool. Tenten was curious about what he meant, and Shikamaru promised she would understand soon. The two genin took their positions, preparing for combat. They stared each other down, and Lee noted that Naruto's stance was well-balanced for both attack and defense, which excited him. Naruto's stance, however, was more aggressive. After a moment of silence, they charged at each other. Lee aimed for Naruto's forehead, but Naruto slid under him, aiming a kick at his legs. Lee jumped, and Naruto propelled himself upward, attempting a kick to Lee's jaw. Lee blocked it with his arms and tried to counter with a kick to Naruto's stomach. Naruto managed to block but was pushed back several meters, landing on his feet. He quickly dashed toward Lee, launching a series of attacks while Lee evaded as best he could. Tenten was astonished, noting that Lee was the strongest in taijutsu, yet Naruto was keeping up with him. Shikamaru reminded her not to worry. Niji activated his Byakugan and noticed something unusual about Naruto's arms and legs. Hinata, noticing the same, thought about how impressive Naruto was. In the midst of their match, Naruto landed a punch on Lee's face, causing him to stagger back. Lee swiftly retaliated with a powerful kick to Naruto's shoulder, pushing him back as well, and then leaped to create some distance. Naruto complimented Lee on his strength, despite the weights he wore. Lee echoed the sentiment, declaring that Naruto's spirit would always shine bright. Naruto suggested they pause for now, not wanting to reveal all their abilities, and turned to see the impressed faces of their fellow ninjas. Lee agreed, proposing that their next match be more serious. Naruto smiled and nodded, both of them returning to join the others. A day had passed since the earlier events, and all the genin were lined up on the stage with their respective teams, waiting for the next instructions for the next phase of the exams. He stood at the front of his team, with Sasuke behind him and Sakura behind Sasuke. He overheard some talk about the mark, deducing that Kakashi had not been able to do much about it. In the stands were the sensei of each team, including Zabuza, Enko, and Haku. Zabuza caught Kakashi's attention and asked if he had been able to do anything about the mark. Kakashi replied that he would address it after the exam, explaining that if he had done something yesterday, the individual would still be unconscious and disqualified from the exams, so he decided to wait. Back with the genin, Gecko, the proctor, informed them that this phase would consist of one-on-one combat. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the screen displayed various names until it narrowed down to Sasuke versus Yoroi. Several matches had already taken place. Sasuke won against Yoroi Akado, escorted by Kakashi to check on the cursed mark before returning alone, allowing the Uchiha to rest. Sakura and Ino ended in a tie, both disqualified. Tenten faced Temari, with the Sunagakure ninja emerging victorious. Shikamaru fought Kintsuchi, with Shikamaru claiming victory. The screen then displayed the final matchup, Hinata Hyuga versus Kankuro. Naruto wished Hinata good luck, while Kurenai cautioned her to be careful. Hinata responded shyly as she descended the stairs to the stage, with Kankuro doing the same. Once they were both on the ground, Kankuro revealed his puppet wrapped in bandages, while Hinata took a combat stance. Naruto commented that it would be an easy fight, drawing the attention of all the jounin. Kurenai questioned his statement, and Naruto confidently predicted that it would end in less than 30 seconds. As the match began, Hinata activated her Byakugan and quickly realized that the real Kankuro was hidden within the bandages. She rushed forward, striking at the wrapped figure, capturing the attention of everyone except Naruto. Then she leaped back, and Kankuro, who had been standing still, suddenly fell. Everyone wondered what had happened. Hinata explained that the original was wrapped in the bandages and unconscious. Once she said this, Hayate unwrapped the bandages, confirming that Kankuro was indeed unconscious, awarding the victory to Hinata. In the stands, Naruto triumphantly pointed out that he had predicted the outcome. Kakashi asked how he knew, and Naruto explained that he noticed something odd about Kankuro's movements, concentrated his chakra, and sensed the presence of the real Kankuro in the bandages, which Hinata would have noticed immediately with her Byakugan. Kurenai acknowledged his insight, and Hinata joined her teammates, receiving praise for her performance. She thanked them shyly, glancing at Naruto, who nodded in acknowledgement, making her blush slightly. The screen then displayed the next match, Rock Lee vs. Dosu Kinyuta. Both genin descended to the stage, facing each other. Dosu declared that he would finish what he had started in the forest, laughing ominously. Rock Lee, however, countered that it wouldn't be the same as before. He began to remove the weights from his legs, prompting concern from the stands. Guy wondered if Lee intended to fight at full strength from the start. Sakura explained that Lee and Dosu had previously faced off in the Forest of Death, where the Sound Ninja had defeated Lee using the device on his arm. Kakashi noted that it seemed to emit sound, causing damage to the auditory senses, and Sakura confirmed his observation. Guy observed as Lee removed the weights from his feet, realizing that this meant the match would end quickly. Naruto commented that they already knew who would win the fight. Kakashi cautioned him not to be overconfident. Naruto acknowledged this, recalling a recent spar with Lee that had drawn everyone's attention. He explained that when Guy's team arrived, he had a taijutsu match with Lee, which Tenten confirmed was a close contest, suggesting it ended in a tie. Guy expressed surprise that anyone could match Lee in taijutsu. Tenten added that Shikamaru had mentioned Naruto had some kind of seals on his arms, which caught Kakashi's interest. Kakashi turned to Naruto, who simply showed them his arms and legs, revealing the gravity seals. Guy was amazed and asked how long Naruto had been using them. Naruto sighed, realizing that if he didn't explain, they would keep asking. He revealed that he had been using them since he was 6 years old, shocking everyone. Guy was taken aback, asking what had happened at that age. Naruto chose not to go into detail, wanting to avoid the topic, but Enko and the other shinobi noticed his discomfort. He mentioned that it was after that incident that he met his master. Kakashi inquired about this master, prompting Kurenai to recall a memory. In her flashback, she remembered Naruto helping her with her taijutsu, feeling a strange sensation throughout her body as he worked with her. She was surprised by his skill and asked how he knew so much. Naruto explained that someone had taught him, but it was a secret. Kurenai then addressed the group, revealing that the master Naruto spoke of was the same one who had helped her. Guy, Asuma, and Kakashi were astonished, and Naruto nodded in affirmation. When they asked for the master's name, he simply stated it was Kurama. The Jounin were puzzled, as none of them recognized the name, and Guy expressed hope to meet him someday. Naruto then suggested they return their focus to the match, but Asuma interrupted, asking how he had assisted Kurenai. Naruto encouraged her to explain, and she began detailing his contributions, surprising everyone and changing their perception of him. As the match began, Hayate announced the start, and Lee dashed toward Dosu with incredible speed, landing a powerful punch to his stomach that sent him crashing against the wall. Lee quickly followed up with a series of strikes while Dosu defended as best he could. Dosu attempted to counter with a punch, but Lee dodged, feeling a sharp pain in his ears as he leaped back to gain distance. Dosu, slightly unsteady from the blows he had taken, declared that no matter how fast Lee was, he could never surpass the speed of sound. With that, he charged at Lee, aiming a strong kick at his face. Lee struggled to evade the attacks, but Dosu's strike grazed his ear, causing a small injury. Lee stepped back, determined to end the fight quickly. The spectators watched in awe as Lee demonstrated his incredible speed, landing multiple hits on the Sound Ninja. The sound was difficult to ignore, especially with the device on Dosu's arm. Kakashi remarked that it was just like Guy, who simply smiled in response. However, Kakashi pointed out that the ninja from the Sound Village had a point, which caught Guy's attention. Guy asked what Kakashi meant, and Kakashi explained that no matter how fast Lee was, He could never surpass the speed of sound. He turned to face his rival, knowing Guy understood the truth in his words. Guy acknowledged Kakashi's statement and turned his gaze toward his disciple on the stage until someone else spoke up. Niji declared that it was obvious Lee would lose this match, drawing the attention of everyone, including the blonde-haired ninja. Kurenai questioned Niji's assertion, and Niji responded that only certain individuals were destined to be shinobi, implying that Lee's fate was to lose this battle. This statement irritated Naruto slightly. Naruto confronted Niji, asking why he spoke of destiny in such a way. Niji explained that some people were meant for specific roles, whether as Hokage, shinobi, or medical ninjas, and that Lee's destiny was to stop being a shinobi because he would lose this fight. Naruto disagreed, capturing the attention of everyone once more. He asserted that no one was destined for anything from the moment they were born. It was their choices that shaped their destinies. Niji dismissed Naruto's words as nonsense, to which Naruto responded with a challenge. If you and I were to fight, what would my fate be? Niji responded that the outcome would be an absolute defeat, a bitter smile on his face. They exchanged glances until the blonde ninja, in a swift movement, appeared behind Niji with a kunai poised near his throat, astonishing everyone around, including the jounin. Naruto declared that if he wanted to, he could change that fate. Niji was at a loss for words, having never experienced anything like it. As Naruto removed the kunai from his throat, he moved closer and spoke. He told Niji that no one is destined for anything. One can create their own destiny. If one does not believe in themselves, hard work becomes meaningless, and the one with the unique hairstyle understands this better than anyone. He continued, sharing that he could have accepted his fate 3 times and died as a child. This revelation caught everyone's attention, and they noticed the dimness in his blue eyes. He could have accepted his deaths, but he chose not to. The other genin were puzzled by his words. Naruto turned to them and asked why they thought Lee became a ninja. He addressed Lee without the usual nickname, leaving everyone speechless. He believed that Lee chose the path of a ninja because his life was not solely his own. He urged them to understand that Lee's ideals, his words, no matter how strange, and his desire to save his friends were what made the struggle worthwhile. Walking with one's head held high and never retracting one's words is the way of a ninja, and he believed Lee thought the same. The young, energetic ninja's words left everyone in awe. They looked at Lee, and Niji began to recall all the battles he had fought with him, remembering phrases like the flame of youth. The young Hyuga started to see his rival and teammate in a new light. Niji then suggested they see if what Naruto said was true, turning his attention back to the battle. Meanwhile, the 4 ninjas who knew something about Naruto's past wondered what he meant by his fate as a child. With each new revelation about his past, they felt uncertain about how to respond. On one side, the girl with pearl-colored eyes felt happy and admired her secret love even more for his words about the ninja path. The pink-haired girl began to view Naruto differently, while her best friend Ino was at a loss for words, having never seen this side of him. Tenten watched in amazement at everything he had said to Niji, noticing Niji smile as he looked at Lee on the stage. On the stage, Rock Lee was still fatigued from his previous fight but had heard everything his companion and new rival Naruto had said. He stopped posing and turned to look at the blonde. Naruto and Lee locked eyes and smiled. Lee began to strike another pose and shouted that he was opening the 4th gate of pain. A green aura enveloped his body, his eyes turned completely white, the veins on his face became prominent, and his skin darkened slightly, impressing everyone around. In the stands, his sensei watched with pride. Dosu thought to himself, wondering what was happening to his opponent. In the blink of an eye, Lee appeared in front of him and delivered a powerful kick that sent Dosu flying through the air. Lee jumped to match his height and unleashed a series of strong punches, causing Dosu to bleed. Once they both fell to the ground, Lee jumped back a moderate distance and deactivated his 4 inner gates. Hey, the host, approached Dosu, saw that he was unconscious, and declared Lee the winner. With Rock Lee's victory, he made his way to the stands where his fellow genin were gathered, all congratulating him. The blue-eyed boy began to speak passionately about his flame of youth, causing beads of sweat to form on everyone's foreheads due to his enthusiastic DLVY. He was soon joined by his sensei, Guy, and both began to shed tears. The blonde hoped that the next match would start soon to avoid witnessing that spectacle any longer. The screen displayed several names until only Niji and Gaara remained. Both descended to the arena and stood facing each other. Naruto thought it would be wise for Niji to be cautious. Guy asked what he meant, and Naruto explained that Gaara was not an ordinary person, capturing the attention of everyone, including the genin. Kurenai inquired why he said that, and Naruto shared that when he looked into Gaara's eyes, he saw a reflection of himself. This revelation widened the eyes of some jounin, while the genin remained puzzled, turning their gazes back to the arena where the young Hyuga and the redhead stood. The two genins stared each other down until Heiichi shouted for them to begin, and they continued to lock eyes. Niji declared that Gaara's fate was to lose this fight and suggested he prepare himself. The redhead, however, continued to gaze into Niji's eyes without blinking. Naruto remarked from the stands that Niji was still going on about destiny, a comment that earned him another bead of sweat. Niji activated his Byakugan and launched a series of rapid attacks, but Gaara's sand shielded him from every strike, leaving Gaara unfazed. Niji thought to himself that the sand was a nuisance. He charged forward, only to find the sand beginning to envelop him. In a swift movement he appeared behind Gaara and landed several hits, but most were blocked by the sand emerging from Gaara's gourd. Niji retreated to a moderate distance, realizing he needed to attack quickly before the sand could stop his blows. A bitter smile crossed his face as he assumed a combat stance, drawing the attention of his master and Hinata. Hinata recognized the stance and mentioned that it was the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Guy noted that Niji intended to use it from the start. Naruto, curious, asked what they meant. Hinata explained that the technique was based on the gentle fist style, which was exclusive to the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Guy elaborated that once the opponent was close, Niji would assume the stance they were witnessing. He described the sequence of attacks, with Naruto interjecting that the number of strikes doubled with each step until reaching 64. Guy confirmed this, explaining that with each strike, Niji would increase his speed and strength. Naruto pointed out that Niji had realized this. Rock Lee asked what he meant, and Naruto clarified that when Niji attacked, the sand shielded Gaara from his strikes. The others nodded in understanding. When Niji launched another attack, he appeared behind Gaara and landed several rapid blows until the sand began to block him again. Shikamaru noted that with this technique, each strike would be faster than the last, making it impossible for Gaara to defend himself. Naruto's insight left the others pondering when he had become so perceptive. Hinata agreed but reminded them that this technique belonged to the main branch and Niji was from the secondary branch. Naruto inquired about the secondary branch, and Kurenai explained that the Hyuga clan was divided into 2 parts, the main branch, which led the clan, and the secondary branch, which protected the main family. Naruto expressed his disbelief, suggesting that it was absurd to view the secondary branch as mere subordinates. Hinata felt pleased by his comment, as she shared his sentiment, while the jounin nodded in agreement with the young, energetic boy. He continued, questioning Niji's fixation on destiny, pointing out that he could break free from that barrier. Guy asked what Naruto meant, and Naruto explained that the technique belonged to the main branch. He suggested that Niji, being from the secondary branch, had somehow learned it and, without realizing it, had broken the barrier of destiny that held him back. Understanding dawned on the others. Kakashi remarked on Naruto's newfound wisdom, to which Naruto responded that his past experiences had opened his mind to certain truths. Some shinobi, including Zabuza, Haku, Kurenai, and Anko, understood his reference but chose to remain silent, returning their focus to the match, leaving some genin puzzled and Kiba slightly irritated by Naruto's remarks. Kiba thought arrogantly to himself, questioning what Naruto believed, thinking that just because he was smarter, he could boast about it. Niji continued to focus on Gaara as he approached, executing 2 strikes that were blocked by the sand. He then appeared behind Gaara and landed 4 hits, forcing Gaara to step back. Niji followed up with 8 strikes, attacking swiftly from the side, and then 16, increasing his speed with each blow, making it impossible for Gaara to defend against the young Hyuga's relentless assault. Niji declared 32 palms, appearing behind the redhead and landing all his attacks. In a rapid motion, he faced Gaara directly and unleashed the 8 trigrams 64 palms, striking him with all his might and sending him crashing against the wall, several meters away. The Suna siblings watched as their younger brother was overwhelmed by a Konoha ninja, concerned that he might lose control. The red-haired boy rose, cracks appearing on his face and slowly crumbling away. Niji, bewildered by the sight, questioned what was happening. Gaara, in a fit of rage, shouted that despite his sand armor, the attack had hurt him. The sand began to lash out at Niji, who dodged as best as he could until the sand caught his foot and slammed him against the ground multiple times. Gaara declared his intent to defeat Niji, launching him into the air and surrounding himself with sand. Niji, using a technique called kaiten, spun in the air to block the sand, landing on the ground with some difficulty. Niji realized that if he continued like this, he would be defeated at any moment. Unbeknownst to him, sand appeared from behind until Naruto shouted a warning, causing Niji to turn and take the full brunt of the attack, which sent him crashing into the wall, leaving him unconscious. Hay-8 declared Gaara the winner. Naruto noticed that the sand was heading toward the unconscious Hyuga, calling out for Gaara to stop, insisting that he had already won. Gaara, without turning, declared that he didn't care and intended to finish Niji off. Naruto shouted the name of Shikaku, causing the sand to halt abruptly, drawing the attention of both the Suna ninjas and his Konoha comrades. Gaara, surprised, questioned Naruto's words, declaring that he would kill him. In response, Naruto leaped onto the stage, and the sand pursued him. He formed a hand sign to gather chakra, and a massive amount of red chakra suddenly became visible, stopping the sand in its tracks and impressing Gaara and the others. Kakashi, astonished, remarked on the chakra's significance, while the other jounin looked on in awe, leaving the genin confused. Gaara acknowledged that Naruto was like him, to which Naruto nodded, and the jounin understood the implication. In a brief flashback, Naruto warned that Niji needed to be careful, explaining that Gaara was not an ordinary person, capturing everyone's attention, including the genin. Kurenai asked why he believed that, and Naruto replied that when he looked into Gaara's eyes, he saw himself, which shocked some of the jounin. Returning to the present, Gaara shouted that Naruto would experience his existence. However, Naruto merely observed as he created several clones to carry the unconscious Hyuga away. He stated that their confrontation would have to wait until after the exams, reiterating that they would fight without interruptions. Gaara's sand began to attack again, but Naruto quickly appeared behind him, holding a kunai to his neck, insisting that their battle would be postponed. Gaara noted the intensity of Naruto's gaze, commenting that he had eyes that understood true loneliness, eyes filled with the desire for power and a thirst for vengeance. He recognized that they shared the same pain and questioned whether Naruto wished to eliminate those responsible for his suffering. Surprised by Gaara's insight, Naruto simply replied that it might be true, leaving his companions and jounin in shock. In the stands, everyone had overheard the exchange between the two genin, and they were astonished by the words of the usually hyperactive boy. Kakashi murmured to himself, pondering whether Naruto was aware of the attack, as he observed Gaara returning to his place with his Suna teammates. Guy pulled Kakashi from his thoughts, wanting to speak with him privately, and they moved away from the genin, followed by the other jounin, leaving the genin alone. Guy inquired whether Kakashi had told Naruto everything that had happened 13 years ago in the village. Kakashi replied that he hadn't, unsure how Naruto had known all this time. Asuma asked if Naruto knew who his parents were, to which Kakashi admitted he didn't know but suggested they should keep quiet about it for now. Zabuza questioned why they shouldn't tell him, and Kakashi explained that after the Kyubi attack, the Hokage had forbidden them from discussing Naruto's status as a jinjuriky or his parents, a direct order that all jounin acknowledged. Haku expressed concern that if they continued to keep secrets, Naruto would eventually become angry about the truth being hidden from him. Zabuza agreed, stating that Naruto was a ticking time bomb, and it wouldn't be pleasant when he exploded. Kakashi acknowledged the truth in their words but reiterated that the Hokage's orders were absolute. He had tried to reveal the truth to Naruto before, but he had refused to listen. Meanwhile, the jounin discussed the situation while the genin shifted to other topics. Ino asked Sakura if what Naruto said was true, to which Sakura replied that she didn't know, as it was the first time she had heard such things. Hinata quietly thought about Naruto, watching him stand still on the stage. The Jounin returned, realizing why Naruto had not yet rejoined them, as the screen announced the next match, Naruto vs. Kiba. The Jounin and Genin were somewhat concerned about what the blue-eyed boy had said, but they noticed he hadn't returned to the stands. They decided to look at the screen, which displayed Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka, and they understood why he hadn't rejoined his comrades. Kiba was eager to teach the blonde a lesson, with Akamaru barking in agreement. Kurenai wished him luck, but Kiba confidently declared he wouldn't need it, stating the match would be easy as he jumped onto the stage to face Naruto. Hayate announced that he hoped both were prepared, and both nodded in affirmation. He then shouted for the match to begin. The two genin locked eyes, and Kiba released Akamaru from his chest, placing him on the ground. Naruto watched as Kiba assumed a combat stance. Naruto thought to himself that it was the first time he was fighting someone with a ninja dog. Kurama reminded him not to underestimate them, as they could be stronger than some genin when working together. Naruto acknowledged the advice. Kiba taunted Naruto for not taking a stance, recalling that he had been the weakest in the academy, which made this fight seem easy. He charged at Naruto, landing a blow to his stomach that sent him sprawling several meters away. Kiba smirked, believing he had won, and turned to retrieve Akamaru. Naruto, rising to his feet, acknowledged that Kiba's attack had hurt a bit and challenged him to do better. Kiba, furious at the mockery, attempted to strike Naruto with a series of punches, but the blue-eyed boy skillfully dodged them, catching the attention of the spectators. Guy observed Naruto's strategy and explained to Kurenai that Naruto was provoking Kiba to lose his composure, making his attacks more reckless. Kakashi, distracted, asked if Guy had said something, causing Guy to stumble in frustration. Kurenai hoped Kiba would realize what was happening as she watched him try to kick Naruto, only for the blonde to leap out of the way. Hinata admired Naruto's skills while wishing both competitors luck, knowing Kiba was her teammate. On the stage, Naruto continued to evade Kiba's attacks until he heard Kurama's voice urging him to stop playing around, as it was getting boring. Naruto blocked Kiba's next strike and retaliated with a punch to Kiba's face, forcing him to stagger back. He followed up with a kick to Kiba's ribs, prompting Kiba to jump back to safety alongside Akamaru. Kiba was surprised by Naruto's strength and turned to Akamaru, asking if he was ready. The canine barked in response and transformed into Kiba. Naruto marveled at the transformation, never having seen a dog do that before. Both Kiba and Akamaru charged forward, increasing their speed. Kiba shouted their combined attack name, and they launched themselves at Naruto with incredible velocity, striking from all angles. Naruto struggled to keep up, finding it difficult to form hand signs, so he focused on blocking as best he could. The onslaught continued for over 5 minutes until Kiba finally halted the attack, leaving Naruto on the ground. Kiba bragged about his easy victory, but his confidence faltered when he saw Naruto rise again. Frustrated, Kiba muttered under his breath. Naruto admitted that the attack had hurt but declared it was his turn. He performed the Shadow Clone Jutsu, creating 4 clones to attack Kiba. 2 clones appeared from behind, but Kiba countered with kunai, causing them to vanish in a puff of smoke. Akamaru, still transformed, attacked the front clones with his claws, making them disappear as well. However, they didn't notice that the original Naruto was above them and delivered a simultaneous kick to both, causing them to stagger back with groans of pain. The 2 Kiba charged again with their previous technique, but Naruto swiftly dodged to the side and began to run across the stage, with both Kiba in pursuit, determined to land their attack. Elemento Fuego, great fireball technique, creating a fireball that surprised some spectators in the stands, it headed towards both Kiba and Akamaru. They quickly separated and attacked the blonde from different sides. Naruto blocked their assault with his arms, using his left to fend off Kiba and his right for Akamaru, who had transformed into an Inuzuka. With considerable strength, he pushed them back slightly and formed a concentrated chakra fist to strike them. Upon impact, Kiba and Akamaru were sent reeling, causing the technique to dissipate, and Akamaru returned to his partner's side. Kiba thought to himself that it was impossible for anyone to resist his technique, Fong over Fong. He watched as Naruto resumed his combat stance, while some shinobi in the stands were impressed by the blue-eyed ninja's display. Kakashi, observing his student on stage, wondered when Naruto had learned to use fire-style techniques. Zabuza, drawing Kakashi's attention, questioned if he was unaware of his own student's abilities. Kakashi explained that he had been assigned to train Sasuke due to his Sharingan, which left him little time for others. Kurenai, Enko, Haku, and Zabuza understood why Naruto expressed disdain when referring to Kakashi as sensei. Zabuza pointed out that despite his assignment, Kakashi should also train all of his students, not just one. Kakashi remained silent on the matter, recalling his previous battle with Naruto in the Land of Waves, where Naruto had used the same technique against his water dragon. Kiba noted that Naruto had grown stronger since their time in the academy. Naruto thought to himself that if only Kiba knew the truth. Kiba then declared that Naruto was still weak and performed a combined transformation, two-headed wolf. A large cloud of smoke enveloped the stage, accompanied by terrifying growls. Once the smoke cleared, a giant two-headed dog, over 5 meters tall, appeared, its gaze fierce. Naruto was taken aback by the transformation. He thought to himself that he hadn't expected such a formidable opponent. The two-headed canine attacked with incredible speed, forcing Naruto to leap aside to avoid it. However, he was caught by a headbutt that pushed him against the wall. Kiba then unleashed his technique, Double Fong of the Wolf, spinning rapidly like a drill and striking Naruto fiercely, creating a massive cloud of smoke. After distancing himself, Kiba reverted to his original form, as did Akamaru. In the stands, Sakura remarked on the impressive attack. Kurenai explained that the technique was called Double Fong of the Wolf, which utilized great speed, making it difficult for opponents to evade. The genin were slightly astonished, and Sakura hoped Naruto would be alright as she watched the smoke. Hinata thought of Naruto, concerned for him. Meanwhile, on stage, Kiba smiled bitterly as he observed the dissipating smoke. As it cleared, he saw Naruto, with some injuries on his face and a few marks of blood, looking somewhat winded. Kiba felt a surge of satisfaction, noting that his technique had taken a toll on Naruto. Naruto thought to himself that the attack had affected him more than he had anticipated. Kurama, the Nine Tails, reminded him not to underestimate his opponents. Kiba laughed, taunting Naruto about his perceived weakness and making a hurtful remark about his parents. This struck a chord with Naruto, who recalled a painful conversation he had with Kurama about his past. He felt something inside him begin to break, and the Jonin were taken aback by Kiba's comment. Kurenai shot a disapproving look at Kiba, while Hinata glared at him in anger. The genin were left in shock. Naruto lowered his gaze, his expression shifting as a powerful killing intent filled the air, causing everyone to tense, except for Gaara, who observed the scene calmly. Naruto declared that Kiba had no right to mock him for not having parents. He acknowledged the truth of his situation but asserted that Kiba would not be allowed to disrespect them. He shouted the last part with intense anger. Akamaru sensed danger and instinctively ran to hide, which caught Kiba's attention. Kiba thought to himself about Akamaru's unusual behavior. He turned to see Naruto, who was suddenly just inches away. In an instant, Naruto delivered a powerful blow to Kiba's face, sending him crashing against the wall. The other Jounin and Genin were taken aback by the speed and strength of the attack, especially Guy and Rock Lee, who were experts in taijutsu. Naruto reappeared in front of Kiba, grabbing him by the jacket and pulling him from the wall before launching him into the air with considerable force. He then jumped up to deliver a knee strike to Kiba's stomach, causing Kiba to cough up a small amount of blood. Following this, Naruto brought his hands together and struck Kiba's back, sending him crashing into the ground with significant force, leaving him partially buried in the earth as he landed several meters away. Everyone was astonished by the display. Kiba struggled to rise, clearly affected by the attacks. Naruto approached him, and in his mind, he heard a voice urging him to calm down. Ignoring it, Naruto made a slight movement with his arm, which caught the attention of Zabuza and Haku, who recognized what he was about to do. This movement was reminiscent of the one he had made during the battle with the swordsman. The two former mist shinobi exchanged glances, nodded, and quickly jumped onto the stage, drawing the attention of the others. On the stage, Naruto advanced slowly until he felt a strike to his legs, causing him to fall. A knee pressed into his back, and someone held his hand to keep him from moving. He turned his head to see Zabuza restraining him, while Haku appeared in front of him, creating several ice mirrors to prevent Kiba from approaching for safety. Zabuza warned Naruto to calm down, while Naruto struggled to free himself from Zabuza's grip, demanding to know what Zabuza was doing. Zabuza expressed his frustration, questioning whether Naruto had intended to harm a fellow leaf ninja with his technique. His loud outburst surprised everyone present. The blue-eyed boy realized the gravity of the situation and calmed himself, ceasing his struggle. Naruto apologized, prompting Zabuza to release him. Haku, noticing this, withdrew the ice mirrors, and both jumped to the stands. Kiba murmured in confusion about what had just happened. Suddenly, Naruto appeared behind him and knocked him unconscious with a swift strike. Heiei took a moment to recover from the shock before declaring Naruto the victor of the match. Kakashi turned his attention to Zabuza and Haku, demanding to know why Zabuza had intervened. The other Jounin and Genin watched intently. Zabuza explained that if he hadn't acted, Naruto would have seriously harmed Kiba. This revelation astonished everyone. Kurenai, concerned, asked for clarification. Haku recounted the earlier battle between Zabuza and Naruto in the Land of Waves, where Naruto had performed a peculiar move that formed a strange sphere in his hand. Kakashi was taken aback by this detail. Haku continued, noting that if Zabuza hadn't been struck in the neck by a sunban, he might not have survived. Kakashi then inquired if the technique Haku described was a blue, spinning sphere. Both Zabuza and Haku confirmed this, and Kakashi recognized it as the Rasengan, a powerful jutsu created by the fourth Hokage. The revelation shocked everyone present, and Kakashi pondered how Naruto had learned it. Guy asked if anyone else knew about the technique. Kakashi mentioned that only Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, could have taught it, but he hadn't been in the village for a long time, making it unlikely. As Naruto walked toward his teammates, Kakashi called out to him, curious about the technique he had just used. Naruto, feeling overwhelmed, expressed his desire for solitude and turned to leave. Anko acknowledged his request, but as he walked away, Hinata called out to him, her voice trembling. She noticed the sadness in his eyes and felt a pang in her heart. Hinata asked if she could accompany him, reminding him of her admiration for his perseverance despite the challenges he faced. Naruto, surprised by her words, thanked her but clarified that he needed time alone due to his earlier actions. Hinata lowered her head, understanding his need for space. However, Naruto eventually relented and allowed her to join him, warning her not to be surprised by what she might see. As they began to leave, Naruto suddenly stopped, locking eyes with Gaara, who was watching him intently. Gaara remarked that Naruto had eyes similar to his own and smiled, acknowledging that Naruto would help him feel alive. As sand began to swirl around Gaara, his brothers grew concerned, realizing he had separated from them. Naruto reminded Gaara that they would address their issues after the exams. His eyes transformed, taking on a red hue reminiscent of the Nine Tails, and his claws and teeth sharpened as a reddish chakra enveloped him. The two stared at each other for a moment before Naruto brushed past Gaara, joining Hinata as they left the area. Gaara returned to his brothers, who were worried about his sudden change. The chapter concluded, leaving readers eager for the next installment. The blonde had left with the blue-haired girl, leaving the others feeling a bit concerned about the looks exchanged with the Sunagakure ninja. After that, the remaining fighters continued their matches. Chuji faced Misumi Tsurugi and emerged victorious, while Zuku Abumi battled Shino Aburame, with Shino winning the match. Following these fights, the names for the fourth round of the Chunin exams appeared on the screen: Naruto vs. Rock Lee, Hinata vs. Temari, Shikamaru vs. Shino, Gaara vs. Sasuke, and Misumi was left alone since Ino and Sakura had tied. He would face one of the winners from the third phase of the exams. Rock Lee was determined to fight against Naruto. Guy encouraged him to make Naruto feel the flames of youth. They continued their enthusiastic shouting, drawing curious glances from others, but they remained oblivious and kept cheering as usual. Anko decided to inform Naruto after enjoying some dango. Kakashi interrupted, indicating he would deliver the message himself. Anko reminded him that he was supposed to report to the Hokage about the Uchiha's condition, but Kakashi didn't respond to that. She also mentioned that Naruto had asked her to tell him. Kurenai suggested that Anko could also inform Hinata about her match, and with a nod, Anko disappeared in a leap. Zabuza suggested it was best for him and Haku to leave, and they bid farewell before vanishing as well, leaving the genin with their respective senseis. Guy instructed everyone to prepare and train hard, as the exams would take place in a month at the stadium, where everyone, including the Hokage and Kazekage, would be present. The genin who had passed nodded in understanding. Guy then focused on Lee, urging him to train hard so that Naruto could feel the flames of youth, prompting another round of enthusiastic shouting that made the others sweat nervously. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed boy and the blue-haired girl walked through the forest of death. Something felt strange to the pearl-eyed girl. They continued until they reached a lagoon with a waterfall, which seemed beautiful to Hinata. Following Naruto, who was heading behind the waterfall, she discovered a cave. Entering, she was surprised by the various items inside. Hinata asked if Naruto lived there, to which he simply nodded. She looked around at his belongings and inquired why. Naruto indicated she could probably guess the reason. When she suggested he had been kicked out of his apartment, he nodded again, prompting her to leave the cave momentarily. After a few minutes, he emerged to find Hinata sitting by the lagoon, tears in her eyes. Concerned, he approached and sat beside her. He asked what was wrong. Hinata expressed her disbelief at how he was treated, reflecting on her own feelings as she gazed at her reflection in the water. She felt it was unfair for him to endure such treatment, reminding him that he was just like everyone else. She acknowledged that while he might not have parents, it didn't mean they didn't love him. They had given him life and surely cared for him deeply. Hinata encouraged him not to let the hurtful comments affect him, affirming that he was Naruto Uzumaki, a ninja and a comrade of the Leaf. Her words brought tears to his eyes. Naruto, surprised to realize he was crying, felt a wave of emotions. In that moment, Hinata embraced him, encouraging him to let it all out. Slowly, he returned the hug, resting his forehead against her arm as he cried, releasing years of pent-up pain. They remained like that for over 10 minutes until they finally separated. Naruto's eyes were red from crying, and Hinata looked at him with a gentle smile. He thanked her for her kind words about him and his parents, expressing how happy it made him feel. Hinata, blushing and fidgeting with her fingers, replied that it was no problem. They spent hours talking about various topics, and Naruto felt comfortable with Hinata by his side. Their moment was interrupted when Anko arrived, dango in her mouth, announcing she had come to inform them about their opponents in the Chunin exams. Both Hinata and Anko were paying attention. Anko informed Hinata that she would be fighting Temari, the ninja from Suna, and then turned to Naruto, who was simply watching. She told him he would be facing Rock Lee. Naruto, surprised, looked up at the sky, and Anko noticed his eyes were red before glancing back at Hinata. Anko then asked if Hinata wanted help getting out of the forest, to which Hinata agreed, turning to the blonde and saying they would see each other later. Naruto smiled and waved goodbye as Hinata and Anko left him alone by the lake. Anko then turned to Hinata and asked if she liked Naruto. Hinata stammered, unable to finish her sentence, her face turning red as she nodded. Anko inquired about Naruto's red eyes, and Hinata explained the reason. Anko nodded, noting they were close to the exit, and reminded Hinata that she could visit the lake whenever she wanted. She encouraged Hinata to help Naruto as much as she could. Hinata agreed and departed, leaving Anko to return to her duties. Later that night, Hinata was at home with her family, preparing to eat. They shared a quiet meal until Hinata broke the silence by telling her father, Hayashi, that she had passed the second and third phases of the Chunin exams. Hayashi acknowledged her achievement, reminding her of her responsibilities as the heir to the clan. They continued eating, and after the meal, Hayashi went outside for some fresh air. Hinata cleaned up and joined him, sitting beside him as they gazed at the moon. Hinata wanted to talk about something and asked her father what he thought of Naruto. Hayashi opened his eyes slightly, intrigued by the question, and asked why she wanted to know. Hinata replied that it was just a question and that he didn't have to answer if he didn't want to. After a moment of silence, Hayashi finally spoke, acknowledging that he had seen Naruto several times. He described Naruto as a bit foolish at times but recognized the heavy burden he carried, which caused others to distance themselves from him. Hinata smiled at this insight and mentioned that she had spent time with Naruto that day, explaining why she was late. Hayashi understood and was surprised to learn that Naruto lived in a cave. He quickly dismissed the idea of inviting Naruto to live with them, explaining that it could negatively impact the clan's reputation. Hinata lowered her head, feeling disheartened. However, Hayashi reassured her that visiting Naruto was acceptable, as long as she did not neglect her training. Hinata felt happy at this prospect and left to see Naruto, while Hayashi continued to observe the moon. In the forest, Naruto sat by the lake, contemplating everything that had happened during the exams and his earlier confrontation with Kiba. He decided to reach out to his friend, Kurama, in his subconscious. Kurama noted that it was unusual for Naruto to visit at this hour. Naruto expressed his desire to try something new and focused his chakra, attempting to break the seal on his stomach. To Kurama's surprise, Naruto successfully opened the seal, allowing Kurama to be freed. Kurama laughed, impressed by Naruto's newfound skill with seals. However, their moment was interrupted by voices calling out to Naruto. Kurama recognized the voices of Kushina and Minato, feeling anger towards Minato for the pain he had caused Naruto. As Kurama prepared to confront Minato, Kushina tried to intervene, but Kurama insisted she stay out of it. He accused Minato of causing Naruto to suffer a lonely life and unleashed his frustration, which shocked both Minato and Kushina. Naruto, feeling the tension, shouted for Kurama to stop, drawing everyone's attention. Kurama questioned Naruto's desire for peace, reminding him of the hatred he faced from the village and the near-death experiences he had endured. Despite the chaos, Naruto remained resolute, wanting to find a way to coexist peacefully. The fox and Naruto exchanged glances for a moment, and all it did was free Minato. Kushina drew Naruto's attention, and like Minato, she noticed that his eyes were dim. A knot formed in their chests at the sight. She asked what he had meant a moment ago. Kurama offered to show them something. Two tails touched Minato and Kushina, revealing the memories of the young, hyperactive boy. Both were astonished by what they saw and rushed to where Naruto was, embracing him tightly. Kushina apologized, tears streaming down her face, for not being there when he needed her the most. Minato started to speak but was interrupted by Naruto, who reassured them that he didn't harbor any hatred. He understood their sacrifices for the village and felt proud of them. He then looked at the fox and added that if they hadn't made those choices, he would never have met Kurama. They exchanged glances with the nine tails. Kurama, with a hint of annoyance, told Naruto not to get sentimental. Naruto shot back, reminding Kurama that he constantly asked if he was okay. Kurama's fierce gaze suggested a challenge, but Naruto stood his ground, insisting that he wasn't scared of the fox. Their playful argument drew the attention of everyone present, who watched with bemusement. Minato observed the two, murmuring that they seemed to get along well. Kushina echoed his sentiment, noting that they acted like brothers. Just then, both Naruto and Kurama began to glow, capturing Naruto's attention. He asked what was happening, and Minato explained that their chakra was running low. Naruto, realizing they were leaving, lowered his head in sadness. Kushina called out to him, urging him not to let others bother him with hurtful comments. She looked at Kurama, asking him to take care of Naruto, to which he nodded in agreement. Minato expressed his remorse for everything that had happened due to sealing Kurama within Naruto. He apologized sincerely. Naruto reassured him that he held no resentment. On the contrary, he loved them and felt proud of them. He intended to carry on their will, tears welling in his eyes as the thought of parting caused him pain. Minato smiled, grateful for Naruto's words. Before departing, he wanted to give Naruto something. He approached and placed his hand on Naruto's head, imparting a piece of knowledge. Naruto asked what it was, and Minato explained that he had given him the technique that earned him his nickname. It would just take time for Naruto to learn it, and the young boy nodded happily. Kushina called out to him, reminding him that they both loved him, just before they disappeared completely, along with Minato. Naruto, tears on his cheeks, declared that he loved them too and wished he could have spent more time with them. Kurama reassured him that they would always be with him, and Naruto nodded, feeling a sense of comfort. The next day, Naruto was waking up. He stepped outside the cave and noticed that dawn was breaking. He entered the lagoon for a bath, relaxing while reflecting on the meeting he had with his parents the day before. It was painful for him not to be able to spend more time with them, but he felt a bit of joy in finally meeting them in person. As he looked at the sky, he remembered something his father had said about the technique that earned him his nickname. He decided it was best to put it into practice. After leaving the lagoon, he changed clothes to train with a specific technique. In his subconscious, Kurama spoke to him, asking what was going on. Naruto wondered what Kurama wanted to give him. Kurama informed him that all this time as a ninja, he had not signed a summoning contract. A scroll appeared in front of Naruto, and Kurama instructed him to sign it with his own blood. Naruto followed his friend's advice, and the scroll vanished in a puff of smoke. Kurama then explained that to use the summoning jutsu, he needed to use a bit of his blood and perform specific hand signs. Once that was done, he would touch the ground, and the summoning would appear. Naruto understood and attempted to summon, shouting the name of the jutsu, but nothing happened. Kurama, frustrated, urged him to do it outside of his subconscious. Naruto complied and disappeared in an instant. Outside of his subconscious, he muttered about Kurama's attitude. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, and Naruto ignored it, trying the summoning again. This time, an orange fox appeared, about the same size as Akamaru from Shippuden, with black markings around its eyes and 9 tails. Kurama confirmed his identity. Naruto was curious about Kurama's size and learned that the jutsu allowed him to summon the Biju from within. Kurama explained that if he mixed some chakra with Naruto's, he could return to his original size, but that would cause panic in the village, which he found amusing. Naruto, feeling overwhelmed by the information, decided to train a bit more, wanting to learn his father's technique. Kurama began to say he would accompany him but suddenly vanished. Naruto called out for him, and Kurama reassured him that he was still within him, sensing someone approaching. Naruto nodded and sat by the lake, waiting until he saw Hinata. He stood up and approached her. Hinata explained that she just wanted to check on him. Naruto replied that he was fine and planned to train a little. He noticed Hinata playing with her fingers and invited her to join him. She happily accepted, and they walked for about 30 minutes until they reached Naruto's private training field. Naruto proudly stated that this place felt like it was just for him. Hinata looked around, finding it beautiful. Naruto smiled at her compliment, causing her to blush. He mentioned that he intended to practice a technique, asking what she would do. Hinata replied that she would train with her gentle fist. As they separated, Naruto observed Hinata's rapid movements as she practiced. He noted how each attack became faster, reminding him of Neji against Gaara. He moved to a tree, closed his eyes, and focused on the new information his father had given him. After a while, he opened his eyes and noticed a mark on his hand. Curious, he placed his hand on the tree and saw the mark remain. He thought he could teleport there and began to walk away when Kurama urged him to go to Hinata. Naruto questioned the reason, but Kurama remained silent until he found himself in front of Hinata, who had stopped practicing. Upon noticing Naruto, she looked surprised. Suddenly, a puff of smoke appeared beside Naruto, revealing Kurama. The fox explained that he could come out whenever he concentrated. Naruto asked what Kurama was doing, while Hinata recalled something from the Chunin exams. In a flashback, Kurenai had drawn everyone's attention by mentioning Naruto's master, who had helped him with his taijutsu problems. The young ninja confirmed that his name was Kurama. Back in the present, Hinata asked if Kurama was the one who trained Naruto. Kurama introduced himself as the Biju sealed within Naruto. Hinata realized he was the kyubi and approached him, gently petting behind his ears, calling him adorable. Kurama expressed his discontent with the attention, while Naruto teased him about enjoying it. Kurama insisted they stop the silliness and turned to Hinata, asking what she planned to do now that she had seen him. Hinata paused, contemplating her response. Hinata was confused about what Kurama meant. He explained that since she had seen and met him, she might consider telling everyone about it. Hinata, startled, shouted in protest, causing the blonde to look at her in surprise, except for the fox. She quickly apologized, feeling a bit embarrassed. Kurama asked why she would do that, and Hinata hesitated, blushing slightly as she expressed her concern that it might make things worse. Kurama reassured her that he could trust her and mentioned that he had observed her during training, wanting to help her improve. Naruto, eager to assist, listened as Kurama suggested that he would help Hinata while Naruto continued practicing his technique. Kurama planned to use gravity seals on her, similar to those he had used on Naruto, to enhance her speed and strength. Naruto encouraged Hinata, assuring her that Kurama would train her just as he had trained him long ago. With a nod, Hinata moved to the other side of the training field. Kurama instructed her to show him her previous strikes. Hinata complied, and after a moment, Kurama told her to stop and extend her arms. As she did, two of Kurama's tails wrapped around her, and when they released her, she noticed markings on her arms similar to Naruto's. Kurama explained that these were gravity seals like those on Naruto. To activate the seals, Kurama demonstrated a hand pose, explaining that to deactivate them, she would need to bring her hands together and say a specific word. Hinata nodded, ready to try. When she activated the seals, her arms felt heavy, and she struggled to lift them. Kurama reassured her that it would be challenging at first, but she would eventually adapt. As she practiced her strikes, Kurama observed her progress, noting that she was becoming faster. After 2 hours, he approached her, acknowledging her improvement. Hinata, slightly out of breath, acknowledged his compliment. Kurama advised her to keep the seals activated while resting to help her adjust. She agreed, lowering her hands. Curious about Naruto's stillness, Hinata asked what he was doing. Kurama explained that Naruto was analyzing information he had recently obtained. When Hinata inquired about the information, Kurama cautioned her not to share it with anyone. He revealed that Naruto had managed to remove the seal that contained Kurama, which allowed him to meet his parents. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise as Kurama shared that Naruto had received some important information about a jutsu from his father, though their conversation was brief. Kurama's expression turned somber, and Hinata noticed the change in his demeanor. 2 weeks passed, and Naruto trained alongside Hinata in their training field. Hinata had already put the seals on her legs. At first, it was quite challenging for her, but once she got used to it, she could move as if they weren't there. They practiced in their own ways, supervised by Kurama. After a while, Kurama called them over, and they both nodded in response. Kurama looked at Hinata and acknowledged her progress. He asked if she could perform the technique that a Hyuga had used during the exams. She shook her head, and Kurama decided it was time for her to try it out. Hinata hesitated, wondering who she would practice with, and Kurama glanced at Naruto. Naruto was surprised and exclaimed in disbelief that he would be the one to help. Kurama reassured him that he would recover quickly with just a short break, though it would be painful. Naruto sighed and agreed, asking Hinata if she was ready. She confirmed that she was. Kurama instructed Hinata to release her seals first to see her progress. She nodded, joined her hands, and shouted, "Kai," causing the seals to glow and disappear. With a determined look, she moved away from Naruto, who stood still. Once at a moderate distance, Hinata took a combat stance and began to attack him with impressive speed. When she finished, she was astonished by the results. Hinata thought to herself that with the seals, she could double her strikes, but her concentration broke when she heard Naruto groan in pain as he lay on the ground. A small, ghostly figure appeared near his mouth, adding a humorous touch to the situation. Hinata rushed to his side, apologizing profusely, while Kurama watched with a smirk, enjoying the moment. Kurama suggested they take a break while Naruto recovered, and Hinata nodded, concerned for him as he remained unconscious from the recent technique. After 2 hours, Naruto managed to stand up, albeit with some difficulty, which he considered a victory. He approached Hinata, who was sitting beside the rocks in their training field, and sat down next to her. Hinata asked if he was okay, and Naruto reassured her that he was fine, expressing his surprise at how quickly she had executed the technique. Flushed with embarrassment from the compliment, Hinata pulled out 2 lunch containers and offered one to Naruto. Curious, Naruto asked what it was. Hinata explained that she thought they could eat while resting. He opened the container to find rice, meatballs, and fried egg on the side. Tears welled up in his eyes, surprising Hinata. She asked if he was all right, and he quickly wiped his tears away, explaining that it was the first time someone had prepared something for him. He smiled sincerely and took a bite of his lunch, exclaiming how delicious it was. Hinata beamed with happiness at his reaction and began to eat her own meal, all while Kurama watched from the side, resting. 2 days later, Hinata was on her way back to the Forest of Death, carrying a large backpack. She walked happily until she reached the lagoon with the waterfall. Entering the cave behind the waterfall, she found Naruto sleeping and noticed he was tossing and turning in his sleep. She pleaded in her sleep, tears escaping her eyes. Seeing this made her heart ache, and all she could do was move closer and gently slide her head to calm her down, which worked. After a while, he woke up and noticed Hinata sleeping beside him. He was about to get up when he realized he was holding her hand. He simply looked at her and smiled, staying there until she woke up. Hinata stirred and rubbed her eyes, calling out to him softly. He greeted her with a cheerful morning, and she echoed the sentiment. When she looked down and saw their hands intertwined, she blushed and quickly withdrew her hand, fidgeting with her fingers, which made him smile. She apologized, explaining that she had seen him having a nightmare. This alarmed him a bit. She continued, saying she had stroked his hair to help him calm down and had fallen asleep herself. Hearing this made him smile, as it was nice to know someone cared for him so deeply. He reassured her that it was no problem and that he had rested well, giving her a playful grin that made her blush again. They decided to head outside together. As they stepped out, he noticed the large backpack she had on her back. He called her attention and asked what she was carrying. She took off the backpack, opened it, and he leaned in to see what was inside. To his surprise, Kurama appeared beside them, greeting him with a nod and a smile. Kurama remarked on her finding the special 3-pronged kunai that the 4th Hokage used, curious about how she had obtained them. She explained that she had asked some members of her clan to help find the kunai and bring them to her. She looked at Naruto and reminded him that he had mentioned needing special kunai for a jutsu, so she wanted to assist him. Naruto was genuinely surprised and grateful, embracing her tightly, which made her blush. After they separated, he focused on one of the kunai, channeling his chakra until the Hiraishin mark appeared on his hand. Once he placed his hand on the kunai, the mark transferred to it. He threw the kunai and teleported to where it landed, then returned to Hinata and Kurama, explaining that this would allow him to teleport during battles. Kurama thought to himself that Naruto was thinking just like Minato, showing that he was indeed his son. He instructed Naruto to mark all the kunai with the Hiraishin mark so he could teleport in the midst of a fight. Naruto nodded, created clones, and they all marked the kunai before disappearing. Feeling confident, Naruto declared that with this, he would surely become very strong. Hinata agreed and he smiled at her, causing her to blush once more. Kurama watched the exchange with a knowing smile. Meanwhile, far from the village, in a cave, an organization known as Akatsuki was holding a meeting. In front of them were Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. Their leader addressed them, instructing them to go to Konoha, where the Chunin exams were taking place. He anticipated that Orochimaru would create chaos for the 3rd Hokage, and after that, he wanted them to capture the jinjuriky of the kyubi. Kisame questioned why they should go during the exams. Itachi explained that while the exams were happening, the ninjas would be on high alert. If Orochimaru attacked from within, it would cause a stir. Once the attack was over, everyone would focus on repairing the damage, and security would be significantly reduced. Kisame teased Itachi about not missing his old comrades. Itachi brushed it off, affirming that they would depart for Konoha in a week. Their leader, Pain, agreed, allowing them to leave. As they vanished, another figure emerged from the shadows. This figure expressed confidence that if everything went well, they would capture the kyubi, bringing them closer to their goal. Pain turned to him, asking what he would do in the meantime. The masked figure simply stated he would wait until everything was ready before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Konan, the blue-haired member, expressed her distrust of him. Pain acknowledged her concerns but reminded her that they had a shared goal: peace. Konan admitted she preferred their previous methods, but Pain insisted they had no other choice. 4 weeks passed since the third phase of the Chunin exams concluded. The stadium was filled with villagers and spectators from nearby villages. The jounin present included Zabuza, Haku, and Enko, who had received permission from the Hokage to observe the results of the genin. The Hokage sat beside the Kazekage of Suna, both watching the stage. In the stands, Sakura, Choji, Ino, Kiba, Tenten, and Niji were eagerly watching the stage where Naruto, Rock Lee, Hinata, Temari, Shino, Shikamaru, and Gaara stood. Sasuke's absence was noted, and the crowd expressed their disappointment, wanting to see the Uchiha in battle. The Hokage decided to save that match for last, hoping Sasuke would arrive in time. Everyone agreed, and the focus returned to the genin on stage. Among them was also Misumi, but for some reason he was found dead, and no one knew who was responsible. In front of the genin stood Genma Shiranui, the judge, who explained the rules of the combat, and everyone nodded in understanding. Genma then announced that Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee would stay for the match, while the others could leave. Everyone complied, and the two genin exchanged smiles before stepping back to a moderate distance to begin the fight. Meanwhile, the men with the title of Kage were observing. The Kazekage remarked on the blonde boy, noting that he was the jinjuriky. The Hokage confirmed that Naruto Uzumaki was indeed the son of the fourth Hokage. The Kazekage then mentioned that his own son was the jinjuriky of Shikaku, suggesting that their weapons were present in the arena. The Hokage disapproved of that description and focused on the match. In the stands, the villagers were present, and whispers about the blonde boy began to circulate. One villager expressed confusion over how a monster like him could be allowed to be a ninja. Another questioned the Hokage's judgment in permitting it, while a third suggested they should have eliminated him when they had the chance. The genin and jounin overheard their comments. Sakura questioned why they were speaking about Naruto in such a way, while Ino admitted she didn't know. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned cold, and all the genin and jounin turned to see Haku, who was the source of the unsettling feeling. Zabuza urged Haku to calm down, but Haku struggled to endure the harsh words being spoken. He glanced at his master, the swordsman, who clenched his fists in disapproval of the villagers' remarks about the blue-eyed boy. Enko's snakes began to slither from her sleeve toward the villagers, but Guy intervened, looking displeased. Guy also asked Haku to remain calm. Enko, with an annoyed expression, noticed Kurenai watching the match and smiled at the sight of some villagers asleep, seemingly trapped in a genjutsu. Back on the stage, the two genin faced each other as Genma, the judge, observed them. He asked if they were ready, receiving nods from both Lee and Naruto. With a loud shout, he declared for the match to begin, and both genin took their combat stances. After Genma signaled the start of the match, both competitors remained locked in a combat stance, their eyes fixed on one another. The spectators in the stands grew impatient, waiting for one of them to make the first move. Sakura expressed her confusion, wondering why they were just staring at each other, unaware that the battle had already begun. Guy corrected her, drawing the attention of Sakura and her friend Ino. He explained that both fighters were analyzing each other, waiting for their opponent to strike first. Sakura nodded in understanding, returning her gaze to the stage while the other participants of the Chunin exam watched from the sidelines. Temari, growing tired of the standoff, questioned how long they planned to remain still. Shikamaru reassured her that once the fight began, she would be surprised. Temari shot back, irritated by his comment. Shikamaru sighed, finding the situation problematic, while Hinata silently wished Naruto good luck as she watched him intently. As the match finally commenced, Lee and Naruto charged at each other. They exchanged powerful punches, and Lee attempted a kick to Naruto's side, but Naruto deftly dodged and countered with a punch aimed at Lee's stomach. Lee caught Naruto's fist with his left hand and launched him into the air with considerable force. Naruto, in turn, tried to kick Lee as he descended, but Lee blocked it, landing on his hands and quickly retaliating with a strike to Naruto's midsection. Lee was met with an unexpected headbutt that sent him crashing to the ground. As Lee struggled to rise, Naruto swooped in with a heel kick. Lee rolled away, and Naruto followed, leaping to deliver another kick that struck the ground with enough force to leave craters. Lee continued to roll until he pushed himself up on his hands, launching a series of kicks while balancing on his hands. Naruto blocked as best he could, finding it challenging to adapt to Lee's unusual fighting style. Naruto ducked and spun around, delivering a kick, while Lee leaped back, landing 3 meters away before charging at Naruto again. They exchanged a flurry of punches, impressing the onlookers. The genin in the stands were captivated by the display of pure taijutsu, a rarity for them to witness. Ino marveled at the fight, her friend nodding in agreement. Tenten noted that it was the first time she had seen someone match Lee's skill. Guy cheered, exclaiming that both fighters embodied the flames of youth, causing sweat to bead on the foreheads of those around him. Zabuza commented on Naruto's unexpected proficiency in taijutsu, a sentiment echoed by Haku, who hinted that the match was just beginning. Niji observed that neither competitor had removed their weighted gear, drawing the attention of the others. Ino realized that while Naruto could easily hide his weights under his sleeves, Lee had not removed his at all. Suddenly, a loud impact drew everyone's gaze back to the stage, where Naruto and Lee had collided once more, both sent flying several meters apart. Naruto acknowledged Lee's skill, admitting it was the first time he had fought someone solely in taijutsu and that Lee was among the best he had faced. Lee expressed his admiration for Naruto, revealing that Guy had trained him in taijutsu, but facing a Leaf Village comrade excited him even more. Naruto suggested that it was time to stop warming up, surprising everyone in the stands. Lee smiled at the remark, and Sakura was taken aback, unable to believe that what she had witnessed was merely a warm-up. Niji contemplated how Naruto would fare against Lee now that he had removed his weights. Guy eagerly anticipated what Naruto would do next, while Enko found the match intriguing. On stage, Lee removed the second weight from his leg, and Naruto stood still, observing him. Lee asked if Naruto planned to remove his weights, to which Naruto replied that he knew Lee still had more hidden beneath his sleeves. Guy was caught off guard by this revelation, drawing the attention of the others, except for Tenten and Niji. Zabuza inquired about the weights, and Tenten explained that during the previous Chunin exams, Lee had been impressed by Naruto's strength when he fought Kiba, which led him to start using weights on his arms. Guy asked if Lee had mentioned this to Naruto, but Tenten clarified that she had witnessed it while training at Training Ground No. 2 weeks had passed since the Chunin exams in the Forest of Death, and Tenten was on her way to her training ground, planning to practice with her ninja tools and some wire threads. Once she arrived, she heard several thuds. Following the sound, she saw Rock Lee striking a tree with his fists. It was clear he was struggling a bit, and it seemed he had been training for a long time. Tenten called out to Lee, capturing his attention and prompting him to stop training. She suggested that he should take a break. Lee, however, was determined and replied that there was no way he would rest. He resumed his strikes on the tree, explaining that after watching Naruto's match, he realized he needed to improve his punching technique. Tenten, puzzled, asked what he meant. Lee explained that while he had always trained with weights on his feet, he had never used weights on his hands. He paused his training to reveal that he had weights around his wrists, emphasizing that he had been training his fists all this time and did not want to lose the upcoming match. Curious, Tenten inquired about the weight he was using. Lee proudly stated that he was currently lifting 80 kilograms. Alarmed, Tenten exclaimed that it seemed excessive. Lee acknowledged this but mentioned that Naruto had been using weights since he was 6 years old, and he wanted to train at an advanced level to adapt as quickly as possible. With that, he returned to striking the tree. The flashback ended, and Guy observed Lee removing the weights from his arms, wishing him good luck with a smile. On the stage, Lee had finished taking off the weights and declared that he was ready. Naruto then announced that it was his turn. He clapped his hands and shouted, "Kei," causing the seals on his hands and feet to glow and disappear. He struck a combat pose, mirroring Lee's stance, and they prepared to begin. 5 minutes passed, and in a swift motion, Lee appeared behind Naruto, attempting to strike him on the neck. Naruto blocked the attack with his arm without turning around, then crouched down, using his hands for support. He aimed a kick at Lee's stomach, which was also blocked, but the force sent Lee flying back several meters. Quickly recovering, Naruto dashed toward Lee, who ran to the left, with Naruto in pursuit. They exchanged a series of punches, some landing while others were successfully blocked. As they approached the edge of the stage, Naruto noticed a wall ahead. He smiled, leaping toward it, landing on his feet, and launched himself with great speed, delivering an elbow strike to Lee's stomach that sent him crashing into the wall, embedding him several inches deep. Lee fell to the ground, struggling to get up as the blow had knocked the wind out of him. Guy murmured his observations, which were overheard by some. Sakura asked why he was concerned. Guy explained that Naruto had used his feet to gain speed, inflicting significant damage on Lee, who was now having difficulty standing. The crowd fell silent as Naruto called out to Lee from across the stage, as they were quite far apart. Naruto stood at the far right while Lee was on the left. He shouted that they should fight as if they were going to kill each other, alarming everyone in the stands. Lee, surprised, asked if Naruto was serious. Naruto affirmed with a big smile, expressing that he wanted a true battle and believed Lee was the right opponent. Lee, feeling the same way, nodded happily. With determination, Lee crossed his arms, signaling his intent. He declared that he would open the fourth gate of pain. A green aura enveloped his body, his eyes turned completely white, the veins on his face became prominent, and his skin darkened, causing the ground to crack beneath him. Guy noted that Lee was serious about this fight. Niji, curious, asked what he meant. Guy explained that during Lee's previous match against a sound ninja, he hadn't used all of his power. This time, he would unleash it fully. Tenten expressed concern that if Lee used all that power, Naruto wouldn't stand a chance and would be defeated in an instant, alarming the others. Guy suggested they wait and see what Naruto would do, but he fell silent as he noticed Naruto striking another combat pose that caught his attention. Everyone turned to look at the blonde, who had crossed his arms, leaned slightly forward, and closed his eyes. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, surrounded by a powerful red chakra. The ground cracked beneath him, his eyes glowed crimson, and the markings on his cheeks became more pronounced, while his nails sharpened. Kurenai expressed her surprise at the chakra. Enko chuckled, acknowledging that the young boy could control it after all, something she had suspected. Guy, astonished, wondered when he had learned to exercise such power. Zabuza and Haku stood up from their seats for a better view, with Zabuza laughing and remarking that the boy was full of surprises, having been toying with them all along. Sakura was confused and asked what he meant. Zabuza explained that for them, it had all been a warm-up. Ino realized that the real fight was about to begin, and Haku confirmed this, prompting the other genin to refocus on the stage, puzzled by the boy's noticeable red chakra. Naruto called out to Rock Lee, urging him to get ready. They exchanged determined looks as everyone watched the stage, only to see both fighters vanish from sight. Sakura gasped in disbelief, while Ino questioned what was happening. Niji corrected them, activating his Byakugan and revealing that they were moving so fast it was difficult to track them. Neither could land a hit, as they dodged effortlessly. Tenten was in awe when suddenly, a powerful collision echoed through the arena. Both fighters reappeared, having clashed fists, creating a gust of wind that swept through the stands. Guy marveled at their speed and strength, leaving everyone, including Enko and Kurenai, astonished. Naruto and Rock Lee jumped back to gain some distance before charging at each other again. Lee attempted a kick, but Naruto dodged with a roll, landing above Lee and striking him hard on the head, sending him crashing into a wall. Lee regained his balance and retaliated with a powerful kick, causing cracks to form in the ground. The blue-eyed fighter was caught off guard and received a blow to the face, sending him flying into some nearby trees, which fell under the impact. He emerged, spitting blood, and vanished from Lee's sight. Lee searched for him but found nothing until he looked up and saw Naruto descending from the air. He raised his hands to block, but the impact drove him down several inches into the ground. Lee grabbed Naruto's hands and threw him down, burying him into the earth. Just as he was about to release him, Naruto seized Lee's hands and returned the favor, slamming him into the ground with force. Lee stood over him, ready to deliver a blow to his stomach, but Naruto kicked him into the air. Lee quickly unwrapped the bandages from his arms and leaped to match Naruto's height, appearing behind him and ensnaring Naruto in the wrappings, making escape impossible. Naruto struggled, murmuring that he couldn't break free. Meanwhile, in the stands, Guy recognized the technique and warned Lee not to proceed, fearing for Naruto's safety. Anko, alarmed, asked what he meant. Guy explained that Lee was about to use the primary lotus, a technique that would amplify his strength fivefold. Tenten reassured everyone that Lee had only used it to incapacitate enemies before, but Guy pointed out that this time, he was using the fourth gate of chakra, raising concerns among the genin and jounin, except for Zabuza, who remained calm. Kurenai insisted they had to intervene, rising from her seat alongside Anko. Zabuza reminded them that Naruto had chosen to fight to the death, something he had anticipated. Haku added that there was nothing they could do. It was what Naruto had wanted from the beginning. Everyone turned their attention back to the stage as Lee spun rapidly while holding Naruto in his bandages, shouting the name of his technique. The impact with the ground created a massive crater and a cloud of dust, and Lee jumped back to a safe distance. Gasping for breath, Lee looked toward the dust cloud, fearing he might have seriously hurt Naruto. As the smoke cleared, everyone was astonished to see Naruto slowly rising, blood trickling from his head and arm. He grimaced in pain, realizing his arm was dislocated. With a swift motion, he reset his bone, declaring that he could still fight. He complimented Lee on his phenomenal technique and assumed a combat stance, ready for his turn. With a powerful push off his front foot, he dashed toward Lee, landing a blow to his stomach that sent him soaring through the air. As Lee ascended, Naruto followed, delivering a powerful punch to Lee's back that drove him hard into the ground, leaving him severely injured. As Naruto fell, he began to spin rapidly, preparing for his next move. Once the opponent fell, a powerful kick struck him in the stomach, causing him to cough up a small amount of blood. This action instantly deactivated the fourth internal door, returning everything to normal, and the blue-eyed fighter leaped away. Genma approached Lee and noticed. He was unconscious. He informed everyone that Lee could no longer continue, declaring Naruto the winner. The blue-eyed fighter nodded and fell back onto the ground, causing concern among the others. The pearl-eyed girl jumped down from the stands and rushed over, visibly worried. She asked if Naruto was all right, her concern evident. Naruto, catching his breath, reassured her that he was fine, just a bit tired. She nodded in understanding and helped him to his feet. Impressed, she complimented Naruto as she guided him back to the stands where the other genin participants were seated. He thanked her with a chuckle and settled down to rest. Noticing that Lee was being taken care of by the medical team, he felt relieved. He then encouraged Hinata, reminding her that it was her turn and wishing her luck. Hinata blushed slightly as she thanked him and made her way to the stage alongside Temari. Meanwhile, in the stands, Guy expressed his amazement at Naruto's victory. Zabuza commented that it was to be expected, noting that Naruto had been using seals since he was 6, giving him a significant advantage. Kurenai agreed, watching the stage intently as she wondered how Hinata would fare in her upcoming battle. On the stage stood Hinata and Temari, both locking eyes with each other. The crowd watched intently, while their sensei silently wished Hinata good luck. Niji observed closely, eager to see what she would do next. Suddenly, someone spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. It was Hayashi, who had just arrived. Niji was surprised to see him, as he hadn't noticed his presence during the earlier battle involving Naruto. Kurenai inquired if Hayashi had just gotten there, to which he replied that he had been there from the beginning, waiting for his daughter's match. He glanced at the blue-eyed boy in the stands, who was watching Hinata's fight, and admitted he was impressed by Naruto's performance. Guy chimed in, noting that it was the first time he had seen someone defeat Lee in taijutsu, his gaze fixed on Naruto. Hayashi agreed, expressing his curiosity about the training Naruto had undergone. He speculated that if Hinata had trained with him, it could explain her growth, especially considering the time she spent with that boy. The others looked at him, surprised by his words, prompting Kurenai to ask if he meant that Hinata had been trained by Naruto. Hayashi clarified that he never said Naruto was her trainer, but rather someone else. Anko asked if he knew who that person was, and Hayashi recalled that when he mentioned the name of Hinata's training master, she had referred to someone named Kurama. The revelation left everyone astonished. Guy asked if he meant Kurama, which caught Hayashi's attention. Hayashi confirmed that was indeed the name, and Guy admitted that none of them knew who Kurama was, only that Naruto had been trained by him. Hayashi looked at his daughter thoughtfully, and Kurenai questioned how he knew Kurama was the one who trained her. Hayashi began to explain, leading into a flashback. In the village of Konoha, dusk was settling in, and Hinata had yet to return home. At the Hyuga mansion, Hayashi sat in the garden, watching the sky darken while sipping green tea. He heard the front door open and turned to see Hinata entering. She greeted him as she closed the door and walked into the dining room. Spotting her father in the garden, she was about to head to her room when he called her over. Hinata found it unusual for him to summon her like that. She approached and sat beside him, a silence enveloping them as Hayashi closed his eyes. Feeling awkward, Hinata waited until he opened his eyes and looked at the sky again. Hayashi addressed her, noting that 3 weeks had passed since the third phase of the Chunin exams, and he suspected she had been visiting that boy during that time. Hinata nodded in response. He reminded her that he had allowed her to see him, but she hadn't trained during those visits. Hinata corrected him, stating that she had indeed been training with him. Hayashi raised an eyebrow in skepticism, prompting her to clarify that while Naruto had helped her test her new skills, he was focused on mastering his own techniques. Hayashi pondered this new technique and expressed a desire to meet the one who was helping her. Hinata hesitated, knowing exactly who he was referring to. A moment of silence passed, and Hayashi grew frustrated with her reluctance to reveal the name. Just then, Hinata recalled that Naruto had mentioned his master during the Chunin exams. She explained that she couldn't introduce him because she had promised not to disclose his identity, but she could share his name. Hayashi expressed his discontent with her secrecy, and Hinata lowered her head, acknowledging his feelings. With a sigh, Hayashi urged her to tell him the name. Hinata revealed that it was Kurama, prompting him to furrow his brow in thought. He admitted that he didn't know anyone in the village by that name, which made Hinata chuckle lightly. She found it amusing that he would struggle to remember, as Kurama had always remained hidden, known only to her and Naruto. Hayashi, intrigued, asked her to elaborate on what she meant by hidden. Hinata expressed her desire to keep her training progress a surprise, asking her father to wait until the 4th phase of the Chunin exams, which was scheduled for the following week. As she left for the dining hall, Hayashi noticed her slightly dirty clothes, a sign of her hard work. Hayashi looked up at the sky, feeling a mix of hope and apprehension about his daughter's performance. He took a sip of his now cold green tea, reflecting on the situation. Everyone listened intently as Hayashi recounted the conversation he had with Hinata the previous week. Some looked on with skepticism, while others were intrigued. Sakura noted that Hinata had been training tirelessly with Naruto, glancing at her from the stands. Zabuza interrupted, asking if Naruto was learning a new technique, prompting everyone to realize the significance of this detail. Hayashi admitted he hadn't inquired further about Naruto, as he was primarily focused on his daughter's progress. The group turned their attention to Naruto, who stood across the arena. Guy remarked on Naruto's impressive skills, mentioning his mastery of fire techniques, superior taijutsu compared to Lee, and his remarkable endurance, including his knowledge of the Rasengan. This revelation surprised Hayashi. Guy confirmed that Naruto had indeed been preparing to use the Rasengan during his recent match against Kiba. Zabuza nodded in agreement, while Hayashi listened closely, contemplating the implications of Naruto's abilities. Kurenai added that although Naruto struggled with genjutsu, he had developed a knack for escaping from even the strongest illusion techniques. Haku chimed in, suggesting that Naruto was nearly a complete ninja. Zabuza elaborated, explaining that while Naruto was not proficient in genjutsu, he could easily evade it, especially given his current state. He observed how Naruto stood confidently, seemingly unscathed from his earlier intense battle, and speculated that whatever technique he had been learning could surpass the Rasengan. As the match began, Genma's voice called for the competitors to start. On the stage, the two kunoichis faced each other. Temari brandished her fan, while Hinata activated her Byakugan, taking a battle stance as she focused on the Suna ninja. Temari warned Hinata that once she fully opened her fan to reveal the 3 moons, the match would be over, implying that defeating her would be futile. Hinata responded by cautioning Temari not to underestimate her opponent. Temari opened her fan, revealing the first moon, and unleashed a gust of wind directed at Hinata. With her Byakugan, Hinata saw the wave of air approaching and leaped to evade it. However, Temari quickly followed up with another strike, sending a powerful gust that caught Hinata midair, forcing her against the wall surrounding the arena. Hinata quickly regained her footing and resumed her battle stance. Temari acknowledged Hinata's resilience and prepared to unleash her second technique. She opened her fan further and called out her wind technique, creating a barrage of sharp wind blades aimed at Hinata. As Hinata dodged, some of the blades struck her, causing a few drops of blood to mark her face and arms. Determined, Hinata realized she needed to act quickly, knowing that if the battle continued like this, she wouldn't be able to close the distance to launch her own attack. Meanwhile, the spectators watched intently, with Hayashi observing his daughter's struggle with a frown, feeling that her defeat would bring shame to their clan. Kurenai pointed out that it would be nearly impossible for Hinata to approach Temari, who was adept at long-range techniques. Guy agreed, stating that every time Hinata tried to get closer, Temari would use her fan to push her back, making it difficult for her to mount an offensive. Hayashi drew attention to the battle, wondering if Hinata had any long-range techniques. He shook his head, realizing that she needed to act quickly. As he watched the stage, Temari unleashed her third fan and shouted, summoning a powerful gust of wind that formed a cyclone, descending directly upon Hinata. The force of the wind threw Hinata into the air, causing her to crash to the ground. Everyone believed she had been defeated, but Hinata rose again, striking a combat pose and fixing her gaze on Temari. Zabuza noted her resilience, questioning how long she could last. The other Jounin nodded in agreement until the swordsman noticed something unusual about Hinata. He asked what she was looking at, and everyone turned their attention to her. She had stopped posing and was staring in the direction of a blue-eyed figure watching the fight, who nodded in confirmation of something. Zabuza wondered what she was planning. Niji, activating his Byakugan, drew the attention of the others, who noticed that Hinata had something covering her arms and legs. Hayashi, concerned, asked what was happening. Kurenai, equally puzzled, looked on. Niji explained that the markings were gravity seals, similar to those used by Naruto, which surprised everyone in the stands. However, he noted that Hinata's seals were not as concentrated as Naruto's. Hayashi inquired further, and Niji elaborated that Naruto's seals had a significant concentration of chakra, which likely helped him gain weight. The others nodded, and Guy confirmed this, having knowledge of such seals. Niji pointed out that Hinata's seals had less than half the chakra concentration of Naruto's, suggesting she had only recently begun using them. Hayashi recalled that she had trained with Naruto a month ago and wondered how long Naruto had been training. Guy mentioned that Naruto had said he met Kurama when he was 6 years old. Hayashi understood and turned his attention back to Hinata, who joined her hands and shouted, "Kai," causing the seals around her to glow and vanish. Temari, confused, wondered what Hinata was doing. Hinata felt ready to approach and dashed forward at incredible speed, appearing in front of Temari. Temari was caught off guard and received a blow to the stomach, sending her several meters away from her fan, which was now embedded in the ground beside Hinata. Frustrated, Temari realized she needed to retrieve her fan and attack quickly. In the stands, Kurenai and Hayashi were amazed by Hinata's speed, while Niji observed but was less surprised. Kurenai remarked on how quickly Hinata had closed the distance and disarmed Temari, leaving her vulnerable. Hayashi expressed pride in his daughter's progress but was taken aback by her stance. Guy asked what Hayashi meant, and Niji explained that Hinata's pose resembled a technique he had used, but it was different. Anko, curious, asked what was happening. Niji clarified that Hinata's stance was similar to his but was intended for a double attack. Hayashi, astonished, realized the implications of her technique, the 8 trigrams 128 palms, which required great concentration and speed. Guy understood that doubling the attacks meant each one had to be faster. On the stage, Hinata assumed a striking combat pose while Temari tried to devise a plan to reclaim her fan. As soon as Hinata sensed Temari was about to move, she appeared in front of the blonde. Hinata executed her technique, striking Temari with a series of rapid blows. She appeared behind Temari, then to her right, and then to her left, landing precise hits. With each strike, Temari staggered, and when Hinata delivered a final kick, it sent her flying through the air. Hinata leaped to match Temari's height, continuing her assault with incredible speed. She unleashed the final series of strikes, culminating in a powerful blow that sent Temari crashing to the ground, leaving her unconscious. Hinata landed a few meters away, feeling exhausted from the effort. Genma approached and declared that Temari could not continue, announcing Hinata as the winner. The crowd erupted in applause, and Hinata bowed, graciously feeling a rush of pride. At her side, Naruto congratulated her, causing her to blush. She stammered her thanks to him and Kurama, the latter chuckling at the affectionate suffix she used. Both were about to leave when the blue-eyed boy approached Temari, who was on the ground. He placed his hand on her forehead, and a reddish chakra enveloped her, bringing her back to consciousness. Temari was confused, wondering what had happened. Naruto explained that she had just lost the match and that he had used his ability to heal her so she could regain her awareness and mend her injuries. Temari, feeling frustrated, made a dismissive gesture and walked away from the scene. Naruto thought about her strong personality as he, along with Hinata and the Suna ninja, made their way to the stands with the other participants. After the fight with the pearl-eyed opponent, Hinata, Naruto, and Temari made their way to the stands while the crowd continued to call for the Uchiha, as most were eager for his match. There was a moment of shouts and requests until Kakashi and Sasuke appeared in a puff of smoke at the center of the stage. Kakashi expressed his apologies for being late, hoping they hadn't been disqualified. Genma informed them that they were almost disqualified, but fortunately, the Hokage had decided to postpone their match, and they had arrived just in time. Kakashi wished Sasuke good luck, while Sasuke merely huffed in response as Kakashi jumped over to join the other Jounin and Genin. Guy asked Kakashi what he had been doing all this time. Kakashi replied that he had been training Sasuke, noting his significant progress since the 3rd phase of the Chunin exams. Anko approached him, inquiring if he had done anything about Sasuke's mark, to which Kakashi nodded in agreement. Anko hoped for the best, while the former mist ninjas observed silently, and the copy ninja noticed their gaze. Kakashi questioned if there was a problem, and Zabusa, looking at him, remarked that he didn't think Kakashi deserved the title of sensei. Everyone was surprised by this comment as the swordsman and Haku continued to watch the stage. Kakashi, feeling slightly irritated, asked what Zabusa meant by that. Zabusa explained that Kakashi only trained a few of his students while neglecting the others as if they were worthless. Kakashi firmly disagreed, but Zabusa pressed on, asking Sakura when was the last time Kakashi trained her and Naruto. Sakura lowered her head, realizing that Zabusa had a point. She admitted it had been 3 days before they left for the Land of Waves, which shocked those around her. Zabusa pointed out that while Naruto had been training on his own every day, Sakura could have passed the 3rd phase of the exams if she had received proper training earlier. He added that if it weren't for Kurenai, she wouldn't have even tied with her friend. Guy then addressed Kakashi, stating that Zabusa was right. No matter what kind of favor he had from the Hokage, he should never neglect the others and focus solely on one thing. Kakashi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the stage. A moment of silence followed until Genma announced for the matches to begin. As everyone watched the fight between Sasuke and Gaara, Naruto observed the match calmly, noting Sasuke's improved strength since the 3rd phase of the exams. He thought about the opportunity to discuss something with a certain person. He turned to Temari and asked if he could pose a question, capturing her attention. Temari inquired what it was about, and Naruto clarified that it was about her brother, not the clownish version, but the real one. Temari, slightly annoyed at the mention of her brother, asked what he wanted to know. Naruto revealed that he was aware her brother was a jinchuriki. In an instant, Temari pulled a kunai from her ninja pouch and held it to Naruto's neck, but the pearl-eyed girl was about to intervene when Naruto stopped her with his hand. Temari recalled that Naruto had referred to her brother as Shikaku a month ago and asked how he knew. Naruto explained that he was also a jinchuriki, which surprised Temari as well as the others who were listening. She expressed her disbelief, threatening him with the kunai, but Naruto lifted his jacket, revealing the seal of the Reaper on his stomach along with some noticeable scars. Temari's eyes widened in realization as she slowly lowered her kunai. Naruto then asked her about her brother's life. Temari questioned his motives, and he responded that he wanted to understand. This revelation opened Temari's eyes. When he had met them before the exams, he had seen something of himself in her brother's eyes, indicating that he had suffered in his childhood, which pained him. Temari began to explain that everyone ignored Gaara, and even their father had told them to stay away from him for their own protection since his seal was imperfect. As children, no one wanted to talk to him, play with him, or even have a conversation. He was always alone. She recounted how one of the closest people to him had tried to kill him. Gaara had defended himself and ended up taking that person's life, which changed him. She admitted that he had a cold gaze that frightened both her and Kankuro, but despite that, he was still her brother. Naruto listened intently, and after a moment, he suggested they talk somewhere else, noticing that Shikamaru and Shino were eavesdropping. Temari agreed, and they moved away from the others along with the pearl-eyed girl. Temari asked why they were distancing themselves, and Naruto replied that he didn't want anyone to overhear. She pointed out Hinata, who was fidgeting beside them. Naruto reassured her that Hinata knew something about his past, so he had no issue with her being there, which made Temari feel relieved. Returning to the topic, Naruto speculated that the villagers in Sunagakure viewed Gaara with hatred and contempt, or as if he were a demon. Temari confirmed this, adding that while they had tried to attack him, the sand protected him, and they had stopped doing so a long time ago. Naruto expressed relief at this, but his comment irritated Temari. She exclaimed in frustration, questioning what he meant by that, insisting that he didn't understand what Gaara had to endure. Naruto interrupted, clarifying that he meant Gaara hadn't been in constant danger, unlike himself, who hadn't had the same luck. He touched his chest where his heart was, emphasizing his point. Temari asked what he meant, looking at him intently. Naruto began to explain himself. It had suffered more than what any child, or rather, any person should endure in a lifetime. Temari urged him to explain himself. The blue-eyed boy hesitated, contemplating whether to share his story. He took a deep breath and began to recount his experiences. Over the past year, he had been attacked by the villagers, beaten, thrown out of the orphanage in his apartment, insulted, and even had sharp objects hurled at him. He touched his shoulder, a reminder of the pain he had endured. The ninjas often took out their frustrations on him after a bad day, even on his birthday. He touched his back, drawing the attention of both kunoichis, tears welling in his eyes. He apologized, wiping them away with his arm. He didn't want to dwell on the topic, but seeing Gaara in such a state hurt him deeply. He understood how Gaara must feel afraid to rely on anyone for fear of being hurt again, isolated and distant from others. He turned to the blonde kunoichi and asked if she cared for her brother. Temari affirmed her love for Gaara, stating he was her brother after all. Hearing this brought a smile to the boy's face. He gazed at the scene of Gaara's fight, acknowledging that Gaara was fortunate in some ways. Temari asked what he meant. He explained that Gaara had her and their brother, even if he didn't realize it. He needed to open his eyes and see the people who cared for him. If they supported him, he could change and become a great ninja, earning respect and admiration. They could be the pillars that helped him find his path, which made Temari feel hopeful. She pointed out that he was doing the same for Gaara. The boy's smile faded as he replied that his situation was different. When she pressed for clarification, he shared that despite his efforts to help others, he still faced disdain from the villagers. Even as a shinobi, they looked at him with contempt and sometimes threw things at him. He could feel their enjoyment when he was hurt, a feeling Gaara didn't have to endure, and he was somewhat glad for that. He believed Gaara could change his life in Suna. Temari asked why he didn't leave the village. The blue-eyed boy acknowledged her point but reassured her that he wouldn't leave. He looked toward the faces of the Hokages. Temari questioned why he would stay in a place where no one respected or cared for him. He replied that it was because of his parents. When she expressed confusion, he explained that although he had been thrown out of the orphanage, he had known them. He touched the seal on his stomach, smiling as he recounted how they had saved the village from the kyubi attack 13 years ago and had faith in him to protect it in the future. That was why he wouldn't leave. He wanted to fulfill their wishes. Temari inquired about his own desires. He looked up at the sky and admitted that a part of him wanted to destroy the village for all the pain he had suffered over the years. Temari was taken aback. He continued, expressing that he didn't want to be seen as a villain or walk in darkness, so he chose to protect the village as best as he could. Temari asked what he meant by, as best as you can. He recalled an encounter from a month ago when Kiba had said something about his parents, and he had lost control, feeling a strong urge to harm him. Both kunoichis were shocked by this revelation. He added that if it hadn't been for Zabuza and Haku, he might have acted on that impulse. A moment of silence followed as the two kunoichis processed his words. Temari then turned her attention back to the arena, surprised by what she saw. Gaara was enveloped in a sphere of sand while Sasuke charged at him with his chidori. They heard Gaara's cries, and suddenly, a massive arm of sand emerged, causing Sasuke to leap back in alarm as the hand retreated into the sphere. Temari gasped in concern, and Naruto asked what was wrong. She pointed out the hand, her voice filled with worry, just as a large explosion erupted in the stands where the Hokage and Kazekage were seated. On the stage, a large arm emerged from the sand where Gaara was, only to retract moments later. Sasuke watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the stands where the Hokage was seated. In the participant stands, Naruto witnessed the explosion and saw the smoke dissipate, revealing Orochimaru threatening the third Hokage with a kunai at his neck. He murmured Orochimaru's name and turned to look at the villagers, noticing that they were all asleep. Realizing they were caught in a genjutsu, he shifted his gaze to his friends who were fighting against some Sunigakure ninjas. He looked for Temari but didn't see her. Instead, he spotted Kankuro and Gaara, who appeared fatigued. Sasuke observed the scene as the three Sunigakure ninjas leaped away. Sasuke called out for them to wait and pursued them. Naruto then attracted the attention of Shino, Shikamaru, and Hinata, urging them to follow him. Without hesitation, they jumped to the other side of the stands where the Jounin and some genin were engaged in battle. Haku dodged a kunai thrown by a sand ninja and called out to Naruto, who formed a hand sign. He executed the shadow clone technique, creating over 10 clones that rushed to engage the ninjas attacking their comrades. The original Naruto shouted for everyone to come quickly, and they gathered around him. Kurenai asked what was happening, and Naruto informed them that they were under attack by Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Kurenai touched her neck, while Enko demanded to know Orochimaru's location. Naruto pointed to the top of a building where a violet barrier was visible, indicating that Orochimaru did not want anyone interfering with his fight. Enko insisted on going in, but Kurenai grabbed her arm, shaking her head in disapproval. Kakashi instructed everyone to stay alert when Naruto interrupted, commanding silence in a way that surprised everyone. A brief flashback revealed Kakashi's earlier encounter with Zabuza, who had criticized him for neglecting some of his students. Back in the present, Zabuza warned Naruto not to speak to his sensei that way, drawing Naruto's attention. Naruto dismissed Zabuza's comment and introduced himself to Hayashi, Hinata's father. After a mutual bow, Naruto outlined his plan. He instructed Kurenai, Enko, and Asuma to head to the prison in Konoha, suspecting that the Sand Ninjas intended to release criminals to increase their chances of victory. Kurenai questioned the reasoning, and Naruto explained the urgency. He then addressed Sakura, Ino, Chuji, Niji, Shikamaru, Shino, and Kiba, directing them to gather as many people as possible, men, women, and children, and bring them to safety. Everyone nodded in understanding, impressed by Naruto's leadership. He leaped into action, throwing a kunai with an explosive tag at a ninja who had attacked him, sending the enemy flying into a wall where it exploded. Naruto then turned to Hinata, Guy, and Hayashi, instructing them to go to the hospital and protect the patients and nurses, anticipating casualties and injuries. Guy questioned why Naruto wasn't joining them, suggesting he could heal the injured. Naruto explained that he couldn't approach the patients, as they would likely flee from him. He also revealed his intention to find Gaara, fearing he might lose control and unleash Shikaku. The group was taken aback by this revelation. Not long ago, Naruto had fought with Lee and had exhausted a lot of chakra. If he went alone, he could die. Upon hearing this, everyone became worried. Naruto, with a smile, remarked that if he died, it meant that this was his limit. This surprised everyone. He then added seriously that the idiot Sasuke had gone after them, and if he didn't arrive in time, Sasuke would die. He instructed Zabuza, Kakashi, and Haku to stay behind and face the ninjas, as all the villagers were trapped in a genjutsu. Kurenai acknowledged that she would free them, but Naruto stopped her, drawing her gaze. He warned her that if she did, it would cause chaos, making it harder for the shinobi he had mentioned to fight with so much movement. Kurenai understood. Naruto then stated that he would be leaving, but was interrupted by Hinata, who expressed her desire to accompany him. Naruto firmly told her no. When she asked why, he explained that he wanted her to go to the hospital where Shino was, and with her Byakugan, she could assist the nurses if any ninja was injured or had a broken bone. Hinata hesitated but lowered her gaze. Naruto reassured her that he trusted her strength and reminded her that he wasn't alone, which made her think of Kurama. She agreed to stay safe, and he nodded in response. Naruto then turned around and pulled out a kunai from his ninja pouch, surprising Kakashi, who recognized it. Kakashi noted the type of kunai and wondered how Naruto had learned to use it. Concentrating chakra in his arm, Naruto launched the kunai far away, where Gaara's brothers and Sasuke had gone. He then called out to Hinata, catching her attention, and tossed her another kunai with 3 points. When she asked why, he explained that if he found Sasuke, he would teleport him to her so the nurses could attend to him. Hinata nodded, and Naruto smiled before disappearing in a flash of yellow light, leaving everyone astonished. Zabuza questioned what had just happened, and Kakashi explained that it was the Flying Thunder God technique and wondered how Naruto had learned it. Guy then suggested they move on, and Hayashi and Hinata agreed, disappearing in a leap. Kurenai looked at the purple-haired girl and the smoking Jounin, urging them to follow, and they all vanished in a jump. Zabuza turned to the other genin, instructing them to follow Naruto's orders. They nodded and left, leaving only Kakashi, Haku, and Zabuza. Zabuza declared it was time to have some fun, and the three began to attack while Naruto's clones fought against other opponents in various areas. The kunai Naruto had thrown landed near a forest, and with the help of the Biju within him, he easily located Gaara and his brothers. Kurama urged him to hurry, sensing Shikaku's chakra growing stronger. Naruto acknowledged this and quickly made his way toward Gaara. Meanwhile, at the hospital, several injured ninjas were being treated by nurses. Gradually, ninjas from Suna and the Sound approached, and 3 ninjas stood in front of the hospital. Guy threatened them, while the adversaries laughed at the sight of so few shinobi. Hayashi hoped they were ready, and Guy nodded as Hayashi shouted a release, dispelling the gravity seals he had been wearing, which made his father smile. They prepared to attack the 3 ninjas, easily overpowering them. Elsewhere, 3 shinobi were jumping from house to house until they reached the Konoha prison, confirming their suspicions. Enko remarked that the kid was right, they were freeing the criminals. Asuma suggested they move quickly, and the two agreed, launching themselves into the battlefield. In the forest, Naruto was running until he encountered a somewhat exhausted Sasuke, who was covered in the curse mark. In front of him stood Gaara, whose body appeared strange from Naruto's perspective. Naruto wondered what was happening as he observed the redhead. Kurama informed him that Gaara was taking on the form of his brother and urged him to stop it quickly. Naruto nodded and appeared behind Sasuke without him noticing, striking him on the neck and knocking him unconscious. Gaara's brothers watched from a distance, impressed by Naruto's action. Naruto looked around and saw Gaara's brothers. He created several clones to fight Gaara while he carried Sasuke on his shoulder and jumped toward where Temari and Kankuro were. Temari questioned why he had done that, pointing at Sasuke, who could have helped. Naruto explained that Sasuke would only be a hindrance and noted that the curse marks were likely exhausting him. He placed Sasuke on the ground, touched him, and vanished in a flash of yellow light, surprising both Temari and Kankuro. Kankuro asked what he had done, and Naruto explained that he had teleported Sasuke to the hospital, where Hinata would likely have already arrived. He then inquired about what they planned to do. Temari expressed her uncertainty, wanting to stay and help as much as she could. Kankuro reminded her that it would be impossible, to which Temari acknowledged the truth of his words. Naruto was interrupted as he declared his intent to confront the enemy. He turned to the red-haired figure battling the last of the remaining clones and warned everyone not to intervene. They nodded in agreement, and Naruto leaped into the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Guy was using the inner door to enhance his speed and strength as more ninjas surrounded him. He expressed his frustration at the seemingly endless onslaught while dodging various attacks and countering with his dynamic action technique. Hayashi appeared at his side, confirming the urgency of the situation as he activated his Byakugan to assess the approaching enemies. Hinata joined them, asking how long the situation would last. Hayashi, unable to provide an answer, urged them not to give up as several sound ninjas appeared before them. Guy noted that Naruto had fulfilled his promise and instructed Hinata to get Sasuke to the hospital quickly if anyone asked for help. Hinata agreed and carried Sasuke away as instructed. Elsewhere, the genin were escorting civilians to the shelter as directed by the blue-eyed leader. The atmosphere was calm until Niji, with his Byakugan activated, urged everyone to move faster, warning of approaching ninjas. Shikamaru assessed the situation and decided that they had no choice but to fight. He instructed Niji, Choji, Shino, and himself to engage the enemy while the others continued to lead the civilians to safety. Kiba insisted on joining the fight, but Shikamaru reminded him that he was still recovering from his previous battle against Naruto. Ino reassured Kiba not to take it personally, and Niji directed Tenten to set traps with her wires and kunai before assisting the others. Tenten complied and quickly set to work. Shikamaru declared it was time to act, and both he and his partner vanished in a leap, leaving the genin with the villagers. Sakura urged Ino to work quickly, and they both set about helping the civilians, alongside Kiba. In another part of the village, Kurenai was using genjutsu on criminals attempting to escape while Anko, with her snakes, was capturing them and returning them to custody. Asuma was engaged in battle with several sound and sand ninjas, protecting both Kurenai and Anko. Anko remarked that it was time to take action, and Kurenai agreed as they prepared to assist Asuma. Meanwhile, in the stands where former Mist ninjas and the Copy ninja were fighting, Naruto's clones continued to battle other enemies in the Chunin exam arena. Zabuza noted that if the situation continued, there would be more casualties than anticipated. He instructed Haku and Kakashi to bring the remaining ninjas to the arena and to create ice mirrors to prevent further attacks from reaching the civilians. They nodded and moved to carry out the plan, while Naruto's clones followed suit. Once all the enemy ninjas were in the arena, Haku created several ice mirrors, exhausting himself in the process. Zabuza told Haku he could withdraw after using so much chakra. Haku, determined to continue, expressed his surprise at feeling revitalized after receiving chakra from Naruto's clones. As he prepared for battle, he was ready to face the enemy alongside the two Jounin. Gaara attacked one of Naruto's clones with his arm, causing it to vanish in a puff of smoke. The original Naruto appeared in front of him and delivered a powerful kick, knocking Gaara off the tree he was standing on. Gaara quickly got back up and locked eyes with the blue-eyed ninja perched on a branch. Gaara recognized him as the real one and chuckled darkly, declaring it was time to defeat him. In an instant, he vanished, and Naruto turned just in time to receive a blow to the face from Gaara, sending him crashing through several trees. Naruto stood up and faced Gaara once more, realizing he was faster and stronger than before. As Naruto processed the situation, he felt the sand begin to envelop him, and a tail emerged behind him. Confusion washed over him as he wondered what was happening to the red-haired ninja. Kurama informed Naruto that it was Shikaku, and that Gaara would gradually transform completely, making it too late for him to regain control. Naruto questioned what that meant while keeping his eyes on Gaara. Kurama explained that Shikaku was trying to convince its jinjuriky to cause destruction and chaos. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Naruto realized that Gaara was being persuaded to surrender control. Kurama advised him to inflict as much damage as possible and, if he could, to try to reason with Gaara before the transformation was complete. If that failed, Gaara would fully become Shikaku. Naruto nodded, preparing to confront Gaara. As Gaara observed Naruto moving swiftly from tree to tree, he launched shuriken made of sand toward him. Naruto retreated behind some trees and threw a kunai beneath Gaara's tree. In a flash of yellow, he disappeared, and Gaara began searching for him. Suddenly, Naruto struck Gaara with a powerful punch to the jaw, sending him flying into the air. Naruto formed a series of hand signs, and over 40 clones appeared above Gaara, all attacking him with punches that sent him plummeting to the ground. The original Naruto created a Rasengan, and as Gaara got back up, he raised his tail to defend against the incoming attack. The Rasengan collided with the tail, splitting it in half. Naruto quickly formed another Rasengan in his other hand, landing on his feet and driving it into Gaara's stomach, sending him crashing into a tree. Gaara stood up again, glaring at Naruto. Gaara cursed, expressing that the attack had hurt him significantly as his tail reformed. He threatened Naruto, declaring that he would make him understand his existence. Naruto, maintaining his combat stance, urged Gaara not to let Shikaku control him, explaining that the beast only wanted to be free of him. Gaara dismissed Naruto's concerns, insisting that he only cared for himself and that everything else was insignificant as long as he felt that way. Naruto pressed on, asking what about the people who cared for him? Did you ever think about them? How do you think they see you if you remain in this state? The brothers of Gaara listened intently to the words of the blue-eyed ninja. You can change all of this. Just put in the effort and become someone to admire, he urged, and Gaara merely stared at him. Gaara believed it was a lie. Everyone hated him, which was why he chose to be alone. Being around others only caused him more pain. The brothers looked down, saddened, as they knew the past their younger brother had endured. You should know this, you are like me. Protecting others will only hurt you. They will betray you just as they did to me. You can only trust yourself, he shouted, while the blue-eyed ninja stopped posing and gazed at the sky. The blue-eyed ninja acknowledged the truth in his words, drawing the attention of the two Sunagakure ninjas who were merely watching. He admitted that he could not deny it, but it didn't matter what people thought of him. He would protect them no matter what, even if they hated him. He would not allow the people who gave him life to sacrifice themselves in vain. Gaara shouted for him to stop lying, drawing the blonde's gaze. Recognized that look all too well, the look filled with loneliness, desperation, sadness, and hatred. He remembered perfectly what the blonde had done to that ninja during the Chunin exams, the murderous aura he had exuded, ready to eliminate the person who had left him in this hell called solitude. The blue-eyed ninja insisted that Gaara could change everything, that he could make others admire him, appreciate him, and follow in his footsteps. Gaara dismissed this as nonsense, reminding the ninja of the life he had led alone, betrayed, with no one who cared for him. As he spoke, the blue-eyed ninja threw a kunai, which Gaara narrowly avoided. In a flash of yellow, the blue-eyed ninja appeared behind him, grabbing his arms and throwing him to the ground. Gaara struggled to break free, but the blue-eyed ninja held him tighter. He urged Gaara to realize that his siblings loved him. They saw him as their little brother. How could he think they viewed him this way? Gaara insisted that he didn't care. They hated him just like everyone else. The blue-eyed ninja corrected him, saying that Temari had told him about Gaara's life, how it pained her that he was cold towards her and Kankuro. They loved him, but he failed to see it. He urged Gaara to think about others for once and not just himself. Gaara looked at his siblings and muttered about having trusted before, but he quickly dismissed it with a laugh. He broke free from the blue-eyed ninja's grip and used his tail to strike back, sending him crashing against a tree, which cracked upon impact. The blue-eyed ninja stood up, ready for battle once more, and Gaara questioned how he could trust anyone when he would only be betrayed again. How could he trust when people looked at him with hatred? How could he trust when everyone he cared for looked at him with disdain? The blue-eyed ninja urged him to observe his siblings and realize the truth. He told Gaara not to stay locked away or hide. When was the last time he spoke to them outside of a mission? Had he ever asked if they were okay or noticed any changes in their mood? Had he at least greeted them with a simple, "Good morning"? Gaara listened quietly as he turned his gaze back to his siblings. Temari spoke up, affirming that the blue-eyed ninja was right. They didn't hate him, on the contrary, they loved him. She reminded him of the times they had asked if he was okay or if he needed anything, and they would have done anything to help him. Kankuro chimed in, recalling how, when Gaara was a child, he would cry because no one wanted to talk to him. Kankuro had used puppets to cheer him up. Gaara continued to look at them, and tears began to fall from Temari's eyes, as well as Kankuro's. They both declared their love for him, and those simple words brought tears to Gaara's eyes. His siblings were taken aback, as it was the first time in years they had seen him cry tears of sadness and pain as he watched them. The blue-eyed ninja smiled, drawing their attention. He explained how it felt to cry and know that there were people who cared for him. No matter what he had done or how he had ignored them, they would always be there for him. He asked Gaara what he thought his mother would think. Gaara was surprised by the mention of his mother. He had never considered that the sand was not Shikaku, but rather his mother who had protected him all this time. The ninjas from Sunagakure watched silently as he continued. In a flashback, Gaara was in his room, staring out the window as the sun set. He felt alone and heard a noise behind him. Turning around, he saw Yashimaru entering the room. Yashimaru asked if he was okay, and Gaara, still looking out the window, questioned why no one spoke to him or wanted him. Yashimaru looked at the red-haired boy gazing out the window and called him over. Gaara approached and received a warm embrace. Yashimaru explained that he was just giving Gaara a hug. They shared a moment, looking into each other's eyes. Yashimaru spoke about how there were people who did not hate Gaara and wanted to be his friends, people who cared about him. Gaara lowered his head, expressing his disbelief. He shared that whenever he tried to get close to others, they would leave him alone, insult him, or even throw rocks at him. Yashimaru reassured him that it was because they didn't know him well, unlike others. Gaara asked about these others, and Yashimaru nodded with a smile, mentioning that he, along with Gaara's siblings, Kankuro and Temari, loved him and felt sad to see him so lonely. He also reminded Gaara of his mother, showing him a picture. Yashimaru conveyed that even though she wasn't with them, she loved him deeply. He explained that each grain of sand protecting him was a manifestation of his mother's love. Gaara murmured his mother's name, touching his chest where his heart was. He confided in Yashimaru that sometimes he felt pain there. Yashimaru identified it as a heartache and told him there was only one thing that could heal it. When Gaara eagerly asked how to obtain it, Yashimaru smiled and said it was love. He explained that love came from others, including himself, Kankuro, Temari, and their mother. They all loved Gaara very much, and he just needed to feel it. They embraced again, and Gaara slowly returned the gesture, feeling a sense of warmth. As the memory faded, Gaara felt tears welling up again and touched his chest. His siblings, along with Naruto, watched him with happiness, as it was the first time in many years he felt that emotion again. He whispered the word, love, and looked at his siblings, who smiled back at him. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck him, causing him to cry out, which alarmed his brothers. They called out to him in concern. Naruto sensed something was wrong and, with Kurama's warning, realized that Shikaku was taking control. He urged Kankuro and Temari to leave quickly. They were startled by his urgency. Naruto assured them he would save Gaara and jumped away, leaving them behind. Just then, a massive explosion occurred, sending Naruto flying through the air and knocking down trees in his path. He regained his footing and was astonished by what he saw. As the smoke cleared, Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, revealed itself with a triumphant roar, declaring its freedom and intent to destroy everything in sight. Naruto, realizing the danger, warned Kankuro and Temari to get to safety. He prepared to confront Shikaku, leaping onto its back. The beast noticed him and growled, threatening Naruto before unleashing a powerful gust of wind that sent him crashing to the ground. Naruto recognized that if this continued, the village would be in grave danger. he decided it was time to summon help. With a hand sign, he performed the summoning jutsu, and a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. As it dissipated, 9 tails emerged, and red eyes glared at Shikaku. Shikaku laughed, mocking Kurama for having such a young host. Kurama retorted, annoyed by the noise and reminding Shikaku that he was still the same as before. Shikaku declared his intent to defeat Kurama and destroy all humans for what they had done to him. Kurama stood firm, facing Shikaku, and pointed out that Naruto was different from other hosts. Despite being a jinjuriky, Naruto defended others, which was both unusual and admirable. Shikaku scoffed at the notion, insisting that all humans were the same and wanted to control them. Kurama declared that he would destroy them whether they wanted it or not. As he spoke, he attacked with his claws, and 2 of his tails restrained Naruto's arms. Naruto demanded to be released, threatening Kurama. Kurama then suggested that he would have to give his little brother, Naruto, a few hits. Naruto listened intently, realizing that he would need to strike Gaara to awaken him and bring Shikaku back inside. Understanding the plan, Naruto noticed that Kurama was preparing a powerful attack. The fox held him with its tails, but Naruto saw a dark sphere forming in Kurama's mouth, growing larger by the moment. Kurama explained that this technique was the Bijudama, the same one his brother was using. Once the 2 attacks collided, there would be a massive explosion, providing Naruto with the chance to awaken Gaara. Naruto braced himself, knowing that the explosion would be significant. Both Biju focused their energy and shouted in unison, unleashing their spheres. When the 2 orbs collided, they shot up into the sky, resulting in a tremendous explosion that created a powerful gust of wind. Meanwhile, in the village, a fierce battle raged on. At the Chunin exam arena, Zabuza, Haku, and Kakashi faced off against several ninjas from the Sound and Sand villages. They stood at a moderate distance, observing the other shinobi when Kurenai, Anko, Asuma, Hayashi, Hinata, and Guy joined them. Zabuza inquired about their presence, to which Guy responded that they had taken care of the ninjas in that area. Asuma added that they had imprisoned the remaining Sound ninjas, just like in the Konoha prison. Kakashi noted that the others must have taken the villagers to safety. Hinata mentioned that Sasuke was in the hospital, as Naruto had indicated. Kakashi asked about Sasuke's condition, and Hinata relayed that the nurses said he was unconscious from using too much chakra. Kakashi then focused on the remaining ninjas, preparing to engage them. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed in the distance, drawing their attention upward. A large sphere, reminiscent of the sun, appeared abruptly. A powerful gust of wind followed, prompting Kakashi to instruct everyone to hold on to something. Hinata, Kurenai, and Anko drove kunai into the ground, while Zabuza anchored his large sword into the earth, allowing Hayashi, Asuma, Haku, Kakashi, and Guy to hold on. The opposing shinobi were caught in the blast of wind and were forcefully thrown against the wall, some losing consciousness from the impact. Kakashi marveled at the scene unfolding before him. Guy asked what had just happened, and Hinata, with concern, pointed out the location of the explosion, realizing that Naruto was there. The group shared a moment of worry for him. In the place where both Bijus stood, a massive explosion occurred, causing Gaara's brothers to hide as best as they could to avoid harm. A thick curtain of smoke obscured their vision, making it impossible for them to see one another. Suddenly, a 3-pronged kunai emerged from the smoke, striking the ground beside Gaara. Shikaku recognized that technique, and in a flash of yellow, Naruto appeared before the redhead, preparing to strike him in the face. Shikaku intervened, declaring that it was not going to be that easy for the young ninja. At Gaara's side, a wave of sand emerged, restraining Naruto's arm. Frustrated, Naruto attempted to hit him with his other arm, but the sand gripped him tightly, causing him immense pain as it tightened its hold. Kurama, speaking to Naruto, offered him some of his chakra, urging him to strike Gaara to awaken him and dispel Shikaku. Naruto struggled against the restraints, feeling increasingly helpless. Shikaku laughed menacingly, taunting Naruto and declaring that he would end him in an instant. Gaara's brothers watched in concern, their eyes widening in shock at the unfolding scene. Determined, Naruto shouted in defiance and began to struggle with renewed strength. He managed to free his arms, but Shikaku tightened his grip even more. In a desperate move, Naruto leaned forward and struck his head against Gaara's, causing Shikaku to freeze momentarily. Shikaku screamed in disbelief, vanishing and allowing both the redhead and the blonde to fall to the ground. As they lay there, Gaara slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his forehead. He touched it, realizing he was bleeding. Turning his head, he saw Naruto crawling toward him. Gaara called out to Naruto, who was inching closer. His brothers appeared beside him, their expressions filled with sadness. Temari spoke Gaara's name softly as Naruto continued to approach. Gaara pleaded for Naruto not to come closer, but the blonde ignored his words. Naruto acknowledged the pain Gaara felt, understanding the loneliness that came with it. He knelt beside Gaara, sharing that he too had experienced such feelings. Gaara questioned why Naruto chose to protect others after everything they had endured. Naruto explained that he did it for his parents, who had sacrificed themselves for the village and had turned him into a jinjuriky to protect others. He wanted their sacrifice to mean something. Gaara expressed his belief that if Naruto continued down this path, he would ultimately be betrayed, but Naruto insisted that Gaara's siblings loved him, no matter what. The redhead looked to the side and saw Kankuro and Temari nodding in agreement. Overcome with emotion, Gaara apologized for everything, tears streaming down his face. His brothers, surprised by his vulnerability, knelt beside him and embraced him tightly. Kankuro called him an idiot while Temari reassured him that they would always forgive him. Naruto, witnessing this moment, encouraged Gaara to see that it was only a matter of time before he recognized the love around him. He urged Gaara to help others, assuring him that people would eventually want to connect with him. As Naruto lay back on the ground, Temari checked on him, noticing the state of his hands. Naruto reassured her that he was fine and suggested they leave before more ninjas arrived. Kankuro protested, but Naruto insisted they had to go, warning them that they could be attacked if they were seen. Gaara hesitated, asking Naruto if he had anyone who cared for him. The blonde closed his eyes, tears escaping as he reflected on his loneliness and the betrayal he had faced from his teammates. He recalled painful memories, expressing a deep sense of despair. Gaara, hearing Naruto's pain, reminded him that there must be someone who cared for him, even if he had not realized it yet. With that, Gaara's brothers nodded and prepared to leave, thanking Naruto for everything he had done. As they departed, Naruto contemplated Gaara's words, feeling a flicker of hope. He murmured that perhaps Gaara was right before closing his eyes and drifting into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, other ninjas approached the scene, astonished by the devastation left in the wake of the battle. They continued to survey the area, their expressions filled with disbelief as they took in the aftermath of the fierce confrontation. Everyone quickly approached and recognized who it was. Hinata murmured Naruto's name and increased her speed, kneeling down to try to wake him. She called out to him, but there was no response. Enko urged them to hurry and take him to the hospital, but suddenly fell silent, her eyes widening at something she saw. Kurenai, noticing her friend's reaction, asked what was wrong. Enko quickly dismissed it, picking up Naruto and exchanging glances with the others. They all nodded and vanished in a leap, heading back to the village. 30 minutes later, Naruto began to regain consciousness. He felt strange and a bit sore from his position. As he lifted his gaze, he realized he was being carried by the brown-eyed girl, with the pearl-eyed girl and the red-eyed girl beside her. He managed to speak, asking where they were going, trying to stay awake despite his exhaustion. Kurenai instructed him not to talk, assuring him they were taking him to the hospital. At her words, Naruto's eyes shot open, and he moved so suddenly that he fell to the ground. Enko exclaimed in frustration as she helped him sit against a tree. Hinata checked on him, concerned for his well-being. Naruto reassured them that he was fine, just had broken hands, which surprised Hinata and the red-eyed girl, while Enko had already suspected something was wrong. Kurenai urged him to rest, but Naruto insisted they shouldn't take him to the hospital. The three girls were taken aback by his statement. Kurenai pointed out that he could bleed to death if they didn't act. Naruto explained that if he went to the hospital, he would surely die there, which shocked them even more. Enko, curious, asked what he meant. Naruto recounted a previous experience where he had been seriously injured and the hospital staff had tried to harm him without his knowledge. This revelation widened the eyes of the three kunoichis. Hinata, worried, pointed out that if they didn't do something he would be in danger. Naruto instructed them to touch his arm, and as they did he winced in pain, alarming them. Suddenly, they vanished in a flash of yellow light and appeared in a dark place. Kurenai looked around, spotting a three-pronged kunai hanging on a wall next to some rocks. Anko, surprised by the jutsu, recognized they were in Naruto's cave. She noticed his belongings scattered around as he struggled to move. The pearl-eyed girl helped him sit up against the cave wall. Naruto thanked her and asked for his backpack. Kurenai complied, retrieving it and searching for green and yellow vials. After some effort in the dim light, she found them. He instructed her to pour the liquid into his hands. As the liquid touched his wounds, he cried out in pain, causing the others to worry. He endured the burning sensation for over 3 minutes before gradually calming down. Once he was stable, he asked her to spread the liquid over his hands. The pearl-eyed girl and Kurenai did so gently, and he continued to wince in pain until he finally stopped biting his jacket. Anko inquired about the liquid. Naruto explained that he had been making his own medicines for a while. With this, his wounds would heal faster, ensuring he wouldn't die from his injuries. The others felt relieved by this news. He then requested 2 stones the size of his hands, with one side flat. Anko and Kurenai nodded and left the cave to find what he needed. Hinata listened attentively as he asked her to retrieve some bandages from his backpack. She quickly found them and returned. After a few minutes, Anko and Kurenai returned with the stones. Naruto thanked them and instructed them to place the stones on the ground with the flat sides facing up. They complied, albeit with some hesitation about his plan. He then told Hinata to bandage his hands when he instructed her. As he knelt down, he pressed his hands firmly against the stones, gritting his teeth in pain. He urged her to hurry, and she quickly wrapped his hands with the bandages and stones as tightly as she could, noticing his struggle. After 2 minutes, she finished, and he leaned back against the cave wall, exhausted. Naruto expressed his gratitude and closed his eyes. Anko asked why he had done that, and he explained it was to help his hands heal. Kurenai pointed out that it wouldn't fix his injuries, but Naruto corrected her, explaining that the yellow liquid was healing sap and the other would help his wounds close quickly. Kurenai understood but still worried about his hands. Naruto reassured them that as a jinjuriky, he would heal quickly, and the stones would help align his bones as they healed over time. He confidently stated he would be fine in 6 or 7 days. Anko, curious, asked what had happened earlier. Kurenai suggested they discuss it later and that he should rest. Naruto thanked them and asked about Sasuke. Hinata informed him that he was in the hospital but only unconscious. Naruto acknowledged this but couldn't finish his thought as he succumbed to unconsciousness once more, trying to stay awake for as long as he could. Hinata approached him, relieved to see he was asleep. Anko instructed Kurenai to check on the others, while she told Hinata to stay with Naruto and keep him safe. Hinata agreed, and as the two left, she remained alone with the blue-eyed boy resting. She gazed at him and smiled, marveling at his resilience. She stepped out of the cave to gather food and something to keep him warm during the night, realizing he had no blanket to cover himself. Feeling a pang in her heart, she set out to find everything she could to help him as much as possible. It was nighttime, and Hinata was in the cave trying to start a fire. She had brought a considerable amount of food from home in a backpack, along with some medicinal herbs just in case, and 2 futons, one for herself and the other for Naruto. Suddenly, a fox appeared beside her in a puff of smoke. Hinata recognized Kurama as he approached and breathed fire to ignite the firewood. She expressed her gratitude with a smile. Kurama then inquired about how things had gone during the attack. Sitting beside the fire, Hinata shared that the hospital was safe, along with her father and Gai-sensei. She mentioned being surprised when Sasuke appeared but that she had helped with the other patients. Kurama listened attentively as she continued, explaining that during the Chunin exams, she had seen the situation unfold. Naruto, who had been resting with his eyes closed, asked how she felt. He admitted to feeling a bit tired and having a headache. As he stood up, Hinata helped him, and he thanked her before they both settled by the fire. He expressed that he still couldn't feel his hands, which hurt but would heal with time. Kurama nodded in understanding, and Naruto turned to Hinata, curious about her presence at the Chunin exams. Hinata explained that after clearing the hospital area, she, Gai-sensei, and her father had gone to the stage to assist others, where they encountered Kurenai-sensei, Anko-sensei, and Asuma-sensei, who had also cleared areas. Naruto then asked about the villagers, to which Hinata replied they were in a shelter. She had noticed lights near the Hokage faces while searching for supplies. Naruto requested her help in removing his headband. As she did, she noticed a couple of wounds on his forehead. He asked her to apply some medicine from his backpack, but she instead pulled out her own healing herbs, applying them to his injuries. She noted that these herbs didn't sting like the previous ones, which she had brought to ease his suffering. Kurama suggested they all get some rest, and both Hinata and Naruto agreed. Hinata retrieved her futon and placed it beside Naruto's. He was puzzled by the two futons, and she explained that one was for her and the other for him. He felt touched that someone would do this for him and, with some difficulty due to his injuries, lay down on the futon. Kurama helped him with his tails, and Naruto expressed his gratitude. As they settled in for the night, Hinata thought about Naruto, wishing him a good night. They both prepared to rest while Kurama stepped out of the cave to gaze at the stars. 2 days had passed since the attack. Naruto sat by the lake, reflecting on everything that had happened. He felt relieved that there were no casualties. Hinata was nearby, organizing her backpack when Kurenai-sensei and Anko-sensei approached them. Kurenai asked how Naruto was feeling, and he replied that he could stand without difficulty, though his hands still hurt a bit. Kurenai was pleased to hear this and asked about the others. Anko informed them that everyone was fine, though they had been busy dealing with the aftermath of the attack and the fallen enemies, which caused the three to sweat nervously. Naruto looked up at the sky, contemplating the situation. Kurenai then drew his attention with somber news about the Hokage's death. Hinata was shocked, while Naruto remained silent, absorbing the information. Anko revealed that Orochimaru was responsible for the tragedy, and Naruto stood up, asking when the funeral would be. Anko informed him it was that afternoon. Naruto nodded and walked to the lake, stepping onto the water, which caught the attention of the two women. Once in the middle, he submerged himself, and suddenly, a surge of chakra erupted, causing a large splash that startled them. They watched as Naruto emerged, visibly distressed, and the water slowly enveloped him again. Hinata called out to him, worried by his reaction. Kurenai noted that they couldn't do much but support him. They observed as Naruto leaped from the lake and stood before a tree, his back turned to them, lost in his thoughts. Anko suggested they leave, and Hinata decided to stay for a while before heading to the funeral. The two women agreed and departed. As the afternoon approached in Konoha, Hinata walked through the village on her way to the funeral. She encountered Sakura, Niji, Kiba, Shino, Lee, Ino, Sasuke, Tenten, Shikamaru, and Choji. Kiba greeted her, and she nodded in response. Sakura asked how she was doing, and Hinata replied that she was fine but feeling a bit sad. Niji reassured her that the Hokage had protected them as best as he could during the attack. Just then they heard voices behind them. Zabuza called out to Hinata, asking where Naruto was, and Haku mentioned that they thought he would be with her. Hinata lowered her head, feeling the weight of the situation. In a place where he always spent time with the third Hokage, Zabuza looked ahead as the villagers made their way to the funeral. He suggested that it was better to move on, and everyone nodded in agreement before leaving the area. On the Hokage monument, Naruto sat on the head of his father, the fourth Hokage, watching the sunset while reminiscing about all the moments he shared with Sarutobi. In a flashback, a 5-year-old Naruto greeted the third Hokage, asking for the Hokage hat. Sarutobi smiled and explained that he couldn't give it to him just yet, Naruto would have to earn it. When Naruto expressed his frustration, he revealed a notebook filled with photos that only the third Hokage knew about. Sarutobi quickly took the notebook from him, blushing when Naruto teased him about his preferences. He requested that Naruto keep it a secret, and in exchange, Naruto happily asked for a ramen invitation, which Sarutobi gladly agreed to. In another flashback, 6-year-old Naruto sat on the 4th Hokage's head, gazing at the stars. The 3rd Hokage joined him and noticed something was bothering Naruto. When Naruto questioned why no one wanted to be with him and why he was called a demon, Sarutobi reassured him that those were just blind people who didn't know him. He encouraged Naruto to help others and be there for them, promising that they would see him differently and come closer. Naruto felt uplifted by this advice and, after sharing a laugh with Sarutobi, expressed his determination to become a ninja and change how everyone viewed him. He promised to protect Sarutobi, even without being asked, which brought joy to the 3rd Hokage. As the flashback ended, Naruto's eyes filled with tears as he remembered those moments while gazing at the first stars of the night. He turned to look at Sarutobi's face, feeling regret for not fulfilling his promise. He wondered if it hurt to die and spent a moment contemplating the stars before disappearing in a flash of yellow light, leaving the Hokage monument behind. Gustavo was excited as he prepared for his next adventure. He had always enjoyed the thrill of the unknown and the challenges that lay ahead. With determination in his heart, he set out, ready to face whatever obstacles might come his way. The journey promised to be filled with excitement and unexpected twists, and Gustavo couldn't wait to share his experiences with everyone. The next chapter began with a sense of anticipation. The characters found themselves in a familiar yet challenging situation, navigating through their emotions and the complexities of their relationships. As they faced obstacles, their determination shone through, driving them to confront their fears and grow stronger together. The journey ahead promised both trials and triumphs, setting the stage for what was to come.